Chapter 1. The exposure of the undercover identity. Pain, pain, pain. My entire body aches. My head feels as though it might explode. Fang involuntarily curls up into a ball, cradling his head with his hands, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ah, you spy are still alive? A sharp voice pierces through the haze of his pain. How dare you pretend to be dead in front of me? Humph. Another voice, rough and gruff, follows. A spy? What is happening? Wasn't I supposed to be dead? Fighting through the pain, Fang glances toward the source of the voices. For individuals dressed in archaic garb are staring intently at him. One, a burly, bald man with a vicious gleam in his eye, strides purposefully in his direction. Brother Kong, wait. The bald man is almost upon Fang when he is intercepted by a shorter companion. Brotherly, are you trying to protect him? The bald man turns back with a frown. The shorter man quickly raises a handful of papers, speaking earnestly. What do I care about protecting him? Brother Kong, don't be hasty. This time we have evidence. This scoundrel has stolen a portrait of Sister Wu, and these papers detail her information. He is undoubtedly a spy. Then why are you stopping me? In our poison sect, spies meet only death. The bald man glares threateningly at Fang. The shorter man glances at Fang, saying, he's as good as dead. That is certain, but not just yet. Besides us, there are no other disciples here. If we kill him now, it will draw unwanted attention, and they might accuse our enforcement team of being ruthless. Don't forget what happened 2 months ago, Brother Kong. You mean the hall master? The bald man seems to recall something unsettling, shivering involuntarily, then continues, Brotherly, you've always had good ideas. What do you suggest we do? Pointing at the papers in the shorter man's hand, he adds, should we gather a few disciples to witness the evidence? Shaking his head, the shorter man replies, that won't do. How many people can fit in this room? Brother Kong, instead, let's take him to the front hall plaza, where there are many witnesses. This time, we must turn this incident into an ironclad casino. One should be able to find fault with our enforcement team. Ideally, we should hold a public execution. A public execution? In the front hall plaza? There's a huge crowd there. It would cause quite a stir. Will the hall master be displeased? The bald man asks hesitantly. Not at all. Rest assured, Brother Kong, the hall master will be pleased. This time, we aim to create a spectacle. There are at least 3 benefits to this plan. The shorter man raises 3 fingers triumphantly in front of the bald man. 3 benefits? Do tell. Intrigued, the bald man inquires eagerly. Without further pretense, the shorter man begins. Firstly, our enforcement team can establish authority, preventing future gossip from other disciples behind our backs. Secondly, executing a spy in front of so many witnesses will enhance the reputation of our poison sect. If there are any hidden spies within the sect, this will serve as a strong deterrent. So, Brother Kong, no need to worry about the hall master. He may even reward you for this. Indeed. Brotherly makes a valid point. And the third benefit? The bald man nods in agreement, smiling. Lowering his voice, the shorter man continues. This third point is particularly crucial. Brother Kong, you're aware this involves Sister Wu, who is on the verge of entering the inner sect. There's no need for me to mention her talents. You're well aware, right? Once she enters the inner sect, she stands a good chance of becoming not just a core disciple, but also an inheritor. Sister Wu's talent is indeed remarkable. I've heard she's preparing for foundation building. The bald man nods again. By handling this matter, we're effectively helping Sister Wu eliminate potential threats. If we don't make a big deal out of it, how will Sister Wu ever find out? Once she learns of this, won't she appreciate your efforts, Brother Kong? With a chuckle, the shorter man adds, furthermore, within 3 years, you two will enter the inner sect. Making a good impression on Sister Wu will surely open doors for you once you're there. The bald man nods vigorously, clapping the shorter man on the shoulder. Excellent. We will proceed as Brotherly suggests. If I truly receive a reward from the hall master, I won't forget your contributions. No need for that. Considering the care you've shown me, it's only right that I assist you, Brother Kong. The shorter man waves his hands dismissively. Let's set aside that talk. We need to handle this matter first. After instructing the shorter man, the bald fellow turns to the 2 remaining individuals in the room. Brothers Wang and Zhang, go spread the word that our enforcement team will publicly deal with the spy investigating Sister Wu in the front hall plaza in an hour. I want all outer disciples to be aware of this. Yes. The other two respond in unison, exiting the room. Brother Li, shall we take this fellow now? After the two leave, the bald man addresses the shorter man. Glancing at Lu Fang, the shorter man replies, "Not yet, Brother Kong. There's still time, let's sit tight for a moment, so he doesn't escape." Afterward, he finds an unbroken stool on the floor and places it in front of the bald man. "Later, you'll be presiding over this execution, so let me brief you on what you'll need to say." "Ah, very thoughtful of you, Brother Li." The bald man sits down accordingly. "I heard from Brother Zhang that this chap is named Lu Fang, and he entered the sect 5 years ago alongside him." The shorter man takes a seat beside the bald man. While the shorter man discusses how to conduct the execution, Lu Fang's splitting headache gradually subsides. The sudden influx of information leaves Lu Fang in a state of utter bewilderment. He never anticipated that he had actually crossed over and into this brutal cultivation world. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Fang comes to understand why he had woken up in such agony on the floor. Then he is struck dumb once more. His identity is that of a spy, and a spy whose cover has just been blown. What the hell? If I must experience a crossover, couldn't I have transformed into someone more respectable than a spy? Not only that, but am also a spy who has just been exposed and am on the brink of execution. What am I to do? I can't just die as soon as I arrive in this world, can I? No way. Absolutely not. Since fate has granted me another chance at life, I must find a way to survive. With his hands pressed against the ground, Lu Fang sits up against the wall, beginning to assess the injuries to his body. He feels numerous painful bruises while bothersome. They're not life-threatening, mostly contusions and abrasions. The most serious injury is a bruised lump on the back of his head, the size of a fist, that sends sharp pangs of pain with the slightest touch. The former occupant of this body met his end from that brutal blow to the head. Naturally, he was attacked due to his identity as a spy being revealed. This spy's status traces back over a decade. The former Lu Fang had been brought to the Blood Demon sect from a young age, a sect sworn enmity with the Poison sect. After nurtured by the Blood Demon sect until around the age of 10, he was dispatched to infiltrate the Poison sect, tasked to obtain their techniques and gather any intelligence favorable to the Blood Demon sect. It must be said that the Blood Demon sect's brainwashing was remarkably effective. The former Lu Fang had diligently sought to uncover the teachings of the Poison sect. Yet, his talent was mediocre. After 5 years as an outer disciple, he had only just advanced to the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. Thus, he was only able to access a limited array of techniques, rendering them largely ineffective. Consequently, he turned his focus to gathering intelligence. Unlike other sects, the Poison sect mandates that regardless of one's identity or talent, anyone entering the sect must start as an outer disciple and can only advance to the inner sect upon achieving foundation establishment. As a lowly outer disciple, what intelligence could he procure that would be of utmost value to the Blood Demon sect? Naturally, it would be the future adversary of the Blood Demon sect, the outer disciples with the highest cultivation levels. Thus, he set his sights on the outer sect's senior sister, Wu Qingyun. Chapter 2. The Exchange of Shadows. Wu Qingyun is endowed with extraordinary talent. Having entered the sect at the tender age of 8, in less than a decade, she has cultivated to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. According to the records gathered by my predecessor, her foundation establishment occurred only recently. It is noteworthy that my predecessor, after 5 years in the sect, had only just achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, a result of diligent effort. For ordinary disciples, advancing 1 level every 2 years is considered normal. With a total of 10 levels in the Qi refinement stage, achieving foundation establishment within 20 years is regarded as commendable talent. The remarkable aptitude of Wu Qingyun is thus evident that as for why my predecessor was exposed. It is somewhat ludicrous. 2 months ago, he had finally secured a rare opportunity to get close to Wu Qingyun by assisting her in the feeding of poisonous creatures. Naturally, in his eagerness to approach her, he devoted considerable care to the poisonous creatures. When he delivered a batch to her yesterday, Wu Qingyun expressed great satisfaction with their quality and rewarded him with a piece of huangjing, aged approximately 30 to 40 years. This aged huangjing is an excellent medicinal herb for replenishing vitality and blood. Disciples of the 5 Poison sect, who are constantly in contact with toxins and practice poison techniques, are often afflicted by toxins, leading to a deficiency in their vital energy and blood. Hence, such restorative substances are particularly precious to outer disciples. However, poisonous creatures are highly sensitive to these medicinal properties, which can incite chaos among them. With the need to continue feeding the creatures in the coming days, he dared not consume it immediately or carry it on his person, opting instead to store it in his residence. Unbeknownst to him, this piece of Huangjing caught the attention of Zhang Xing, a fellow disciple who had joined the sect alongside him. This wretch, seeing how the enforcement team often flaunted their authority among outer disciples, had long wished to join their ranks. Struggling to find something worthy to present to the enforcement team, he somehow learned about the Huangjing my predecessor had acquired and set his sights on it. While my predecessor was busy feeding the poisonous creatures, Zhang Xing stealthily pried open the door to his quarters, intending to pilfer the Huangjing and present it to the head of the enforcement team, Kong Liang, in hopes of ingratiating himself. However, not only did he fail to find the Huangjing, but he also stumbled upon the meticulously concealed records of Wu Qingyun that my predecessor had gathered. Upon discovering this, Zhang Xing's eyes lit up with realization, and without a second thought, he reported my predecessor as a spy to Kong Liang, fulfilling his own ambition of joining the enforcement team. Upon returning, my predecessor sensed something amiss when he found the door ajar. Before he could react, he was forcibly kicked into the room by Kong Liang, who had been lurking nearby, and was then surrounded and beaten by several individuals. Ultimately, a vicious kick from Kong Liang to the back of his head rendered him unconscious. Astonishingly, my predecessor was beaten to death. There was no opportunity for defense. It was utterly devoid of humanity. It seems this world is even more brutal than I had imagined. I, Lu Fang, unravel the origins of this tragic tale. A deep sigh escapes my lips. Surviving in this world is exceedingly arduous. The most pressing issue lies in the documents in the hands of these two individuals. Not only do they contain an image of Wu Qingyun, but they also detail her cultivation level, techniques, and even her daily habits, what she eats when she trains, and the specific method she practices. Meticulously recorded that I must concede, my predecessor indeed possessed a knack for undercover work, having gathered such extensive information in just 2 months. Observing the two conversing in the room, I feel a wave of helplessness wash over me that my predecessor had some understanding of the enforcement team. Kong Liang, the head, is a burly figure who has cultivated his poison techniques to the 9th level of qi refinement and possesses formidable martial skills, making him a formidable opponent. The shorter individual, known as Li Xian, is a cunning and ruthless character, often hiding behind Kong Liang to offer suggestions, and has also reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Even if I were uninjured, escaping from under their watchful eyes would be impossible. It is no wonder that when they heard my movements and glanced my way, they swiftly dismissed me. Escape is not an option. What then shall I do? Just as I pondered a solution, their conversation drew to a close that Li Xian stood up and said, Kong Shi Xiao, it's about time. Let us take this brat away. Indeed, it is time. I wonder how many people Zhang Xing and Wang Kuei have notified. Kong Liang replied, casting a glance outside. Rest assured, Kong Shi Xiao, Zhang Xing has just joined the team and is brimming with enthusiasm. While Wang Kuei is a veteran, they will handle this trivial matter with ease. Should I take him away? Li Xian inquired, looking at me. I'll handle it, Kong Liang declared, striding over to me. Listen here, brat. You've rested enough that it would be wise to behave, or I won't hesitate to give you another kick. With that, he seized the collar of my clothing and effortlessly hoisted me up. I chose not to speak. I understood that anything I said would be futile and could lead to further beatings, of which I had already endured far too many, that I had to contemplate carefully how I might survive once we reached the main hall square. Kong Liang dragged me out of the room, with Li Xian following closely behind. This moment, the sun blazed fiercely in the afternoon sky, casting stark shadows on the ground. Kong Liang lifted me by the collar. My mind raced with strategies while my gaze inadvertently fell upon the shadow on the ground. After gazing at the pitch-black shadow for a while, I suddenly felt as though my consciousness was being drawn into my own shadow. Taken aback, I dared not voice my astonishment. Could this be a result of my transmigration? This phenomenon was absent from my predecessor's memories. Following this strange sensation, I delved into my consciousness and focused on my shadow. Suddenly, all pain dissipated, replaced by an eerie chill that my perspective shifted in that instant. allowing me to observe Kong Liang moving before me, along with my own still form. I was utterly astonished. I had concealed myself within my own shadow. No, that's not right. It wasn't concealment. It was as if my soul had transferred to the shadow. It felt akin to an exchange of forms. Watching my body remain motionless, I quickly realized the implications. But what use was this? I could only perceive, hear, and my shadow could not move. That it seemed feasible to feign death, but would that deceive these two? What would they do if they discovered I was merely pretending? Would they discard my corpse in the wilderness or drag me to the main hall square? Without light, there could be no shadow. What if one found themselves engulfed in darkness? As I spiraled into these thoughts, Li Xian, who had been trailing behind, hastened to Kong Liang's side and said, "Kong Shixiang, wait. What is it?" Kong Liang halted and inquired. Li Xian grasped my hand and remarked, "I noticed something amiss with this brat. He's pallid, and his breath seems to have faded. No pulse either." Upon hearing this, my heart sank that if breathing ceases and the heartbeat stops, the body will inevitably perish over time. Dead. This brat was just fine a moment ago. How could he have died so quickly? Kong Yang mused, checking for my pulse in disbelief. What do we do now? The execution conference has already been announced. Kong Liang tossed my body to the ground and questioned Li Xian. What is there to fear about death? Even if he is dead, we must still bring him to the square, sever his head, and allow his corpse to rot for 3 days. It will serve as a deterrent. Of course, Li Xian kicked my body lightly. Killing a living person would undoubtedly have a greater impact than executing a corpse. But given the circumstances, we have no alternative. This is outrageous. Even in death, they still intend to behead me. Li Xian is utterly ruthless. As my body was cast to the ground, my shadow followed suit, prompting me to concentrate my mind on my body once more. In an instant, my soul shifted back into my physical form. Chapter 3. Resentment. Upon returning to my body, I was once again acutely aware of the pain coursing through me. My head felt heavier than before, likely due to the recent cessation of breathing, resulting in a lack of oxygen to my brain. Of course, it could also be attributed to the manner in which Kong Liang had thrown me. Feeling the shadow beneath me, I immersed my consciousness once more to test my abilities. Indeed, I could truly achieve the exchange of forms. That I attempted again, but my shadow remained immobile. This seemed utterly pointless. Frustrated, I feared for my life, so I shifted my soul back into my body. This time, however, I felt a sense of fatigue, a mental exhaustion indicating that this exchange of forms required energy. Li Xian. That scoundrel seemed lost in thought, his eyes wandering elsewhere while his foot continued to kick at my shins. Despite my desire to retaliate, I feared he might concoct some scheme to incite Kong Liang's wrath. Thus, I chose to close my eyes and rest, contemplating my next course of action. Unexpectedly, Kong Liang noticed my movement. "Hey, Li Shitty, stop kicking." Seeing me stir, Kong Liang immediately crouched down to check my pulse. I opened my eyes to meet his gaze. "Look, he is moving. He is alive? This brat has been revived thanks to your kicks. But hadn't he just been declared dead? How could he be alive again?" Li Xian was equally taken aback, glancing between me and his own foot. "He is truly alive? That is splendid." Upon realizing I was not dead, Li Xian appeared genuinely pleased. "Kong Shixiang, let us hurry. I suspect this brat was merely suffocated by his clothing. He probably has only a breath left. Be careful. Don't let him die before we reach the square." "Yes, I understand." Kong Liang nodded slightly and turned to Lu Fang, saying, "Young man, hold on just a little longer. Soon, I shall send you on your way. Rest assured, I have the means to ensure your departure is swift and painless, sparing you any further suffering." Perhaps fearing that Lu Fang might lapse into unconsciousness again, Kong Liang cautiously cradled him in his arms. Reminiscent of a Princess Carrie, Lu Fang, unable to bear the sight of this bald man, shut his eyes once more, pondering an escape strategy. This time, Kong Liang moved with considerably more agility. Before long, Lu Fang could hear a cacophony of voices. As he opened his eyes, he realized they were nearing the front hall's plaza. "I told you they handled this matter quite well. Brother Kong, look, over 300 outer disciples have gathered. Surely about 80% have arrived." Li Xian remarked beside him. "Indeed. There should be over 200 present. Let us proceed, Kong Liang replied. Is that rascal going to be all right? Li Xian inquired, as Kong Liang was directly carrying Lu Fang, and his shorter stature prevented him from seeing Lu Fang's condition. He should be fine. He is not going to die, Kong Liang assured, glancing at Lu Fang as he hurried towards the elevated platform in the plaza. Upon seeing Kong Liang's arrival, the other outer disciples swiftly cleared a path, their eyes fixated on Lu Fang in Kong Liang's embrace. Whispering to one another, several members of the enforcement team approached Kong Liang. Brother Kong! Brother Kong! They greeted, clasping their fists in respect. Brother Kong! We've notified everyone we could, and I've shouted several times to Sister Wu. She should have heard me, Zhang Xing said urgently as he approached Kong Liang. Good job, Brother Zhang, Kong Liang praised him. Zhang Xing felt a surge of joy and, noticing Lu Fang in Kong Liang's arms, remarked, Why are you carrying this traitor? Let me handle him. Just toss him aside. He reached out to take Lu Fang from Kong Liang. Do not touch him. Kong Liang's expression turned grave as he saw Zhang Xing extend his hand. What had been perfectly fine moments ago. Zhang Xing stood there, momentarily stunned. The sight of Zhang Xing ignited a surge of anger within Lu Fang, perhaps stemming from the resentment left by his former self. The primary reason for his previous death had been this very individual. Lu Fang harbored a strong disdain for such underhanded schemers, particularly those willing to resort to any means to achieve their ends. Seeing Zhang Xing frozen in place, Lu Fang raised his hand and slapped him sharply, although lacking in strength. After all, Lu Fang was in no condition to exert much force. The sound was still quite crisp, easily audible to those in the enforcement team nearby. Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Xing, momentarily stunned, quickly turned furious, exclaiming, You traitor, dare to strike me? Raising his hand, he prepared to retaliate against Lu Fang. Stop, Kong Yang Buckhead. His face cold. Zhang Xing, however, did not lower his hand, arguing, Brother Kong, he hit me. I said to stop. Put your hand down. Kong Liang frowned. This fool was utterly clueless. I didn't dare to strike him again. Can't he see how carefully I'm holding him? If you strike him and he dies, what then? He has just returned from the brink of death. What will I do if he dies again? As for Lu Fang's slap, Kong Liang understood the motivation behind it. Were it not for Zhang Xing's meddling, Lu Fang would not have had to reveal his identity. Reluctantly, Zhang Xing lowered his hand, glaring at Lu Fang with resentment, saying, I'll see how this traitor dies later. Water! Lu Fang turned his head, tugging at Kong Liang's robe and whispering. What did you say? Kong Liang bent down closer to Lu Fang's mouth. Water. I need water. Lu Fang feigned weakness, speaking softly, glancing at Zhang Xing this time. Kong Liang understood. It was the first time he had heard Lu Fang speak. Previously, during the slap, Lu Fang had remained silent. Brother Zhang, let him have a sip of the water you brought. What? Give him a sip. Zhang Xing exclaimed, bewildered, then added, No way, Brother Kong, he's about to die. Why should I give him water? He just slapped me. Zhang Xing clutched his water flask, his face a mask of defiance. Being the weakest among the enforcement team, he had yet to learn the technique of condensing water. And given the sweltering heat, he was the only one carrying a water flask. Lu Fang tugged at Kong Liang's robe again, softly reiterating, Water! I said, Give it to him. Kong Liang's voice grew firmer as he looked back at Zhang Xing. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xing reluctantly handed over the water flask, turning his face away. You want me to feed him? Kong Liang's voice rang out again. Zhang Xing had no choice but to step closer to Lu Fang. Opening the flask, preparing to pour it into Lu Fang's mouth, that Li Xian interjected. Be careful. If he chokes to death, Brother Kong won't forgive you. Zhang Xing, begrudgingly suppressing his own feelings, cautiously brought the flask to Lu Fang's lips. To his surprise, Lu Fang did not drink, but instead spat a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva into the flask, having savored it for quite some time. You bastard! I'll kill you! Zhang Xing shouted furiously. You won't be the one to kill him, Kong Liang replied. Noticing Zhang Xing raise the flask as if to strike Lu Fang, but he shifted his hold on Lu Fang and continued toward the elevated platform, followed by the rest of the enforcement team. Leaving Zhang Xing standing alone, seething as he smashed the precious jade flask onto the ground in anger. Zhangxing was on the verge of tears. He had never anticipated things would unfold this way. After finally seizing the opportunity to join the enforcement team, he was now subjected to a series of humiliations, all at the hands of a dying traitor. How could he ever assert his authority as a member of the enforcement team again? With over 200 pairs of eyes watching him, he felt a pang of regret as he looked at the shattered flask beneath his feet, but he had spent a considerable sum to acquire it. It was all Lu Fang's fault. He was determined to witness Lu Fang's demise later, and once the traitor was dead, he would ensure his corpse was fed to dogs and his head turned into a chamber pot. With gritted teeth, Zhangxing glared at the elevated platform and strode forward. Chapter 4. The decision conference. Upon reaching the elevated platform, Kong Liang set Lu Fang down, scrutinizing him for a moment before stating, "You had best behave yourself. What I said before still stands. Otherwise, I will make you suffer greatly before you die." Li Xian approached, glancing at Lu Fang, and remarked, "Brother Kong, the time is ripe. Those who could come have mostly arrived. Let us begin." Kong Liang surveyed the crowd below, noting that most had gathered around the plaza. "Very well. Someone strike the gong a couple of times," he instructed a person holding a bronze gong nearby. Bang, bang, bang. After several resounding strikes, the attention of everyone in the plaza shifted to the elevated platform. Standing at the center of the platform, Kong Liang felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as he prepared to speak. But suddenly the crowd parted, creating a pathway that a tall, elegantly dressed woman in a light green robe approached. Upon recognizing her, Kong Liang hurriedly descended from the platform to greet her, clasping his fists and saying, "Junior greets Sister Wu." He had assumed that Wu Qingyun would not attend, as she had seldom made appearances over the past year unless absolutely necessary. To his surprise, she was indeed present. Kong Liang felt a surge of joy. There was no comparison between hearing about her and seeing her in person. With a hint of flattery, he continued, "Sister Wu, why have you come personally for such a trivial matter?" Wu Qingyun glanced at him, then at the elevated platform, her brow furrowing slightly as she spoke in a measured tone. "Is this the person investigating me?" "Yes. This individual is named Lu Fang. Under the pretense of assisting Sister Wu with the poison, he secretly conducted inquiries about you, and here is the evidence." As he spoke, Kong Liang retrieved several pages of documents from his robes and handed them over to Wu Qingyun. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme, and the Five Poison sect was no exception. That Wu Qingyun had showcased remarkable talent soon after joining the sect, drawing the attention of high-ranking members. Even if Kong Liang were of higher cultivation, he would not dare act arrogantly before her. In less than 10 years of cultivation, she was on the brink of foundation establishment, a talent not seen in the Five Poison sect for many years. It was clear that with her aptitude, she would undoubtedly rise swiftly once she entered the inner sect. Thus, even though Kong Liang was over a decade older than the less than 20 Wu Qingyun, he was still regarded as her junior. Wu Qingyun took the papers from Kong Liang, perused them for a moment, and her gaze lingered on her own portrait. Furrowing her brow again, she handed the papers back to Kong Liang, saying, "You may continue with your business. I will observe from here. Then I shall take my leave, Sister Wu. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction." Kong Liang once again clasped his fists in respect. Turning back to the platform with a noticeably lighter step, as soon as he reached the platform, he beckoned Li Xian over, retrieving something from his belongings to whisper a few words to him. Li Xian, initially surprised to receive the item, nodded and made his way toward Lu Fang. Meanwhile, the crowd below had grown somewhat boisterous. Kong Liang raised his hands to quiet them, declaring, "The reason we have gathered here is likely known to all. Indeed, a traitor has emerged in our front hall. This person has been secretly investigating Sister Wu, and here is the evidence." Kong Liang exuded confidence, his voice resonating with clarity as he concluded his remarks by presenting the documents in his hands to the other disciples of the law enforcement team on stage. They unfurled the papers, raising them with both hands to face the audience below. Upon witnessing this, Wu Qingyun furrowed her brows but refrained from voicing her concerns, as the contents inscribed were not secrets to her. The onlookers, all practitioners themselves, had keen eyesight and quickly discerned the gist of the information. "Indeed, they are investigating Sister Wu. The person lying on stage must be the spy, right? Does anyone recognize him? I recognize him. His name is Lu Fang. He has been with our sect for about 3 to 6 years, I reckon. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know him. How many years has it been? I can't recall exactly. But it's been quite a few years that we've had dealings before, and he doesn't strike me as a spy. Feelings. What does your intuition matter? The evidence is right there. Who knows if the law enforcement team is framing him? Frame him? Surely they wouldn't have the audacity. How can you be so sure? Have you forgotten what happened 2 months ago? Which sect sent him here? Right. Does he have accomplices? As the crowd below scrutinized and debated the matter, Kong Liang felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing the attention he had garnered. Indeed, Li Xian's idea was quite astute. Glancing towards Lu Fang, Li Xian nodded at him, prompting a wave of delight to wash over Kong Liang. His plan was coming to fruition. He raised his hand to silence the crowd, declaring, "Everyone has clearly seen the evidence, yes?" Pointing at Lu Fang, he proclaimed, "This spy is named Lu Fang, that he took advantage of the opportunity to attend to Sister Wu's poisons, drawing near to her while secretly probing into her affairs. Who sent him? Has he investigated others in our sect? Are there any of his accomplices among us?" Kong Liang posed these 3 questions in succession. While the first 2 queries elicited mild responses, the third prompted many in the audience to scrutinize their fellow disciples. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. "I know. Zhang Depeo is his accomplice." People surrounding Zhang Depeo quickly distanced themselves, eyeing him warily. "Shut your mouth. Chenla, don't you dare smear my name. Why have you been inquiring about me if you aren't a spy? You cheated me out of my spirit stones last time. Who else should I confront? If you dare to slander me, I'll break your legs when I catch you. Who cheated you? A bet is a bet. Dice games are all about skill. Is that skill? Your dice were loaded with lead. Don't even think about escaping. I'll make you pay." Indeed, Fang Matzi might also be a spy. I heard he secretly inscribed my name on a doll made of rag. Lier Lizi could be a spy too. He tried to poison me last time. Zheng Pongzi is also suspect. That scoundrel ambushed me last time. The 5 Poison sect was hardly a paragon of virtue, with its disciples frequently engaging in deceitful practices. And in that moment, many were eager to label their adversaries as spies. The atmosphere below erupted into chaos, prompting Kong Liang to shout for silence. "Quiet! Quiet!" He still held some authority, and after a few calls, the crowd gradually settled down. "Listen to me, everyone. I merely used an example. As for the questions I posed earlier, whether you know or not, I am equally in the dark." However, at this juncture, Kong Liang paused, then pointed at Lu Fang, stating, "The spy knows for himself." Instantly, all eyes turned to Lu Fang on stage, to be why this time. Lu Fang had managed to sit up. Earlier, Li Xian had approached him, presenting him with a choice, either to be left in a state of unbearable torment or to receive a swift end. Provided he cooperated with Kong Liang and answered truthfully, along with the chance to consume a piece of ginseng to alleviate some of his pain, that Lu Fang unhesitatingly chose the ginseng, and it must be said that its effects were remarkable. After consuming it, he felt a significant relief from his injuries. Kong Liang, having retrieved the documents displayed by the law enforcement disciples, approached Lu Fang, shaking the paper as he questioned sternly, "Lu Fang, you authored these documents, did you not?" Lu Fang glanced at the papers and replied, "Yes, I wrote them." "Excellent," he acknowledged it. "It seems the ginseng was not wasted." Kong Liang nodded, then inquired, "Which sect dispatched you to infiltrate our 5 Poison sect?" Chapter 5. I do not believe this. Kong Liang had not intended to ask this question. Previously, Li Xian had advised him to say a few words upon taking the stage, then allow Lu Fang to confess to being a spy before executing him. However, Wu Qingyun's unexpected arrival necessitated a thorough investigation into Lu Fang's background, lest Wu Qingyun be displeased. Thus, he decided to embellish the script, resolutely procuring a piece of aged ginseng to offer Lu Fang. Hoping for his cooperation, Kong Liang's reluctance to uncover Lu Fang's sect was also due to the sheer number of rival sects the 5 Poison sect had. It was not uncommon for sects to harbor spies, and he was certain there were others among the assembled disciples. While eliminating a few spies was not a grave matter, being the head of the law enforcement team was part of his duties. revealing Lu Fang's affiliations in front of so many would incite hatred towards the sect that sent him. If any disciples from that sect encountered them outside, they would surely be met with violence. This could lead to resentment from that sect towards him for exposing their spy.to site an example. The Blood Demon sect frequently troubled the Five Poisons sect, and encounters with inner disciples would undoubtedly result in deadly conflict, while the outer disciples tended to avoid confrontation. The Blood Demon sect's blood escape technique was unparalleled. If they couldn't win, they would flee, which posed considerable headaches for the sect. If Lu Fang were a spy from the Blood Demon sect, they would certainly provide him with preferential treatment upon discovering this incident, allowing him to enjoy the benefits of inner disciples ahead of time. What then? The risks were too great. He too would be tasked with executing missions for the sect. Thus, as he posed the question regarding Lu Fang's sect, he fervently prayed in his heart, "Please, not the Blood Demon sect. Not the Blood Demon sect." Fortunately, Lu Fang did not disappoint him, and he did not utter the name of the Blood Demon sect. "There is no sect," Lu Fang declared to the audience. "May you sect? What sect is that? I've never heard of it." Kong Liang pondered momentarily, bewildered, before pressing on. "Which sect do you claim to be sent by?" Lu Fang rose slowly, his gaze fixed on the audience as he spoke loudly and clearly. "I say, there is no sect that sent me. I am not a spy." Kong Liang felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. If not for the multitude present, he would have been tempted to obliterate Lu Fang's head with a single punch. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a few words. "What did you say? Repeat that." Yet Lu Fang merely smiled, looking at Wu Qingyun as he recited with fervor. "The mountain has wood, and the wood has branches. I am enamored with you, yet you remain unaware. What nonsense is this? It seems you are tired of living." Kong Liang stormed over, preparing to deliver a fatal kick to Lu Fang. Suddenly, a force pushed him back, a display of true essence. Such a technique could only be executed by someone with foundational cultivation or above. Could it be the Hall Master has arrived? Kong Liang's heart raced with alarm, and he heard a voice command, "Stop." Wu Qingyun emerged from the crowd, stepping forward. That IT was Wu, Sister Wu. She has successfully established her foundation. Kong Liang watched in shock as Wu Qingyun approached Lu Fang. Lu Fang was undeterred by Kong Liang's interruption, continuing to gaze at Wu Qingyun as he recited with heartfelt emotion. "From the moment I fortuitously encountered you 2 years ago, your image has been etched in my mind. That graceful figure appearing countless times in my dreams. Yet I am acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm between us. I dare not disturb you, content to meet you only in dreams." At this, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. "But you changed a year ago. You became aloof, capricious. Yet I know this is not your fault, for I often dream of you weeping alone in the night." Lu Fang squeezed out a few tears, his eyes reddening as he gazed at Wu Qingyun, continuing to recite. "I have scoured numerous records and inquired of many, yet I still do not understand what has befallen you. Such a lovely face. Why has it transformed thus? It was not until 2 months ago that I finally had the chance to approach you, that I fought desperately for that opportunity. And fortunately, heaven smiled upon me, placing it before me. You cannot imagine the sleepless night I endured upon learning this news. Because being close to you allows me to perceive you intimately, I can discern the techniques you practice each day and the sustenance you consume. I meticulously document each detail, hoping to uncover some subtle clues within. I have even painted a picture, assembling these elements together as a constant reminder to myself, so that I may never forget the enchanting person you once were." As he spoke these words, Lu Fang wiped his eyes, feeling the discomfort of not blinking for an extended period. With a hint of remorse, he continued, "Before I find a way to heal the scars on your face, I had intended to bury these feelings deep within my heart. However, today," Lu Fang gestured toward Kong Liang with a trembling finger, his voice filled with indignation, "they insist that I am a spy for the sect, compelling me to voice these sentiments prematurely. Sister Witch, do you truly believe I am a spy?" Before Wu Qingyun could respond, all the female disciples in the audience chorused loudly, "We do not believe it." From the moment Lu Fang uttered the first line, "In the mountains there are trees without branches. My heart yearns for you, yet you remain unaware." The audience fell silent, utterly bewildered by his words. As Wu Qingyun intervened to stop Kong Liang, they still failed to comprehend, dismissing Lu Fang as merely having a fit. However, as the discourse progressed, many in the audience began to understand. At least some of the female disciples realized that this was no mere spy, but rather a hopeless romantic. How profoundly moving. They were still young and had never encountered such emotions before. This was far more touching than many tales circulating in the mortal realm. Now, turning back to Lu Fang, he had contemplated various ways to extricate himself from this predicament, yet all had been systematically dismantled. He understood that once the label of spy was affixed to him, escape from death would be nearly impossible. Even if he consented to act as a double agent for the Blood Demon sect, that it was only when Wu Qingyun arrived that a brilliant idea surfaced in his mind, inspired by his scant encounters with her. Although there was still some risk involved, it was certainly worth attempting. Once seated, Lu Fang gazed at Wu Qingyun with profound affection. Truth be told, the sight of her face marred by sores was quite repulsive to him, an unbearable struggle. Yet for the sake of survival, he steeled himself to endure. Fortunately, Wu Qingyun's eyes were exceptionally beautiful, both clear and bright. He fixated on her gaze, refusing to blink, while simultaneously concocting his words in his mind. As a student of the humanities, he found this task far from daunting. Regardless of Wu Qingyun's prodigious talent or profound cultivation, at the core, she was merely a girl of 17 or 18. Based on the knowledge he had gleaned from his past life, it was clear she had never encountered matters of the heart. At such an age, girls are often filled with dreams of love. Even if she held no interest in him, who among her peers would harbor disdain for someone who secretly admired her, at worst, she would simply decline his affections that Lu Fang did not expect her to reciprocate. He merely needed her to believe he was not an undercover agent. If she truly accepted him, he would be the one to recoil. Gazing upon her disfigured face for too long would surely haunt his dreams. As long as she believed in his sincere intentions, he could absolve himself of the spy accusation. Under immense pressure, Lu Fang's performance was commendable. The moment Wu Qingyun intervened to protect him from Kong Liang's aggression, he realized his strategy was bearing fruit. That as his words became increasingly impassioned, he began to feel as though he had genuinely fallen in love with the enchanting girl before him. With her graceful figure and luminous eyes. Upon delivering his final line, as all the female disciples declared their disbelief, Lu Fang sensed victory was within his grasp. His heart raced with anticipation, yet he endeavored to maintain a gentle gaze upon Wu Qingyun, eagerly awaiting her response. Finally, I also do not believe it. Wu Qingyun replied, a hint of shyness in her voice, even nervously tucking her hair behind her ear to conceal her face. To Lu Fang, her words were akin to celestial music. Chapter 6. How embarrassing. Wu Qingyun had initially intended to spend the day in her chamber, continuing her meditation to solidify her recently established foundation. However, shortly after beginning her practice, she heard voices outside, calling out that the law enforcement team had captured a spy. She had no intention of getting involved, as it seemed irrelevant to her. Moreover, since her mishap with the Jade Toad technique a year ago, she had largely avoided the sect. Yet upon listening more closely, she discovered that this spy was investigating her. This revelation irked her. How dare they direct their inquiries towards her? Had her absence made them forget her formidable reputation? Thus, she resolved to investigate and discern who possessed the audacity to scrutinize her, intending to assert her authority to deter any further intentions against her. Upon arriving at the main hall, she recognized the accused spy, Lu Fang, a seemingly ordinary disciple who had assisted her with the care of toxic substances during this period. Reflecting on their previous interactions, she now understood why his gaze had often seemed peculiar. He had been covertly gathering information about her. How foolish of her to have thought well of him for tending to her poisons and maintaining cleanliness in her courtyard, even rewarding him with a small piece of Huangjing. To think it was all a facade. Men, as her master had always said, they were never to be trusted. Yet something about this spy puzzled her. Despite his impending demise, he continued to gaze at her intently. Did he not fear her? And what was it about his unwavering gaze that unnerved her? Ever since the sores had appeared on her face a year prior, no one had dared to stare at her for such a duration. Even her master merely conducted a cursory examination before allowing her to resume her practice. What was it about his gaze? It was unnerving, sending inexplicable shivers down her spine. Did this spy possess some form of technique? Just as Wu Qingyun pondered this, Kong Liang began to question Lu Fang. How intriguing. She was eager to discover which sect had sent this oblivious fool to meddle with her affairs. No sect? If no sect had dispatched him, could he truly deny being a spy? A feeble excuse. Men indeed. He stood up. Why is he standing and still looking at me? He spoke. In the mountains, there are trees without branches. My heart yearns for you. Yet you remain unaware. His voice was surprisingly melodious. Yet what did his words mean? Heart yearns, yet you remain unaware. As Wu Qingyun contemplated the implications of his words, Kong Liang attempted to strike him down. How infuriating. Why choose this moment to act? I'm still trying to decipher his meaning. Forced to intervene, Wu Qingyun moved closer to listen intently to what this spy would say next. His voice was enchanting. Yet before long, she was taken aback. How did he know that she had been crying at night? Had he been spying on her? No, that was impossible. With his cultivation, he could not approach her undetected. Why was he crying? His tears stirred something within her heart. No, this was all wrong. He was not a spy. Everything he had done was for her. He liked her. He had silently cherished her for 2 years. What should she do? Everyone was listening. Oh, how embarrassing. Her master had never taught her how to handle such situations. Wu Qingyun's heart raced, and she began to scrutinize Lu Fang, despite his bruised and dirty appearance. He was quite handsome upon closer inspection, his long eyelashes framing those expressive, tender eyes. Yet, he seemed physically weakened, surely a result of Kong Liang's assault. That despicable Kong Liang, tarnishing the reputation of such a good person. She would settle the score with him later. As she spiraled into anxious thoughts, Lu Fang's voice rang out once more. Sister Witch, do you believe I am a spy? Of course not. But should she respond so directly? Perhaps she should say something like, from the moment I laid eyes on you. I did not believe it. Oh, how mortifying. What if he posed other inquiries? What if he asked if she would agree to be with him? How should she respond? Just as Wu Qingyun wrestled with her reply, the other disciples chimed in unison. We do not believe it. They had stolen her moment. How dare they? He hadn't even asked them. Oh no, she had remained silent for too long. Would he grow displeased? I also do not believe it. Wu Qingyun blurted out, her heart pounding with anxiety, more so than when her master had tossed her into a den of beasts. Oh no, being so close to him. Would her sores frighten him? She hastily let her hair fall to partially cover her face, stealing a glance at him. Thankfully, his expression remained unchanged in fact, she detected a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Yes, if he cared for her so deeply, and she believed he was not a spy, he would surely feel at ease. Naturally, Lu Fang felt a wave of relief. Not only because Wu Qingyun had obscured some of her facial sores with her hair, but more importantly, because he realized in that moment that he had turned the tide. At least for now, he could breathe easy regarding his safety, letting out a sigh of relief. Who could have anticipated that an unexpected voice would pierce through the air? I believe. A figure emerged from the rear of the law enforcement disciples. Zhang Xing. He was seething with rage, his face twisted with fury as he declared, Lu Fang is undoubtedly a spy. Witch sister, do not fall for his deceit. It is impossible for him to harbor any feelings for you. Have you not looked in the mirror yourself? With a thunderous crash, Wu Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically as she waved her hand, sending Zhang Xing hurtling through the air, crashing toward Kong Liang. Kong Liang, terrified, hastily dodged, causing Zhang Xing to smash to the ground with a resounding thud, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly on the brink of death. Kong Liang. Wu Qingyun soared onto the stage. Rushing to Kong Liang's side and snatching the paper from his grasp, her cold gaze piercing into him as she demanded, Is he one of yours? No, not at all. Kong Liang fervently shook his head in denial. Nearly paralyzed by fear, he may not have fully understood Lu Fang's earlier words, but he could clearly read Wu Qingyun's expression. Zhang Xing, how foolish you are to court death and drag me down with you. Who told you to suggest that the witch sister look in the mirror? Can her face even bear to gaze upon itself? The audacity of this man to offend the witch sister is unforgivable. Senior brother, take care of him swiftly to avoid further vexing the witch sister. Convened d'urgently. Indeed, Wu Qingyun nodded. Initially, she contemplated dealing with Kong Liang as well, while killing him might pose some issues. A mere beating would likely go unpunished by the sect. Yet, she paused, pondering whether such an action might be too harsh or frightening. Stealing a glance at Lu Fang, her heart sank. Lu Fang had collapsed to the ground. Wu Qingyun swiftly darted to catch him, inspecting his injuries with care. Fortunately, he was merely gravely wounded and unconscious. Casting a resentful glance at Kong Liang, she silently vowed to settle the score with him another day. With a swift motion, she cradled Lu Fang and soared back to her quarters. As she passed Zhongxing, Kong Liang caught Wu Qingyun's gaze and shivered involuntarily. With Wu Qingyun gone, the onlookers continued to stare at him, prompting him to shout, "What are you staring at? Hurry and disperse." The other disciples of the enforcement team rushed over, and one asked Kong Liang, "Senior Brother Kong, what shall we do about Zhongxing?" Chapter 7. I promise you what to do. He sought his own demise. Just toss him over to the back mountain. Kong Liang, seething with anger, kicked Zhongxing's body, effectively silencing his last breath. The other enforcement disciples, sensing Kong Liang's fury, dared not speak further and promptly carried Zhongxing's lifeless form away. Only Li Xian and Kong Liang remained on the stage. "Li Jr. Brother, what kind of ridiculous idea did you come up with?" Kong Liang snapped at him. "Alas!" Li Xian sighed. "Senior Brother Kong, you cannot blame me for this. Who could have predicted that Lu Fang had such hidden depths?" Of course, there was another thought Li Xian refrained from voicing. It was also your fault for meddling. Why did you complicate matters? Had you simply allowed Lu Fang to be accused of those actions, he would have been dealt with swiftly. Instead, you even allowed him a ginseng to consume. After that, such chaos ensued. Who else can be blamed for this? After following you for so long, I have yet to receive any benefits. Hide. Are you suggesting that this fellow was lying all along? Are you implying that he was merely putting on an act? It is a possibility, though not a certainty. However, such details are of little consequence now. What truly matters is the witch sister's current attitude toward us, Li Xian replied. Indeed, when she approached me on stage, I sensed a murderous intent in her eyes. For a fleeting moment, I feared she would take my life. The last glance she cast upon me as she departed left me feeling as though I had plunged into an icy abyss. Recalling Wu Qingyun's gaze, Kong Liang felt a wave of dread wash over him. With Wu Qingyun having successfully established her foundation, she would soon ascend to the inner sect, making her even more formidable. There is no need for excessive concern. Senior Brother, with the witch sister's foundation established, she will soon transition to the inner sect. Once there, she is unlikely to stoop low to trouble us, Li Xian suggested thoughtfully. Is that so? Sigh, let us hope for the best. Kong Liang lamented. After all the commotion today, he had become a laughingstock among the disciples and had further offended the witch sister, leaving him in a foul mood. All of this is the fault of that wretched Lu Fang. Damn it, I shall find a way to eliminate him. Kong Liang sit. No, Senior Brother Kong, please abandon such thoughts. Killing him may be easy, but not to mention whether the witch sister would seek immediate vengeance. You too shall eventually enter the inner sect. It is hardly worth incurring her wrath over a petty grudge. Then what am I to do? Shall I simply swallow this indignation? Senior Brother, one must point out that today's events have likely reached the ears of the Hall Master. You should not have acted independently. Fortunately, Lu Fang did not point out any accomplices among the audience. Otherwise, we would have faced grave consequences. What kind of trouble could arise? A few spies cannot cause an uproar. The heavens may not be turned upside down, but should anyone be identified, the spies from other sects would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to sow discord. Can you guarantee that there is only one sect spy among the audience? If things escalated, the casualties would far exceed just Zhongxing. Once the Hall Master learns of this, we may find ourselves in dire straits. You make a valid point. Zhongxing had it coming. Had he not been so reckless, no one would have died today. Damn it, now I must explain myself to the Hall Master. The death of Zhongxing is a minor issue. As you said, he brought this upon himself by offending the witch sister. However, we must find a moment to pay Lu Fang a visit, Li Xian advised. Visit him? I would rather kill him, Kong Yang exclaimed. Senior brother, why are you unable to see the bigger picture? Regardless of the circumstances, the injuries he sustained were inflicted by us. That we should apologize and offer him some benefits, so he might speak favorably of us in front of the witch sister. Should this matter reach her ears, it could easily be smoothed over. Otherwise, once the witch sister enters the inner sect, a single word from her could spell our doom. You have a point, Li Junior brother. What do you suggest we offer him as a gesture of goodwill? Senior brother, we could consider. While Kong Liang and Li Xian conversed, Wu Qingyun had already brought Lu Fang back to her quarters. Cultivators often prioritize clarity of thought. When it comes to matters of the heart, they typically do not indulge in unnecessary complexities. Moreover, the Five Poison sect is not a formal sect, and Wu Qingyun was not overly concerned. She simply placed Lu Fang on her bed. Then, she climbed into bed herself, removing Lu Fang's outer garments to begin healing his injuries with her cultivation techniques. Before long, Lu Fang gradually regained consciousness. His previous fainting spell was due to his severe injuries, compounded by the exhaustion from their earlier exchanges. Fortunately, after consuming a piece of ginseng, he managed to endure until the end. As he awoke, he felt a soft warmth against his back, accompanied by a soothing flow of warmth coursing through him. Where am I? Lu Fang quickly opened his eyes that a sea of pink greeted him, along with a faint fragrance. This was clearly a woman's boudoir, and he was seated upon the bed. Who was this person behind me? It couldn't be her, could it? Lu Fang hurriedly turned his head to glance back. Ah, you are awake, Lu Lang. How do you feel? A woman with a face marred by sores exclaimed joyfully. Who else could this be but Wu Qingyun? Lu Lang. This title sent a shiver down Lu Fang's spine. Lu Lang, what is the matter? Are you still feeling unwell? Wu Qingyun, noticing his stunned expression, inquired with concern. She shifted her hand from Lu Fang's back to his shoulder, gently turning him to face her, staring at the girl before him. Her hair tousled and partially obscuring her face, Lu Fang found himself momentarily speechless. What a calamity! He was unsure how to describe his current emotions. His body no longer ached, so he could only stammer, I feel fine. That is good to hear. Wu Qingyun smiled, visibly relieved. Yet as she smiled, the multitude of sores on her face contorted into an even more unseemly sight. Prior to Lu Fang's fainting, the two had maintained a distance of at least 2 to 3 meters apart. At that time, Lu Fang had already found it quite unbearable. Now, with them so close, sharing a bed, one can only imagine his turmoil. What a calamity! Lu Fang cried out internally once more. He could not bring himself to disdain Wu Qingyun. After all, she had saved his life, that he still possessed a modicum of integrity, and thus clasped his fists, expressing, Witch sister, I am truly grateful for your rescue, that I feel much better now. After speaking, he hastily retrieved his clothes from the bedside and donned them with great urgency. What is happening here? This feels akin to a scandal. He desperately wished to escape this place. Yet, to his surprise, Wu Qingyun pressed him down gently, her tone soft as she said, Lu Lang, your injuries have yet to heal completely. Please rest here. I shall fetch you a cup of water. With that, Wu Qingyun waved her hand, and the teapot and cup on the table, 3 or 4 meters away, flew into her grasp. Lu Fang stared in astonishment. Did I ask this the power of a cultivator? Wu Qingyun quickly filled the teacup with water and handed it to Lu Fang, who reluctantly accepted. He was indeed feeling somewhat parched. And after a few sips, he wiped his mouth and began, Witch sister, I believe I should. Still calling me witch sister. From now on, you should call me Qingyun. Wu Qingyun took the empty teacup from Lu Fang's hand and remarked, placing the tea set on the bedside. Qingyun? Lu Fang muttered in a daze. Wu Qingyun nodded vigorously with a look of satisfaction. Then she continued, Lu Lang, rest assured, I have thought it through, and I have promised you. Chapter 8. The rice is cooked you promised me. What exactly have you promised? Lu Fang gazed at Wu Qingyun in astonishment. Before he could utter a word, she continued to speak to herself. Lu Lang, you mentioned that you met me 2 years ago. It must have been when I returned from Mang Mountain during the Five Poisons Conference held by the sect. Right? The Five Poisons sect holds the Five Poisons Conference every 3 years. separately for the inner and outer disciples, with rewards aimed at motivating the disciples in their cultivation. Without waiting for Lu Fang's response, Wu Qingyun looked at him apologetically and said, "Lu Lang, I am truly sorry. There were just too many participants at that Five Poisons conference, and I did not notice you." What could Lu Fang say? He could only respond feebly, "No, it's all right, it's not your fault." Wu Qingyun then smiled and said, "Lu Lang, I have decided I will accompany you well for the next few days. We shall not part for even a moment." She then pouted and added, "Because in just 2 days, my master will return, and upon seeing that I have successfully established my foundation, she will surely have me move to Yuchan Peak. There are some troubles on my master's side as well. She probably won't allow you to be with me because you." At this point, Wu Qingyun cautiously said, "Because Lu Lang's cultivation is not very high." Seeing Lu Fang's expression unchanged, she continued to smile and said, "So I have decided not to tell her for now. Once you establish your foundation, I will find an opportunity to inform her. I just checked your physique. The reason for your low cultivation level is that your constitution is not very good. But that's all right, at worst. I will ask my master for some pills to improve your constitution. If she inquires, well, I will just say they are for my own use. I will brew and consume them myself." Lu Lang, what do you think of my idea?" After Wu Qingyun finished speaking, she looked at him with hopeful eyes. "What do I think? How can you even ask that? It's utterly foolish. Almost all the outer disciples witnessed this. Do you expect to keep it from your master? Brewing them for personal use? How could you even think of that?" The words I spoke earlier were merely to convince her that I was not a spy, yet unexpectedly, she truly accepted me. This is quite the predicament. Did I overdo my performance? Given her talent for cultivation, it would not be an exaggeration to call her the pride of the Five Poisons sect, while I am merely an ordinary outer disciple. She actually agreed to me. How can I explain this? How do I explain it? Am I to say that I am a spy? That everything I said earlier was to clear my name of being a spy? Wouldn't that lead me to meet the same fate as Zhang Xing? Before losing consciousness, I had witnessed this girl's capabilities. Lu Fang could only nod and say, that seems fine. Speaking of your master, who is she?" Outer disciples do not have masters. Below the 3rd level of qi refining, there are guiding senior brothers for cultivation, and classes are held only once a month. Above the 3rd level of qi refining, disciples cultivate independently. I find it quite good as well. Lu Lang, my master's name is Wu Qian, that I was picked up by her, so I share her surname. Wu Qian? Lu Fang certainly knew who that was. In his previous life, he was involved in intelligence. Naturally, he paid attention to the prominent figures within the Five Poisons sect that Wu Qian is the master of Yuchan Peak, one of the 5 peaks of the Five Poisons sect. Many years ago, she made a significant name for herself in the southern heaven continent. Known as the Poison Bodhisattva, even the Blood Demon sect held her in some regard. "Sister Wu, your master," Lu Fang pondered before speaking, still calling her Sister Wu. "Lu Lang, if you keep this up, I might get angry." Wu Qingyun interjected, feigning a stern expression. Cough, cough. Qingyun? Lu Fang had no choice but to change his address. Wu Qingyun beamed and nodded. "Lu Lang, you speak. Qingyun, you see. You know that your master would not want us to be together, right?" Lu Fang gazed at Wu Qingyun, trying not to look at her face, instead focusing on her eyes as he spoke softly. Wu Qingyun obediently nodded her head. And before Lu Fang could say anything, she eagerly chimed in. "But I am not afraid. I believe Lu Lang will soon establish his foundation. I know Lu Lang works hard at his cultivation. You just have a slightly weaker constitution. But that's all right. Once my master returns in a couple of days, I will quickly ask her for pills to improve your constitution." Sister Wu. "Oh no. Qingyun, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, previously when we were in the front hall square, so many disciples saw. They all saw me, and how I treated you, right?" Lu Fang stammered. "Yes, after you fainted, I carried you back, and they all saw that too." Wu Qingyun nodded. "Oh no, I forgot about how I ended up here. Everyone saw Wu Qingyun carry me away. Does that mean they all think that Wu Qingyun has feelings for me? If this matter were to reach the poison bodhisattva Wu Qian, what would she do? An ordinary outer disciple has a crush on her disciple. She might not say much, but could she truly approve if her disciple were to be with an ordinary outer disciple? Even Wu Qingyun knows it's not possible. She would surely find a way to break us apart. How to break us apart? From the five poison sect's way of doing things, it is highly likely they would directly eradicate me. Death would be the end of it. Right? Then our situation might not escape your master's notice. That if your master finds out, then can we still be together? Lu Fang asked, trembling. I hadn't considered that. You truly are meticulous, Lu Lang. Wu Qingyun pondered for a moment before seemingly making a decision, looking at Lu Fang with determination and saying, to gain my master's approval, there is only one way. What method? Lu Fang was somewhat surprised. You still have a plan? Are you suggesting we eliminate everyone? Then we only. Wu Qingyun, a bit shy, avoided Lu Fang's gaze and lowered her head as she spoke. Only what? We can only make the rice cooked. Wu Qingyun murmured, fidgeting with the hem of her garment, glancing shyly at Lu Fang. Lu Fang. What the hell? Make the rice cooked? Lu Fang never imagined that this girl would come up with such an idea. Are you kidding me? Until today, we have barely met more than a handful of times. Are all the girls in this world so wild? This is truly unbearable. What a calamity. Looking at Wu Qingyun, who had buried her head low, Lu Fang couldn't help but sigh inwardly again that no, this cannot continue. Qingyun, this absolutely won't do. Putting aside whether your master would let me off upon discovering this, I cannot accept it myself. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyun lifted her head to gaze at him. About to speak, but Lu Fang preempted her, continuing earnestly. Qingyun, you are so talented. Having just established your foundation, once you enter the inner sect, it won't be long before you become a core disciple of the five poison sect. Perhaps even a disciple of inheritance. Your future is bright. Whereas I am merely a lowly outer disciple with little cultivation, I truly do not deserve you. Chapter 9. The Foundation Establishment Agreement. Wu Qingyun, hearing his words, quickly replied, Lu Lang, you must not speak like that. I will not allow you to belittle yourself. Lu Lang, rest assured, I will find a way. I will help you establish your foundation soon. Lu Fang grew a bit anxious, directly placing his hands on Wu Qingyun's shoulders. Qingyun, you are still young. There are some things you do not understand. To love someone is to hope for their better future. You hope for me to be better in the future, right? Of course I do. Wu Qingyun nodded and then said softly, but you are not that old either. You look even a bit younger than me. I had forgotten. I am only around 16 years old. But I have experienced more than you, right? Lu Fang continued. What I mean is I also hope for you to be better in the future. But look, if you are with me, your master will definitely be displeased. If she is displeased, she will naturally be angry with you. And if she is angry with you, what if she does not teach you properly? Isn't that so? Continuing like this will surely affect your cultivation, seeing that she seemed to be taking it in. Lu Fang continued. Moreover, if I really were to be with you, how would the other disciples of the sect view me? Would they not gossip about me? Would they not see me as someone living off you? Qingyun, I am a man. Such words would put immense pressure on me. I would feel very unsettled. And how could I focus on my cultivation then? Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyun glared at the outside, saying, I will make sure no one dares. Who would dare to gossip? Just tell me, and I will not let them go. Alas, I had completely forgotten. This is indeed a ruthless character. A chill ran down Lu Fang's spine as he thought, but so many in the sect witnessed it. We certainly cannot kill them all. Can we? Wu Qingyun seemed to ponder seriously for a moment, then shook her head resolutely. That won't do. If I did that, I would no longer be able to stay in the sect. And I cannot bear to part with my master. Truly, she is the disciple of the poison bodhisattva. She is so daring. Lu Fang marveled, just as Wu Qingyun grasped his hand and playfully shook it. Then what do you suggest? Lu Lang, I have promised you, and you mustn't let me down. Her face, marred with sores, trembled in unison that Lu Fang steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he withdrew his hand, grasped her shoulders firmly, and said earnestly, How could I ever let you down? Qingyun, do you not understand my feelings for you? It's just that the gap between us is indeed quite vast, which is why I have never expressed my feelings to you until now. As long as I can continue to watch you from a distance, even if just for a fleeting glance, I would be utterly content, truly. Wu Qingyun's eyes sparkled with emotion as she hastily replied, Lu Lang, I understand, but you do not understand. Lu Fang exclaimed almost hysterically. You cannot fathom. Were it not for the injury on your face, I would not have gone to such lengths to approach you 2 months ago. I was terrified. I feared that upon seeing you, I would lose control, would be unable to restrain my feelings, and disturb you. Yet, I held back. I never anticipated that the notes I took for studying your condition would alert the enforcers, who then regarded me as a spy. Had they not cornered me today, Qingyun, I would have kept my feelings for you buried deep within, continuing to watch you from afar as I always have. Wu Qingyun, deeply moved, gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Lu Lang, I know, truly, you have suffered. Then, clenching her silver teeth, she declared, Rest assured, I shall not let Kong Liang and the others go. I will deal with them shortly. Lu Fang hurriedly interjected. No need, Qingyun. I do not blame them. In fact, I am somewhat grateful to them. If they had not pressured me, how would I have dared to express my feelings to you? How would we have come to feel so close to one another? Lu Fang was reluctant to stir further trouble. If Wu Qingyun sought revenge against the enforcers, given her temperament, it would undoubtedly escalate, that if matters grew larger, he would inevitably be dragged back into the fray. Let us not forget his background is far from clean. He is, in fact, an undercover agent sent by the Blood Demon sect. He felt a twinge of fear. This time, it nearly cost him his life. Having narrowly escaped death, he now faced such considerable trouble. You are right, Lu Lang. Let us spare them for now. Wu Qingyun nodded that a sigh of relief escaped Lu Fang as he once again held her shoulders tenderly. Qingyun, what I mean is perhaps we should take a step back and allow our feelings for one another to settle for the time being. Once I establish my foundation, we can be together openly, and then I shall personally approach your master to propose to her, asking her to preside over our wedding ceremony. Once you establish your foundation, Wu Qingyun appeared anxious. Lu Lang, with your current cultivation level, that might take many years, wouldn't it? Many years? Surely, you overestimate me. Lu Fang feigned indignation. What, Qingyun, do you not believe in me? If you cannot wait that long, then perhaps you should forget about me. Lu Lang, I can wait. Years, even decades, I can endure. Wu Qingyun grasped his hand in haste. Lu Fang's heart, once suspended, finally settled as he withdrew his hand from hers. That is more like it. Qingyun, it is better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Let us part ways now. I must return to my training and strive to establish my foundation as soon as possible. Only then did Lu Fang rise from the bed and turn to her, saying, Lu Lang, must you leave now? Aye. Wu Qingyun reached out her hand, reluctant to let him go. Time waits for no one. Qingyun, the sooner I return to my training, the sooner we could be together openly. Lu Fang gazed at her with deep affection, speaking with a melodious tone. If love endures through time, what does it matter if it is day or night? Qingyun, await me, for the day I establish my foundation will be the day our union is celebrated. With that, he turned on his heel and strode out of the room without a backward glance. If love endures through time, what does it matter if it is day or night? The day I establish my foundation will be the day our union is celebrated. Left behind, Wu Qingyun sat on the bed, dazedly repeating these phrases to as she recited. Tears began to flow, feeling as though her heart was melting. Lu Fang exited the door, gazing at the darkening sky, exhaling a long sigh. Finally, this matter has been resolved. Indeed, in Lu Fang's perspective, it was resolved just like that. He had no desire to remain an undercover agent for the Blood Demon sect. He had not been brainwashed, and the risks were far too great. One misstep could lead to death. He had no intention of remaining with the Five Poison sect. It was too perilous, not to mention within 2 days. Wu Qingyun's master, the poison bodhisattva, Wu Qian, would return. She would undoubtedly learn of the events that transpired in the square and would certainly grow suspicious of him. Unlike Wu Qingyun, she would not be so easily fooled. Should she uncover anything, it would spell his doom. Thus, he planned to return, gather some useful items, and prepare to flee under the cover of darkness, that as for the agreement to establish a foundation. that was merely a ruse for his escape. Of course, he felt a twinge of reluctance regarding Wu Qingyun. It pained him to hurt this girl, despite her face being marred with sores, yet possessing such a pure heart. But what choice did he have? In the face of life and death, did he have any options? He could only consider it a lesson in emotional maturity for her, which would hasten her development in matters of the heart. After all, how many young women become wise after encountering one or two scoundrels? With this line of thought, Lu Fang's sense of guilt diminished significantly, and his steps towards his residence became lighter. However, upon returning home and closing the door, before he could even begin to pack his belongings, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Chapter 10. A visitor from the Blood Shadow Hall knock. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated. Lu Fang felt puzzled. The sky had darkened. Who could it be at this hour? Wu Qingyun. Surely not, as he had just parted ways with her. The enforcers, that seemed unlikely, with Li Xian's scheming presence among them. They would not be so foolish as to seek him out at this time. Who then could it be? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted. After some contemplation, Lu Fang decided to open the door. In a swift motion, a figure slipped inside. Lu Fang did not recognize this individual and was about to inquire when the stranger spoke first, lowering his voice. The blood stains the heavens. The law knows no bounds. Lu Fang's heart sank. This was the first half of the Blood Demon Sect's secret code. This person was undoubtedly a spy for the Blood Demon Sect. What to do? The Blood Demon Sect had come knocking at this moment. Damn it. In over 5 years since entering the sect, no one had ever sought him out. Since this individual approached him with such confidence, it was clear he was aware of Lu Fang's background. Lu Fang swiftly closed the door, taking a moment to scrutinize the newcomer by the flickering candlelight on the table. The individual appeared to be in his 20s, dressed in the garb of an outer disciple. Lu Fang silently cursed his luck and replied in a hushed tone. The demonic heart endures. The great path reveals itself. The stranger nodded in satisfaction and feigned concern as he asked, Lu Shitty. You've had a rough time. How is your injury? It is nothing serious. May I ask who this senior is? Lu Fang inquired. Although his previous self had been an undercover agent, he had only kept tabs on a few outer disciples with significant cultivation. With over 300 outer disciples, opportunities for interaction were limited. It was impossible for him to know them all. The newcomer offered a slight bow of apology. I forgot to introduce myself first. My name is Chun Song. Then, lowering his voice, he continued, I was sent by the Blood Shadow Hall 10 years ago to infiltrate the Five Poison Sect. Following that, he added, Lu Shitty, you are impressive. To have turned the situation around today is truly commendable. It seems our faction is on the rise. The Blood Shadow Hall? Lu Fang paused momentarily, recalling that his former self had indeed been sent by the Blood Shadow Hall. The Blood Shadow Hall was a covert organization established by the Blood Demon Sect, dedicated to gathering intelligence. Where? It appears that Chen Shixiang, this was a decision born of necessity. Lu Fang replied, cupping his hands to the faction. It seems the Blood Demon Sect harbored grand ambitions. Now, suddenly, a Chen Song, who has been lurking for over a decade, appears. Does this imply there are others from the Blood Shadow Hall within the Five Poison Sect? What could be his purpose in coming here now? This plan is brilliant. It not only absolves you of the traitor's label, but also earns you Wu Qingyun's favor. Wu Qingyun has already succeeded in establishing her foundation and will soon enter the inner sect. With her talent, it won't be long before she becomes a crucial figure within the Five Poison Sect. Chen Song sighed and continued. However, Junior Brother Lu, you have been rather careless. Such an important matter. How could it be discovered by the enforcement team? By the time I received the news, Junior Brother Lu, you had already been taken to the front hall square. Seeing you injured like that, I was genuinely anxious. Yet in the midst of so many eyes, I had little recourse. Fortunately, Junior Brother Lu is astute and devised a plan that allowed you to narrowly escape a calamity, which is truly commendable. Lu Fang directly inquired, Senior Brother Chen, you flatter me. Your sudden appearance is not merely to praise me, is it? Your cleverness indeed impresses me, but my purpose here is, Chen Song said with an air of mystery, pointing upwards and then whispered, there is a new task assigned to you from above. They are aware of your injuries and fear you may find it inconvenient to receive instructions in Mongjiang tomorrow. So, they sent me to meet with you. As an undercover agent, it was natural to relay information. Every 3 months on the 9th day, the previous identity would emerge from the sect. Information gathered would be placed in a bamboo tube and cast into Mongjiang. And should the Blood Shadow Hall issue new directives, a unique mark would be left by the riverside. However, in all these years, the previous identity had never received new tasks. Calculating the time, tomorrow happened to be the 9th. Precisely 3 months since the last transmission, and oh wonder the previous identity had written down Wu Qingyun's information a couple of days, AG, but Liu Fang had not had the time to ponder these matters earlier. For he truly did not care. He had been planning to flee. Were it not for Qinsong's arrival, he would have already left the sect. Nevertheless, Qinsong had been in the sect for over a decade. It seemed unwise to confront him. Better to keep him calm and then seek an opportunity to escape. Within moments, Liu Fang made his decision and feigned surprise, saying, "A new task. Come, Senior Brother Chen, please sit down and tell me more." He gestured Qinsong to the table and shifted the remaining 2 stools closer. After Qinsong sat down, he took a seat beside him. "This is all the doing of the enforcement team, isn't it? Damn it, if it weren't for my inability to best Kong Liang, I would have sought revenge for Junior Brother." Qinsong looked around the disarray in the room, expressing his indignation. Just listen to yourself. What you said is tantamount to saying nothing. Senior Brother Chen, you are noble. Liu Fang did not expose him, clasping his fists in a mock bow. "I truly apologize for the disarray. I had yet to tidy up. Please share the task with me first." "Do not fret, Junior Brother, there is still ample time," Qinsong said as he wiped the dust from the tabletop. "What ample time? Hurry up and speak. Once you finish, be on your way. I need to escape." Liu Fang could not help but mentally scoff that he then heard Qinsong say, "I must admit, when that scoundrel Kong Liang asked if anyone in the audience had accomplices, I thought of an idea. The shout of Zhang Depo earlier was my doing. I intended to stir chaos at the assembly, hoping to find an opportunity to rescue you, but I did not foresee that Kong Liang's reputation was too formidable. It wasn't long before he regained control." No wonder Qinsong's voice sounded somewhat familiar. It was he. Liu Fang recalled that after Kong Liang posed 3 questions, a voice from the crowd had caused a stir, seemingly accusing a cheating gambler of being his accomplice, which led many to begin wildly speculating. However, it was of little consequence. The commotion was quelled swiftly before it could escalate. But why was Qinsong suddenly bringing this up? Was he seeking credit? No, regardless of whether from the 5 Poison sect or the Blood Demon sect. He was considered an elder brother. What credit was he seeking from me? Liu Fang felt puzzled but still clasped his fists and said, "Senior Brother Chen, your nobility is commendable. I know you have done your utmost for me." Qinsong patted Liu Fang's arm, smiling humbly. "Oh, not at all. It was my duty that I could not assist you in any significant way." Though he spoke thus, what did his demeanor as a senior imply? He had not helped in any significant capacity. Liu Fang nearly rolled his eyes at him, but chose not to engage further. Instead, he directly asked, "Senior Brother Chen, do these matters relate to the new task?" Chapter 11. Blood God's Son. They are indeed related. How could they not be? Qinsong replied with an air of certainty. "Junior Brother Liu, you may not know, but after Wu Qingyun took you away, I immediately reported the events at the square to those above. They were quite pleased with you. Hence, they have given you a new task." "What task?" Liu Fang asked urgently. "The task can wait, Junior Brother. First, tell me you returned from Wu Qingyun's side, correct?" Qinsong waved his hand, inquiring, "Damn it, why is this person so tedious? Does it mean you don't need to escape?" Liu Fang could only nod. "Yes, I returned not long before you knocked." "And how has your relationship with Wu Qingyun developed?" Qinsong continued to ask. After posing this question, he began to analyze on his own. "After you said that speech at the square, it was quite remarkable. Many female disciples were nearly beside themselves. Wu Qingyun seems to care for you greatly. After you fainted, she wasted no time and directly carried you away, causing envy among many female disciples. Junior Brother Liu, how far have you two progressed? Why do you care? You are a grown man. Why so gossipy? No, wait. Could it be that this new task is aimed at Wu Qingyun? Regardless, I shall just deflect Chen Song for now. Our relationship is fine. What is this new task? Lu Fang asked. What do you mean by fine? Junior brother Lu, this is crucial for the new task. You must tell me how far you have progressed. Chen Song asked, somewhat anxiously, that he extended 2 fingers, somewhat lewdly tapping them together. Do you have this? Lu Fang understood his implication and retorted, No. Damn it. I have to be able to say that. Chen Song expressed some regret. Then you must at least have held hands, right? No. Lu Fang was growing impatient. Why is this person so lewd? Then you must have had some physical contact, right? Chen Song asked, still unwilling to relent. No. Lu Fang said sternly, visibly displeased. Senior brother Chen, if you do not discuss the task, I shall ask you to leave. My injuries have yet to heal, and I doubt you wish for me to faint again. Do you? Of course not. Junior brother Lu, please do not be angry. I am merely concerned for you. Chen Song quickly added, noticing Lu Fang's impatience. I shall tell you right away. Ahem ahem. Chen Song cleared his throat, shedding his previous lewd demeanor, and spoke. Hereby, disciple Lu Fang of the Blood Shadow Hall, for his diligent service to our hall, has risked perilous situations without revealing our secrets, exhibiting unparalleled cleverness, and has calmly extricated himself from danger. Truly a model disciple of our hall. Awarding him 1 yuan dan. He is promoted to the outer sect leader of the 5 Poison sect, overseeing the affairs of the outer sect. This semi-formal proclamation was clear to Lu Fang. However, there was no task mentioned within. Just as Lu Fang was about to inquire further, Chen Song took out a small porcelain bottle from his breast pocket, saying, Do not rush, junior brother Lu, the task comes later. First. Take this. Handing the porcelain bottle to Lu Fang, Chen Song continued reciting, Order. Lu Fang is to seek opportunities to approach Wu Qingyun and gather all intelligence regarding her master, the poison bodhisattva Wu Qingyun. This task is quite arduous. Considering your low cultivation, I grant you 1 ling yuan fruit. After finishing, Chen Song produced a green fruit from his pocket and handed it to Lu Fang. Lu Fang took the fruit, inspecting it was about the size of an apple, with a green luminescence swirling within, exuding a fragrant aroma, clearly not an ordinary item. That seemed promising. However, you expect me, an outer sect disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refining, to gather intelligence on a peak master. Isn't that a bit excessive? Nevertheless, Lu Fang had no inclination to voice his grievances, as it did not pertain to him. He did not truly wish to remain as an undercover agent. What of being the outer sect leader? No matter how many rewards there were, he was still a spy walking on the edge of a blade. A slight misstep could lead to death. If his life was gone, what use were rewards? He was not like the previous identity, who had been thoroughly brainwashed. Congratulations, 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 junior brother Lu, on becoming the outer sect leader, achieving promotion in just over 5 years. This is unprecedented in our Blood Shadow Hall. Chen Song praised with a beaming expression. Lu Fang nodded nonchalantly, then gestured towards the door, saying, Has senior brother Chen finished discussing the task? If so, I must ask you to leave. Kenson, what? Does senior brother Chen wish for me to escort you? Lu Fang said coldly. He genuinely did not want to linger with this person any longer. He was just an old hand. Previously, when he was in peril, he had not appeared. True, he called out a few times, but what good did that do? Not to mention causing chaos at the assembly. Even if he had, could he have had the chance to save himself? If the square descended into chaos, he would likely be the first to perish. Kong Liang would probably use him as an example to intimidate the crowd. Chen Song, clearly did not regard his own life with any seriousness. As for why Lu Fang now dared to treat him with such indifference. He is currently the overseer of the outer sect of the 5 Poison sect. All the undercover agents from the Blood Shadow Hall within the outer sect are under his command, including the Chen Song before him. Of course, he is unaware if there are any other infiltrators within the outer sect he does not wish to know. He merely seeks to dismiss Chen Song and prepare to flee. No, there's no need. There's just one more thing I haven't finished discussing with junior brother Lu. Chen Song was somewhat bewildered. How could this person change his demeanor so abruptly? What is it? Speak quickly. Lu Fang replied impatiently. It's nothing of great importance, just a reminder for junior brother Lu. The blood god seed within you has been dormant for 5 years, and it is likely to manifest soon. At that time, you may experience some pain in your chest and a sense of weakness, but fret not. Consuming some essence blood from demonic beasts or taking some restorative pills or herbs should suffice to restore your vitality. Chen Song hastily stood up and said, "Blood god seed? What is this blood god seed?" Lu Fang was greatly astonished. Memories of his past life regarding the Blood Shadow Hall flashed through his mind, yet he found no information concerning the blood god seed. Panic began to set in. The name Blood God Seed was ominous at first glance. "Junior brother Lu, you are unaware?" Chen Song, noticing the change in Lu Fang's expression, was equally astonished. "This is unexpected. Disciples from the Blood Shadow Hall are always implanted with a Blood God Seed before entering other sections. Have you forgotten, Junior brother Lu?" His demeanor did not appear to be feigned. Now it was Lu Fang's turn to be perplexed. Suddenly, he recalled an incident that occurred the day before he entered the Five Poisons sect. 5 or 6 years ago, the masked leader of the Blood Shadow Hall had approached his past self and spoken a few words. The specifics of the conversation were trivial, merely platitudes like, "You are the most exceptional among this group of disciples. I have great expectations for you, and you will make significant contributions to the sect in the future." Lu Fang naturally understood these were mere brainwashing tactics. However, what was critical was that the leader had patted his past self on the left shoulder. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, followed by a surge of warmth flowing directly to his heart. Chapter 12. The Misfortunes of the Past Self, ironically. The past self believed he was genuinely esteemed by the leader. He was quite exhilarated at the time and thought it was merely the leader's excessive strength in the pad, showing no concern whatsoever. He recalled how, more than 10 days prior, he had suddenly experienced a bout of weakness and discomfort in his chest. He had assumed it was due to handling toxic substances for Wu Qingyun, resulting in a depletion of his vital energy. Little did he know it was the manifestation of the blood god seed. What was he to do? Lu Fang felt a surge of fear. No wonder the Blood Demon sect had not sought out his past self in 5 years, that he previously thought it was their overconfidence in their brainwashing strategies that led to a lack of countermeasures. He had even been secretly relieved, believing that leaving the Five Poisons sect would allow for an easy escape. He never anticipated they had left such a contingency. "Junior brother Chun," Lu Fang also stood up and said, "I will take my leave now. I won't disturb junior brother Lu's rest any longer." Chun Song hurriedly replied, turning to exit the room. "Wait, it is still early. Junior brother Chun, please sit for a while longer." Lu Fang hastily interjected, "Chun Song, you were the one eager to hasten my departure, yet now you request me to stay." Lu Fang stepped forward, grasping Chun Song's arm, saying, "Junior brother Chun, I was merely fatigued earlier, but I feel more energized now. After some thought, I believe it best to clarify the matters regarding our Blood Shadow Hall here before resting. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to relax. Come, let us sit a while longer," Lu Fang said, pulling Chen Song back to the table. "So that's how it is. Perhaps, should junior brother rest first? I can return tomorrow evening to report to you. You've had a long day and have also sustained injuries." Chen Song, having just taken a seat, stood up again and said, "No worries. Junior brother Chen, may I ask how many members of our hall are currently under your oversight in the outer sect?" Lu Fang inquired directly. "Yes. However, I have not made any notable achievements over the years, so the higher-ups have replaced me, assigning me to assist you in resuming your leadership over the outer sect of the Five Poisons sect." Chen Song replied, "Li van know that." Continuing, "Then please tell me, how many disciples from our Blood Shadow Hall are there in the outer sect? Including you and me, there are 5 disciples remaining in the outer sect." Chun Song responded, "5 disciples?" Lu Fang pondered for a moment. That was quite a number. He had not anticipated that aside from themselves, there were still 3 others among the outer sect disciples. "So that means they all must heed my commands, correct?" Lu Fang asked. "Indeed. That is correct." Chun Song clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Please, take a seat." Lu Fang gestured to the chair. "Junior brother Lu, you appear unwell. Perhaps you should rest?" Chen Song observed Lu Fang with concern. Could Lu Fang's complexion improve? He initially thought he could escape immediately, but the blood god seed within him compelled him to remain. I said sit, I still have matters to discuss with you. Lu Fang insisted. Very well. Junior brother Lu, please proceed. Chen Song reluctantly sat back down. Do the other three know your true identity? Only one is aware. His name is Zhang Zishan, nicknamed Zhang de Peo, who arrived here 2 years after me. Zhang de Peo? No wonder. He was the one who collaborated with you in the plaza earlier, right? Junior brother Lu, you are astute. That is indeed him. Then why does he know your identity while the other two, including myself, were unaware of your existence until today? Junior brother Lu, it is not that I intended to conceal this. There are regulations that prevent me from interacting with disciples who have not completed 5 years unless absolutely necessary. Why the 5-year stipulation? As you know, Junior brother Lu, the fewer individuals who know our true identities, the better. Our line of work is not suited for just anyone. At this point, Chen Song seemed to take some pride in his words, adding, although we receive some training before entering the sect, some individuals are inherently unsuitable for this role, and it takes time to reveal that. Moreover, after 5 years, the blood god seed will manifest, and if not properly addressed, the second manifestation may pose a life-threatening risk, which would be a terrible waste of a disciple. You mentioned the manifestation of the blood god seed could be life-threatening. Lu Fang's countenance changed dramatically. How close he had come to escaping. Indeed, you were unaware. After 5 years, the blood god seed will manifest, and once it does, it will draw blood from the heart. The first occurrence is manageable, as it absorbs only a little blood. Replenishing energy usually mitigates risks. However, during the second occurrence, it absorbs significantly more, and if timely replenishment is not provided, it could indeed be life-threatening. Chen Song stated matter-of-factly. Then why the hell didn't you tell me sooner? I've been in the sect for 5.5 years. Don't tell me you were unaware. If Lu Fang hadn't known he couldn't best Chen Song, he would have kicked him. Junior brother Lu, please don't be angry. I simply forgot about the blood god seed. Chen Song hurriedly explained. He felt somewhat wronged that he never imagined someone could forget such a perilous matter. He never thought that the original Lu Fang had never taken it seriously. 5 years have long passed. You should have come to find me by now. Lu Fang retorted, still irked. This, Chen Song hesitated at a loss for words. Speak. Why didn't you come to find me sooner? Lu Fang glared at him. Junior brother Lu, your messages every 3 months along the Mongjiang River were actually collected by me downstream. Over these 5 years, while you have transmitted numerous techniques, they were largely inconsequential. Well, Junior brother Lu, you understand now, right? Upon some thought, Lu Fang grasped the implication. These techniques were of no significance to Chen Song. Indeed, the techniques accessible to his past self were equally attainable by Chen Song. How infuriating! It turns out Chen Song considered him unsuitable for this line of work, fearing that contact with him would pose risks. Who could he turn to for justice? The unfortunate past self had exhausted every effort to gather those techniques, only to realize recently that they likely held little importance to the blood demon sect. Just as he turned his focus to gathering intelligence on Wu Qingyun, he had the misfortune of encountering that scoundrel Zhang Xing. Why didn't you inform me earlier that those techniques were useless? Lu Fang retorted, though he understood that it was indeed difficult to blame Chen Song. Chen Song, with a serious expression, stated, Junior brother Lu, you should know that the information a newly initiated disciple can gather, and their willingness to collect such information is also a test for them. This is something you, as the overseer of the outer sect, must understand. Furthermore, given the blood demon sect's stance towards the 5-poison sect, no disciple would genuinely believe that in such a vast 5-poison sect, they alone are responsible for gathering intelligence for the sect, right? Our hall sends new recruits into the 5-poison sect every year. Chen Song was indirectly criticizing him. Chapter 13. The blood pool. This scoundrel speaks in such convoluted terms. Given the tumultuous relationship between the blood demon sect and the 5-poison sect, it was apparent that the Blood Shadow Hall would not send merely one disciple as an undercover agent. In such an obvious situation, the past self was still fervently collecting techniques accessible to outer sect disciples, stubbornly persisting for 5 years. Was this not sheer foolishness? Lu Fang himself recognized that the past self genuinely held this belief. He believed that the Blood Demon sect relied solely on him to gather intelligence within the Five Poisons sect. Therefore, even when he realized that he had been exposed, no matter how the enforcement team assaulted him, he remained silent, not uttering a single word until he was ultimately kicked to death by Kong Liang. Lu Fang was at a loss on how to assess his predecessor. After some contemplation, he decided not to hold it against Chen Song and directly inquired, "What is the matter with this blood godchild?" The blood godchild. Chen Song paused momentarily before asking, "Have you truly forgotten? Junior brother Lu? Enough with the pointless chatter. Quickly, divulge all that you know." Lu Fang urged anxiously that it was impossible not to be anxious. This matter was life-threatening. Chen Song hastily replied, Yes, I don't know much about the blood godchild either. All I know is that every person who leaves the Blood Shadow Hall will have a blood godchild implanted by the Hall Master. Once the blood godchild is implanted, it typically manifests for the first time after 5 years, then about a year later it manifests again, and subsequently, the intervals between manifestations grow shorter. Lu Fang frowned deeply upon hearing this and asked, "What symptoms accompany the manifestation?" Chen Song explained, "Due to the blood godchild drawing upon one's heart's blood, individuals may experience some weakness and a slight pain in the chest. Timely supplementation with ordinary beast essence blood or medicinal pills and herbs to replenish vitality can provide rapid relief. Naturally, the more frequently it manifests, the greater the need for replenishment. These vitality-restoring pills are exceedingly valuable, so we usually resort to drinking beast essence blood for supplementation. Once the manifestations occur, approximately once a month, one must return to the sect. It is said that after soaking in the blood pool there, one must wait another 5 years for it to manifest again." When he mentioned returning to the sect, he was, of course, referring to the Blood Demon sect. "Have you soaked in the blood pool upon your return?" Lu Fang inquired. Chen Song replied, "Not yet, but I'm getting close, that I'm nearing a point where it manifests roughly every 2 months. And each manifestation requires a significant amount of beast essence blood to alleviate. If it weren't for the occasional rewards from above, I wouldn't know how to cope." As Lu Fang listened to Chen Song, he pressed his hand against his chest, delving into his thoughts. Noticing that Lu Fang seemed to be searching for the blood godchild, Chen Song added, "Junior brother Lu, we cannot perceive it now unless we successfully establish our foundation and cultivate our spiritual awareness for introspection." Lu Fang ignored him, continuing to feel intently. Chen Song, now somewhat excited, remarked, "In 2 months, I should be able to return. After soaking in the blood pool, I will surely break through to the 7th level. No, perhaps even the 8th. Can soaking in the blood pool increase one's cultivation?" "Who told you that?" Lu Fang opened his eyes and asked. "Naturally, it comes from above." Chen Song gestured upwards and said, "Junior brother Lu, you need to find a way to develop your relationship with Wu Qingyun more swiftly. If you need any assistance, just let me know." "Let us set that aside for now." Lu Fang pondered for a moment and waved his hand. "I ask you, do disciples enter the sect every year? Why then are there only 5 of us remaining in the outer sect? Some disciples are simply unsuitable for our line of work," Chen Song said nonchalantly. Without needing to ask, Lu Fang already knew the fate of these individuals. The people of the Blood Demon sect were no innocents, based on the memories of his predecessor in the Blood Shadow Hall. The members of the Blood Demon sect were far worse than those of the Five Poisons sect. After all, with blood and demon in their name, how could they be virtuous? There are also some disciples who were killed by Kong Liang and his enforcement team, Chen Song continued. Lu Fang asked, "Kong Liang, did they all expose themselves like I did?" "Not necessarily. Very few are directly exposed. Our methods of relaying messages are quite discreet." At this, Chen Song regarded Lu Fang with a peculiar expression and remarked, "There has never been anyone like you, Junior brother Lu, and you survived under such dire circumstances, completely clearing yourself of any suspicions of being a spy. Junior brother Lu, how did you come up with such a strategy? If I didn't know your background, I would have almost believed it." "It was merely out of desperation, brother Chen. Allow me to remind you that I have been persistently enamored with Sister Wu," Lu Fang replied with a serious expression. Now that he was unable to extricate himself in the short term, he naturally had to reconsider matters concerning Wu Qingyun. Their situation had likely already spread before others acted on their intentions. They would likely hesitate that it was reasonable to assume that he had been promoted to the outer sect leader because the Blood Shadow Hall recognized his connection with Wu Qingyun. Chen Song appeared momentarily stunned. If one cannot deceive oneself, how can one deceive others? Lu Fang countered. Oh! Chen Song's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and he exclaimed, "Indeed, no wonder junior brother Lu performed so convincingly before." Lu Fang waved his hand and said, "Let us not dwell on that. You previously mentioned that very few of our people are directly exposed. Haven't we been operating here for many years? Why are there only so few of us left now? As for the outer sect of the Five Poisons sect, you know well, junior brother Lu, that aside from a few who are unsuitable for our line of work, some have simply met with misfortune, dying from poisonous substances or perishing at the hands of beasts during excursions, or even being betrayed and killed by other disciples that, of course, the majority have died at the hands of the enforcement team." As he spoke, Chen Song counted on his fingers. Upon hearing this, Lu Fang could comprehend. Surviving as an ordinary disciple in the Five Poison sect was no easy feat, especially after reaching the third level of Qi refinement, with various sect tasks to complete. Feeding poisonous creatures to Wu Qingyun was merely one of these tasks. One should not assume that caring for poisonous creatures was an easy endeavor. Being bitten and poisoned was a common occurrence for those unfamiliar with the characteristics of various poisons. His predecessor had undertaken considerable preparations to get closer to Wu Qingyun. The enforcement team? Didn't you say they hardly reveal themselves? If they don't expose us, how did they manage to kill so many of us? Lu Fang continued to question. The enforcement team never required evidence to act. Had it not been for that incident 2 months ago, junior brother Lu, you likely wouldn't have made it to the square before they eliminated you, Chen Song explained. That incident 2 months ago, Lu Fang ruminated briefly that he vaguely recalled a disciple's death in a sect like the Five Poisons sect. The death of a disciple was commonplace, and his predecessor had not paid much attention, as he had been preoccupied with how to approach Wu Qingyun. However, he later heard that the matter had escalated significantly, provoking considerable discontent among the disciples. Ultimately, it was the Hall Master who intervened, reprimanding the enforcement team to quell the unrest. Of course, the uproar surrounding that incident was partly due to my behind-the-scenes incitement. Should there be another death in the outer sect, the enforcement team must provide an explanation to the Hall Master. Chen Song added with a hint of pride that Lu Fang chose to ignore Chen Song's self-aggrandizing remarks and continued to inquire, given the enforcement team's immense power, have we never considered infiltrating them? Chapter 14. Crucial Intelligence. Of course we have considered it. Chen Song quickly responded, then sighed. But it's unfeasible that we cannot pass the Hall Master's hard inquiry. Several of our people have died in the process, which has dissuaded us from this notion. The Hall Master's hard inquiry. What does that mean? Lu Fang asked. To join the enforcement team, one must enter the front hall and obtain the Hall Master's approval, Chen Song explained. He then looked at Lu Fang and asked, Junior brother Lu, you've been in this sect for over 5 years. How many times have you encountered the Hall Master? Lu Fang contemplated and realized it was indeed true. His predecessor had only seen the Hall Master 3 times in total. Once upon entering the sect, and then during the quinquennial Five Poisons Conference twice, that he only knew that the Hall Master appeared somewhat disheveled. But beyond that, he knew nothing more. Seeing Lu Fang deep in thought, Chen Song continued, aside from the annual admission of new disciples and the Five Poisons Conference, the Hall Master rarely makes an appearance. However, every new member of the enforcement team must undergo a test before him. And what does this test entail? Lu Fang asked. I do not know. Chen Song shook his head. None of our people have returned alive after entering the front hall. How then do you know about the Hall Master's hard inquiry? It's information provided from above, which also mentioned that our cultivation levels are too low to withstand the Hall Master's questioning, advising us to abandon such thoughts in the future. Too low in cultivation? Then that settles it. Lu Fang pondered for a moment and asked, how long have the other 2 who are unaware of our existence been in the sect? One has been here for less than a year, and the other for 3 years. What is your current cultivation level compared to Zhang de Peo? I'm at the 6th level of Qi refinement, while Jean de Peo is at the 5th. How do you relay messages? The two of them, just like you did before, use bamboo tubes by the banks of the Mang River, though the time and place have slightly changed that we can meet directly with Jean de Peo. Outsiders are aware that we share some connections. And how does communication occur from above? Chun Song appeared to hesitate, saying, Junior Brother Lu, this. What, didn't you say you would handle all matters concerning the outer sect? Lu Fang replied, somewhat displeased. Indeed, it is to have you take charge of the outer gate. However, Junior Brother Lu, you have only just assumed this position. Seemingly apprehensive that Lu Fang might be displeased, Chun Song tentatively continued. How about this, Junior Brother Lu? Why not first take charge of those two junior brothers and practice gathering the intelligence they have obtained? This implied that the higher-ups were not entirely reassured about me, which was understandable given the unreliable nature of my predecessor. Forget it, you shall continue to handle this matter. Lu Fang contemplated for a moment before adding, so, it appears that the only individuals I can rely on at present are you and Jean de Peo. Indeed. However, should any urgent situation arise, I will seek assistance from above, Chun Song replied earnestly. Junior Brother Lu, our primary task now is for you to forge a good relationship with Wu Qingyun as swiftly as possible. Ideally, you should secure her completely. Only in this way can we gather information regarding her master. Secure her. How does one do that? It sounds easy enough. Why don't you give it a try? Lu Fang retorted. No. Chun Song shook his head vigorously, as the image of Wu Qingyun's pockmarked face flashed in his mind. It is best that you handle it, Junior Brother Lu. I am not up to the task. I have yet to reach your level of being able to deceive even myself. It is indeed challenging. Lu Fang sighed. She will soon enter the inner door, and after that, it will be difficult for me to even meet her. Chun Song responded. Entering the inner door may not be an easy feat for us. But didn't she mention that she would come looking for you? Brother Chun, do you truly believe she has taken a liking to me? Lu Fang inquired. Chun Song was shocked. Isn't it so? In front of so many people, she carried you back. Didn't you say your relationship was decent before? Surely, when you were alone together, you did not refrain from anything. Brother Chun, have you ever experienced romantic feelings? Lu Fang countered. No, certainly not. Chun Song hastily shook his head, adding, I have no thoughts in that regard. It is all for our greater purpose. Prior to today, I had barely exchanged 2 words with her. Do you think she is the type to be so casual? To drag me to bed without a word? That is utterly absurd. Lu Fang exclaimed. You spoke so passionately to her on stage. I observed that she, before Chun Song could finish, Lu Fang interjected. She was indeed moved by my words, otherwise she would not have treated my injuries. But how long can a momentary feeling last? Once she enters the inner door, after some time, she will surely forget about me. Lu Fang lamented. That seems unlikely. Right. Wu Qingyun does not appear to be a heartless person. Chun Song argued that Lu Fang waved his hand dismissively, saying, This is not a matter of being heartless or not. Brother Chun, you lack experience in romantic affairs, which makes you somewhat naive. Consider this. Her facial sores will eventually heal, correct? With her talents and her identity as the disciple of the poison bodhisattva. There be many inner disciples vying for her attention. And what are those individuals? They are all exceptionally talented disciples of the 5 Poisons sect. And I, merely an outer disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. If this were you, whom would you choose? Hiss. Chun Song gasped at the thought. Then what shall we do? Thus, I say it is difficult. Initially, I was merely trying to save my own life and never considered that I might have any involvement with her. Unexpectedly, Brother Chun, you reported so quickly, and now the task has been assigned. What am I to do? After pondering, Chun Song remarked, since the task has been issued, it cannot be easily altered. Junior Brother Lu, think carefully. Is there no better solution? We must strive, yes. After all, we still have some time. Let us aim to establish your relationship with her before she enters the inner door. Where is the time to be found? Her master will return in no more than 2 days, and when that happens, he will certainly be aware of this matter. The you think her master would permit a mere outer disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refinement to be with her? Lu Fang queried. The poison bodhisattva, will return in no more than 2 days. Did Wu Qingyun tell you this? Chen Song asked anxiously. Indeed, what of it? Lu Fang replied, puzzled. The higher-ups informed me that the poisoned bodhisattva would not return for another half-month. This will not do. I must hastily relay this information and report back. Chen Song swiftly rose, stating, Junior Brother Lu, you must think of a solution. I need to leave immediately. So urgent. Lu Fang was taken aback. Is this news truly so significant? Yes. This news is of utmost importance. Any news regarding the poisoned bodhisattva is crucial. Chen Song declared as he made his way to the door. Wait, Brother Chen, please inform the higher-ups that my cultivation is too low, and the poisoned bodhisattva would never allow me to approach Wu Qingyun. Could you possibly persuade them to assign a different task? Lu Fang stood up and hurried after him, speaking rapidly. A task reassignment is out of the question. You have only just made contact with Wu Qingyun and acquired such significant intelligence. The higher-ups will certainly not allow you to relinquish it. Chen Song paused to contemplate, then added, However, your cultivation is indeed somewhat lacking, even with the use of a Peiyuan pill and Lingyuan fruit. You can at most break through to the 4th level. Fear not, Junior Brother Lu. I will convey your difficulties to the higher-ups as well. Thank you, Brother Chen. Safe travels, Lu Fang said as he opened the door. Chen Song peeked outside, then turned back to whisper, Junior Brother Lu, for now, think of a way regarding Wu Qingyun. I shall take my leave. Chapter 15. 4th level of Qi refinement, watching Chen Song's figure fade into the night. Lu Fang promptly closed the door and hastened back inside. He climbed on his bed, sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes, immersing his spirit into the area above his heart. After a moment, he opened his eyes, feeling a sense of urgency, for he could sense the presence of the blood god seed, a fact he had not disclosed to Chen Song. That it was not merely a sensation. He could distinctly see a slightly protruding crimson deep within his heart. It resembled a creature lying atop, strikingly out of place. Of course, he had not yet formed his foundation and had not cultivated spiritual awareness. He did not even know what spiritual awareness was. Yet he could see it clearly. All he needed to do was focus his attention. This must be yet another change brought about by his transmigration. However, seeing it was of no use, he could not extract it. This entity would erupt again within a year, and with each subsequent occurrence, the intervals would grow shorter and the intensity more severe. In about 5 years, it would erupt once a month. At that point, he would be required to return to the blood demon sect's blood pool. Why must he return? It was likely because by then, the blood of beasts and medicinal pills would no longer suffice to suppress it. No wonder the blood demon sect felt secure about their spies. With this entity within him, it would be impossible to escape their control. What to do? The best course of action would naturally be to extract this thing. But he was unable to do so. Seek Wu Qingyun for assistance. That was out of the question. She was merely at the foundation establishment stage, if it were as simple as that. The blood demon sect would not be so confident. Confessing to Wu Qingyun and asking her to seek her master's help, that was even less feasible, not to mention whether it would succeed. How could he explain it to her? Would he say he was a spy for the blood demon sect, that he had fallen in love with Wu Qingyun and turned over a new leaf? No one would believe such a tale. Lu Fang himself did not believe it. Lu Fang sighed. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, he would be unable to shed this identity of an undercover agent. Rising from the bed, he tidied up the floor, observing the elongated shadow cast by the candlelight on the table. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could he not use the ability to switch shadows to make the blood god seed believe he had died? The blood god seed appeared to be a living entity. Each time it erupted, it absorbed blood energy, and it absorbed more with each occurrence. Was this not a living creature? If I am dead, it should leave, right? Without hesitation, he set to work. The candle was made from the oil of a beast, specially crafted to burn brightly for a long duration. Then he moved a stool to the bedside, placed the candle upon it, and sat facing away from the flame. The shadow formed a massive silhouette on the wall. Lu Fang quickly immersed his spirit into it, and a cold sensation enveloped him once more. And in the blink of an eye, the shadow switch was complete. He fixed his gaze on the dead version of himself on the bed. Wait a moment. Lu Fang suddenly realized he had switched shadows before, if this method were effective. The blood god seed should no longer be present. What was the use of this shadow-switching ability if it only served to feign death? Frustrated by his inability to control the shadow, even a fraction, he felt disheartened, fearing he had lingered away from his body for too long. After only a brief moment, his spirit returned to his body, leaving him slightly dizzy, likely from a lack of oxygen to his brain. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he descended from the bed and tidied up the room. Since escape was not an option, he would have to learn to live with it. After approximately 20 minutes, he disposed of all the broken and useless items in the room. Picking up a shattered mirror fragment from the floor, he glanced at his reflection. Surprisingly, his predecessor was rather handsome. Indeed, he was almost comparable to his original appearance. No wonder Wu Qingyun had wanted to consummate their relationship so hastily. With the room tidied, his spirits lifted considerably. Fang had come to a realization. Whether he was an undercover agent or not, what did it matter if he had the blood god seed within him? It would not erupt for another year. After all, for the time being, he would not perish, and besides, as long as he had something to replenish his blood energy. Replenish blood energy? Suddenly, Fang recalled the yellow essence that Wu Qingyun had gifted him previously. He quickly searched beneath his pillow and found it. Enclosed within a sandalwood box, it lay beneath the pillow. A location so easily discoverable, yet overlooked by Zhang Xing, while the crucial documents hidden within the wardrobe-esque compartment were fortuitously unearthed by him. Can you fathom the indignation upon opening the box? Nothing particularly extraordinary was revealed. Rather, a pungent aroma of medicinal herbs wafted forth. After a cursory glance, he placed it back in the wardrobe, opting not to consume it at the moment, reserving it for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, he had two other items to ingest. One was the Peiyuan pill housed in a porcelain vial, and the other, the Lingyuan fruit. He was somewhat familiar with the Peiyuan pill, having heard the previous owner mention it as a means to solidify one's cultivation. Enhancing the refinement of true essence within it was indeed a rather precious elixir. Having only heard of such pills, he had never actually encountered any. The Lingyuan fruit, however, was a mystery to him. The previous owner had never heard of it. Yet, from Chun Song's insinuations, it appeared to be intended for the enhancement of cultivation. Lifting it to his nose, he was met with a delightful fragrance to this moment. Fang recalled that since his awakening, he had only consumed a single slice of ginseng provided by Kong Liang. Despite the time that had passed, he felt no pangs of hunger. It seemed that ginseng was indeed a remarkable substance, brimming with energy even in a single slice. He resolved to procure a whole piece to savor when the opportunity arose. Although not hungry at present, the enticing aroma of the Lingyuan fruit stirred his appetite. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to consume it. After all, it was wisest to keep it within himself, lest another, perhaps a Li Xing or Wang Xing, come seeking it with a decisive bite. The fruit burst forth with sweetness, its flesh melting upon contact. Swallowing it, he immediately felt a warm current coursing through his body. Hastily, he consumed the remainder, seated cross-legged on the bed, directing his focus inward. He observed as the green energy, birthed from the fruit, gradually flowed towards his dantian, slowly transforming into true essence within the qi. After approximately half an hour, the transformation was complete, followed by a faint crackling sound emanating from within, an indication of a breakthrough. However, it appeared that the realm was somewhat unstable, the true essence within the qi still fluctuating. That Fang swiftly retrieved the porcelain vial, pouring out a Peiyuan pill and ingesting it in one swift motion. As the pill descended into his abdomen, its medicinal potency began to diffuse, soon reaching the dantian in a mere moment. The true essence within the qi stabilized, even exuding a hint more than before. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him, and he spread his palm outward. With a resounding clap, a faint green flame ignited upon his hand, reminiscent of ghostly fire. This was the unique technique of the Five Poisons sect, Five Poisons Green Flame. The greater the mastery of this technique, the more potent the flames, which would also appear increasingly verdant. Furthermore, these flames were toxic and possessed considerable heat. That was said that at advanced levels, even magical artifacts could be ignited. The hue of the flame upon his hand indicated he had undoubtedly reached the fourth layer of qi refinement. Fang contentedly retracted his true essence, watching as the green flame dissipated instantly. The Lingyuan fruit is indeed a remarkable treasure, and the Peiyuan pill as well. In such a short span, my cultivation has ascended a level truly commendable, equivalent to the arduous training of the previous owner over a year or two. I must devise a way to acquire more from Chun Song in the future. Today had been quite a tumultuous affair, and after pondering over various matters, he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 16. The silk scarf at the break of dawn the following day. Lu Fang awoke early, that he sat on the edge of his bed, engaging in meditation for a couple of hours, and sighed softly. Relying solely on the absorption of spiritual energy from the universe for cultivation was far too slow. No wonder the previous owner had exerted such effort over 5 years, barely reaching the third layer of qi refinement, that he opened his door and stepped into a small adjoining room. This was where the previous owner tended to poisonous creatures. Housing several cages containing various centipedes, venomous snakes, scorpions, spiders, and toads, all immature specimens. This was also one of the external disciples' tasks. Each year, they were required to submit 2 batches of completed poisons to the sect, failing which they would face severe penalties. The previous owner had recently submitted a batch, and this new one, just acquired from the sect, held little value, thus left outside rather than being relocated to his room. Unfortunately, this was the 5 poisoned sect, where disciples had little scruples, an insight gained from the previous owner's experiences of being robbed multiple times. Having fed all the poisonous creatures, he was about to exit when a voice called out. "Lu Lang, are you home?" The tone was quite gentle. Why had she come again? They agreed yesterday. Lu Fang stepped out to see none other than Wu Qingyun. Today, she wore a slightly form-fitting white brocade garment. Standing daintily in the courtyard, she possessed an enviable figure with all the right curves, though slightly youthful. From a distance, she could easily be mistaken for a rare beauty, of course if one disregarded her face. "Lu Lang," upon seeing Lu Fang, Wu Qingyun exclaimed joyfully, rushing toward him. The blemishes on her face jostled together. What a calamity! Lu Fang couldn't help but lament inwardly. To his astonishment, Wu Qingyun halted mid-stride, hesitatingly whispering, "Lu Lang, how did you come out from there? Were you in the restroom?" "What the hell?" Lu Fang felt a few black lines form on his forehead. It seemed this girl often spoke without thinking. He would have to be more cautious in the future. "No, I was just feeding the poisonous creatures." "Qingyun, what brings you here? Didn't we agree yesterday?" Lu Fang attempted to adopt a gentle tone. "But I missed you." Hearing that Lu Fang hadn't been in the restroom, Wu Qingyun gleefully approached, tugging at his sleeve in a playful manner. The blemishes on her face wobbled even more. This was truly unbearable. Gazing at her face, an idea struck Lu Fang. "Qingyun, please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." He dashed into the room, swiftly closing the door behind him. "Lu Lang, why won't you let me in?" Wu Qingyun stood in place, stamping her foot in annoyance. "Qingyun, just wait a moment. I'll be out shortly." Lu Fang called out, rummaging through the wardrobe to find a new robe issued by the sect, likely made of silk and of decent quality. He tore it apart and emerged holding a strip of silk scarf. "Qingyun, I truly don't know how to heal the wounds on your face. This is what I thought of after a night of contemplation." Lu Fang approached Wu Qingyun, presenting the scarf. "Lu Lang, what is this for?" Wu Qingyun asked curiously, accepting the scarf. Did she truly not know? Observing her face at such close proximity was challenging for Lu Fang, that he softly said, "Come, Qingyun, allow me to put this on you." With Wu Qingyun standing half a head taller than him, and Lu Fang hesitant to draw too close, he stood on his toes, still barely reaching her. This foolish girl had no idea to bend down slightly. "Qingyun, could you lower your head a bit?" Lu Fang finally requested. "Ditto." Wu Qingyun obediently lowered her head. Lu Fang quickly tied the scarf around her, stepping back to admire his handiwork. The transformation was remarkable. The pure white silk scarf enveloped her face, enhancing her already beautiful eyes with an air of mystery. At first glance, she resembled a captivating, enigmatic maiden of ancient times. Lu Fang internally praised his cleverness, nodding with satisfaction. "Lu Lang, is this your gift that you pondered over all night?" Wu Qingyun's eyes sparkled with delight. "Yes, do you like it, Qingyun?" Lu Fang could only nod. "Is there a mirror inside?" "Quickly, where is it? I want to see." Wu Qingyun spun around and hurried into the room. Spotting a broken mirror on the table, she snatched it and gazed at her reflection. Upon seeing herself, her eyes welled with tears, and she embraced Lu Fang tightly. Lu Lang. Her voice was akin to a kitten's soft mew, causing Lu Fang's heart to flutter in bewilderment. Wu Lu Lang. I adore it, Wu Qingyun whispered, her breath cascading against his ear, making it hard for Lu Fang to remain composed. Moreover, her presence enveloped him, her warmth and the gentle scent swirling in the air. This was truly overwhelming. Fortunately, Lu Fang was no novice. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to a nosebleed. Gently grasping her shoulders, Lu Fang pushed her back slightly. Speaking softly, Qingyun, what is the matter? Please don't cry. If there is something you wish to share, just tell me. Did you come to see me for a reason today? I'm just so happy. Lu Lang, you've been so wonderful to me. Wu Qingyun sobbed intermittently. Was it truly necessary? It was merely a piece of ragged silk. Listening to her, Lu Fang realized she must have been overwhelmed with emotions. All right, no more tears. Please don't cry, Qingyun. You'll look less beautiful with swollen eyes. Lu Fang gently patted her back, offering comfort. Wu, it's just too beautiful. Lu Lang, how did I not think of this before? I absolutely love this gift, Wu Qingyun exclaimed while wiping her nose with a handkerchief, gazing again at her reflection in the mirror. That my master only thinks to provide me with masks. But those masks are so ugly. It is inconvenient to eat while wearing them. Finally calming down, Wu Qingyun looked at her reflection with reddened eyes. Masks? It dawned on Lu Fang. He now understood why Wu Qingyun appeared so naive. Clearly, her foolish master had only thought of masks, neglecting the brilliance of a silk scarf. An image of this ludicrous scenario flashed through Lu Fang's mind, which Qingyun sat before a mirror, her face marred with sores, as her master handed her various colorful masks, one after another. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she alternated between sobbing and changing the masks. After much effort, she finally selected a more appealing one. But as she reached for a fruit, she failed to feed it to her mouth. With a sudden cry, she burst into tears once more. Chapter 17. A burdened heart. Lu Fang shook his head, attempting to dispel the images swirling in his mind, and spoke. Qingyun, as long as you are content, that's what matters. That I shall find you more exquisite fabric another day and craft a few more masks for you. Finally, Qingyun set the mirror aside and picked up a tattered garment from the table. Lu Lang, is this made from your clothing? It is indeed my clothing, but if you find it unworthy... Before Lu Fang could finish his sentence, Qingyun interjected. I do not find it unworthy. I cherish it dearly. How could I possibly disdain it? Lu Lang, please do not seek other fabrics for me. I desire only those made from your clothes. Why is that? Because this way, I can catch a whiff of your scent anytime. Qingyun exclaimed, her eyes brimming with innocence. Impressive. This young lady's rustic love declarations rival my own. Lu Fang could only reply, very well then. I shall tear another piece. No, I shall craft a spare one for you. He seized the tattered garment, ripped off another piece of cloth, and handed it to Qingyun. Lu Lang, you are truly remarkable. You've fashioned another so swiftly. I am utterly delighted. Qingyun cradled the fabric, or rather, the silk scarf, in her embrace. That this truly necessary. You lavish praise upon a mere scrap of torn cloth. Lu Fang refrained from commenting on this and asked, Qingyun, did you come here for any particular reason? I missed you. Lu Lang, I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Your words filled my heart and mind. Let me recite them to you. The mountains have trees, and the trees have branches. My heart delights in you. Yet you remain unaware. If love can endure through the ages, does it truly matter if we are together at dawn or dusk? When you successfully establish your foundation, that shall be the day we celebrate our union. After reciting, Qingyun continued, Lu Lang, you see, I remember them all. I adore these lines. Had I not feared you might be displeased, I would have sought you the moment dusk fell yesterday. Fortunate you did not come. If you had, I would have had to expose myself yet again. Lu Lang, are you happy to see me? I only managed to doze off at dawn and rushed here the moment I awoke. Qingyun approached Lu Fang, grasping his hand eagerly. Seeing her joy radiate before him, Lu Fang felt a twinge of emotion that, of course, this might have something to do with her wearing the silk scarf that Lu Fang, somewhat embarrassed, said, Qingyun, I am indeed pleased to see you. But why did you not adhere to our agreement regarding foundation establishment? How have I not adhered? Lu Lang, did you not say yesterday that I was not to seek you out? Qingyun feigned innocence. Did I not say that? Lu Fang questioned. No. Qingyun shook her head. Lu Lang merely suggested we set our feelings aside for now. But you did not say I could not come to find you. Lu Fang pondered his words from the previous day, and indeed realized he had not explicitly prohibited her from visiting. In his haste to extricate himself, he had not contemplated it deeply. Reluctantly, he replied, to set it aside means we should grant each other some space. Until I establish my foundation, we ought to refrain from meeting. I refuse. You did not say that yesterday. I only recall you saying, when you successfully establish your foundation, that shall be the day we celebrate our union. Qingyun insisted, shaking Lu Fang's hand in a playful, yet affectionate manner. However, if you come here and others see you, they will speak ill of me. Lu Fang managed to extract his hand with great difficulty. I shall see who would dare to speak ill. I shall deal with them. In an instant, Qingyun's expression shifted, her eyes blazing with ferocity as she shouted outside, startling Lu Fang. Why does this girl exude such murderous intent? Not daring to pursue the matter further, he softly remarked, but my aptitude, as you know, requires many years for foundation establishment. That matters not, Lu Lang. I shall assist you. I was simply too elated yesterday and did not have the chance to contemplate these matters before you departed. At this, she retrieved a small pouch from her waist, pulled the string, and a multitude of items spilled forth. It turned out this small pouch was a storage bag. Such an item is rare. It is said that only inner disciples possess them. Then Qingyun swept her hand across the table. These are all the cultivation methods my master has bestowed upon me. Since I have already mastered them, they are of no use to me. And these are spirit stones for your cultivation. And these are pills for nourishing the body and replenishing vitality. And this is a fasting pill. Consume one, and you need not eat for 10 days. However, it lacks flavor, which I do not prefer. And this is the magic sword my master gifted me. She clapped her hands and declared, I can no longer utilize these, so I brought them all for you. Lu Lang did not be frugal when my master returns. I will procure more for you. With these, you can establish your foundations sooner. Lu Fang stared blankly at the pile of items on the table. Utterly astounded, he stammered, pointing at the bounty. Qingyun, Lu Lang, have you reached the 4th level of qi refinement? When did you break through? Qingyun, having been calculating how far these items could assist Lu Fang in his cultivation, was taken aback upon noticing his advancement. I broke through last night. Did I not mention that I would strive to cultivate diligently? I was practicing and unexpectedly made a breakthrough, Lu Fang explained. You broke through just like that? But you were only at the 3rd level yesterday. Qingyun initially expressed confusion. Then her spirits lifted. No matter. A breakthrough is a good thing. We have moved one step closer to our agreement, right, Lu Lang? Yes. Lu Fang nodded, gesturing toward the heap of items. Qingyun, if you take all of these from your master, she will surely be displeased. You should return them. It matters not. I shall simply not tell her. Qingyun replied nonchalantly. Even if you do not speak of it, she will likely find out. What if she holds you accountable? I cannot accept these items. If I did, it would be akin to living off your kindness, Lu Fang continued. These items are indeed valuable. Naturally, Lu Fang desired them. However, he felt a deep sense of guilt. Yesterday, in a desperate bid for survival, he had deceived this young woman. Now, with her kindness so evident, he could not bring himself to accept them. Lu Lang. Qingyun gazed deeply into his eyes. I have committed your words to memory. You were absolutely correct. To love someone is to wish for their future well-being. My master will return shortly. Soon, I shall enter the inner circle, and we will not have the opportunity to meet frequently. These items will expedite your progress. Lu Lang, please do not refuse me, for this is all I can do to assist you. Upon finishing her plea, her eyes sparkled with affection as she gazed at him. Lu Fang suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. unwilling to continue deceiving her. Qingyun, the truth is, Chapter 18. The fated poison. Before Lu Fang could complete his thought, Qingyun placed a finger over his lips, silencing him. Lu Lang, there is no need to speak. I understand, I truly do. You wish to convey that you do not care for these items, correct? If you do not care, then I care even less. However, our matters will inevitably come to light with my master. Once she returns, she will certainly seek you out, that I fear she may not be satisfied with your cultivation level. With these items, you can progress more swiftly. Lu Lang, just consider this as a favor for me. Will you? What more could Lu Fang say? He could only nod and utter, Qingyun, you are truly kind to me. His earlier impulse almost led him to confess to Qingyun the moment she mentioned her master. Lu Fang regained his composure. How fortunate he was. Had he revealed the truth, it would not only be her reaction to consider, but also the wrath of her master. The title of the poisonous bodhisattva is not one to be taken lightly. Otherwise, the so-called higher-ups would not have failed to gather any intelligence. They merely provided him with a spirit fruit and cautioned him to proceed with care, to avoid exposure, and he feared that once the truth was revealed, the Blood Shadow Hall would not spare him either. Noticing Lu Fang lost in thought, Qingyun assumed he was moved by her words. She clasped his hand and led him to the table. Come, Lu Lang, allow me to teach you how to cultivate these methods, lest you encounter difficulties while practicing alone. This is the spirit snake body technique. It is safe to practice as long as you follow the instructions. This is the 1,000 spider poison hand. Exercise caution when practicing this technique, as it requires the use of venom, and you must wear specialized gloves. Gloves? Let me search. Here they are, made from silkworm silk, which can block most toxins. You will also need them when dealing with other poisons. This is the Heavenly Dragon Fist, which is essentially the centipede fist, and it requires the cultivation of venom as well. When practicing, you must wear the Heavenly Silkworm gloves. When this technique is mastered to a profound level, it can manifest multiple fists simultaneously, with each fist imbued with toxins. This set of scorpion leg techniques also necessitates the incorporation of toxins in its training. This leg technique is formidable when practiced to a high degree. It can transform one's true essence into a scorpion's tail, laden with lethal venom. The most powerful move within this technique is called the Scorpion S-Tail Strike, capable of instantly shattering another S protective essence. This is the Toad technique, which I have yet to practice, as it resembles a large toad in its execution, something I find unappealing. Nevertheless, it possesses considerable power, delivering a weighty and forceful strike. Many from the Jade Toad Peak have adopted this technique. Listening to Wu Qingyun's introductions of these various techniques, Lu Fang was utterly astonished. Each technique surpassed the last in prowess in comparison to the techniques he had previously painstakingly uncovered. The difference was akin to heaven and earth. For these were the closely guarded secrets of the 5 poison sects: 5 peaks, Spirit Serpent Peak, Ink Spider Peak, Heavenly Dragon Peak, Poison Scorpion Peak, and Jade Toad Peak, accessible only to inner disciples. But that was not all. Wu Qingyun then presented an even more exquisite tome, stating, "This is the finest among these techniques, known as the Jade Toad Divine Skill, which is also the primary technique I cultivate. This skill is exceptionally potent. It is the strongest technique of our Jade Toad Peak. Once cultivated, one can unleash an icy aura, and if mastered to its fullest, one can infuse their true essence with chilling toxins." At this juncture, Wu Qingyun lowered her voice, saying, "However, those who are not inheritors of the Jade Toad Peak cannot achieve full mastery. For this requires something else." Then, with an air of mystery, she retrieved a smaller pouch from her waist, opening it to reveal a translucent toad that emerged into her palm. It was no larger than a thumb, shimmering with luminous brilliance and emanating a cold aura. Noticing Lu Fang's astonished expression, Wu Qingyun appeared quite pleased and, without waiting for him to inquire, explained, "The most accurate method of cultivating this technique requires finding a healthy, consciousness-less cold toxin Jade Toad Egg. Then, using our sect's supreme scripture, the Toxin Soul Heavenly Canon, one must extract a thread of primordial consciousness to attach to it, thereby occupying its nascent awareness." She then produced a handkerchief, presenting it to Lu Fang, saying, "Lu Lang, This is our sect's supreme scripture, the toxin soul heavenly canon that was secretly written for me by my master. You must keep it safe and ensure no one sees it. It would be best to memorize it quickly and then burn it. Lu Fang stared blankly at the handkerchief, captivated by the densely packed characters inscribed upon it. This was one of the ultimate objectives of the Blood Shadow Hall's annual infiltration into the Five Poisons sect. How could the toxin soul heavenly canon have come to me so easily? It was indeed astonishing. He then glanced at the jade toad in Wu Qingyun's hand. Oh no, the cold toxin jade toad. It appeared somewhat dazed, motionless in her palm. Lu Fang curiously asked, Qingyun, do you mean that it has already been supplanted by your consciousness? Indeed, Lu Lang looked. Wu Qingyun nodded, closing her eyes. The cold toxin jade toad began to move. Awkwardly crawling a few steps toward Lu Fang, Wu Qingyun then opened her eyes, saying, I have only transferred my primordial consciousness to it for a year. We have yet to fully integrate. To achieve complete fusion, I estimate it will take several more years. That be why then it will become my fated poison. Wu Qingyun seemed quite fond of this little creature, gently stroking it as she spoke. Fated poison? The term resonated in his mind, for he had heard of it before. Prior to entering the Five Poisons sect, the leader of the Blood Shadow Hall had mentioned that the Toxin Soul Heavenly Canon was the key to cultivating one's fated poison. It seems that this is indeed the case. Yes, Lu Lang, only disciples above the Golden Core cultivation level in our sect have the opportunity to practice the Toxin Soul Heavenly Canon. Only after mastering it can one nurture their fated poison. Once one possesses their fated poison, not only can they elevate their techniques to great mastery, but the fated poison itself serves as a significant asset, effectively becoming a second body. Wu Qingyun continued earnestly. Thus, the fated poison is of immense importance. Careful selection is paramount. One must choose a toxin that is most compatible with their cultivation technique. The method of dividing the primordial consciousness outlined in the Toxin Soul Heavenly Canon can only be utilized once. It must be approached with utmost caution. The fated poison can cultivate alongside the practitioner, and the techniques cultivated by the practitioner will also absorb some of its characteristics. For instance, with the Jade Toad Divine Skill, it is only with its presence that I can cultivate it to great mastery. And it itself is a high-tier demonic beast. Demonic beasts are naturally categorized by ranks. Low-tier demonic beasts refer to those whose realm does not exceed that of a human at the Foundation establishment stage. Mid-tier demonic beasts do not exceed the Golden Core stage, while high-tier demonic beasts do not surpass the Nascent Soul stage. This cold toxin jade toad, though small, surprisingly has the potential to reach the Nascent Soul stage. Lu Fang gazed in amazement at the small creature in Wu Qingyun's hand. The idea that it could imbue him with characteristics of a fated poison was intriguing, but he looked at Wu Qingyun's face and softly asked, Qingyun, is your appearance a result of cultivating the Toxin Soul Heavenly Canon? Chapter 19. Kong Liang arrives. Wu Qingyun nodded, pointing at the small creature in her hand and resentfully saying, yes, it is indeed because of it. A year ago, when I reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, my master procured a clear spirit fruit for me to consume, which allowed me to develop my consciousness. Not long after, she brought me a cold toxin jade toad egg, and thus began my training in the Toxin Soul Heavenly Canon. The Toxin Soul Heavenly Canon is quite challenging to master. It took me a month to grasp the basics, and another month before I could extract a thread of primordial consciousness. At this point, Wu Qingyun looked at the handkerchief in Lu Fang's possession and said, Lu Lang, this is also why I am giving it to you first. You should familiarize yourself with it for a few years. Once you reach the Foundation establishment stage and gain your consciousness, mastering it will be much easier. Qingyun, Lu Fang began, but before he could finish, Wu Qingyun pointed at the small creature and continued, shortly after I attached my primordial consciousness. It developed within the egg and hatched just a few days ago, and my face began to change, gradually sprouting these toxic sores. It truly infuriates me. There were several occasions when I contemplated killing it. Yet the method of dividing the primordial consciousness in the Toxin Soul Heavenly Canon can only be used once. Using it a second time would cause irreversible harm to myself. If I were to kill it, I would never be able to nurture my fated poison again. It is also quite precious. It was not easy for my master to find it. And she assured me that once I reach the foundation establishment stage, my face will gradually heal. However, I have been at this stage for several days now, and there has been no improvement at all. As she spoke, Wu Qingyun's eyes began to redden. Liu Fang hastily changed the subject, asking, "Your master must have also practiced the toxin Soul Heavenly Canon, right? Is her fated poison also this cold toxin Jade Toad?" Wu Qingyun replied, "Yes. She cultivated in the same manner, but she has never had these sores. My master is equally perplexed, only advising me not to worry, assuring me that it will improve in time. But how can this be something to disregard? It's not like the sores are on her face," Wu Qingyun said with irritation. During that period, she saw me crying daily and didn't even think of a reliable solution. She just kept finding me various ugly masks, which made eating extremely inconvenient. Nowhere near as good as what you, Lu Lang, gave me. As Wu Qingyun spoke, she returned the cold toxin Jade Toad to the smaller pouch. Then she reached in her storage bag and pulled out a handful of seed-like snacks. Picking one up and tossing it in her mouth with a flick of her scarf. With a crunch, she was brought back to her senses. Seeing Lu Fang staring blankly at her, she felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Lu Lang, when I think of unhappy things, I tend to want to snack a little. You don't mind me like this, do you?" "Not at all," Lu Fang replied with a smile, shaking his head. Although the act of eating seeds seemed somewhat incongruous with her mysterious, youthful, ancient attire, upon reflection, it was not a significant issue. After all, snacking on seeds is something young girls enjoy. "This is spirit seed. Do you care for some, Lu Lang?" Seeing that Lu Fang was genuinely unfazed, Wu Qingyun opened her hand and offered the seeds to him. "They are sweet and delightful. I adore them. You should give them a try." Lu Fang took one, tossed it into his mouth, and sampled it. The taste was quite agreeable, far superior to what he had experienced in his past life, with the seeds being considerably larger, though they had not been roasted, giving them a slightly moist texture. Yet they were pleasantly sweet. After pondering for a moment, Lu Fang mysteriously remarked, "The flavor is satisfactory, but I believe I can enhance it further." "Really?" Wu Qingyun exclaimed in surprise. "Well, it depends on how many spirit seeds you have. If there are too few, it won't work very well. I have plenty. Look. Do not pour it out just yet. Wait until it is in the pot. Qingyun, follow me. Those who cultivate must also partake in sustenance. Only those of extraordinary cultivation can truly achieve fasting. The fasting elixir is merely a concocted pill infused with energy, allowing one to stave off hunger for an extended period. The pots and pans are readily available, just across the room. There lies a small shed with a simple stove, the former place of cooking. However, the previous occupant was solely focused on gathering intelligence and paid little heed to culinary delights. Typically, it was a matter of boiling and adding a pinch of salt. Devoid of any finesse, Liu Fang instructed Wu Qingyun to pour the cleaned spiritual melon seeds into the iron pot, deftly placing firewood into the stove. With a swift motion, he summoned a flame using his true essence to ignite the fire. He then added a generous amount of salt, followed by several handfuls of clean sand, and commenced a vigorous stir-fry that Wu Qingyun watched, entranced by his skilled execution. Before long, a savory aroma wafted from the pot. Lu Fang sampled a seed, finding it delightfully salty with a hint of sweetness. Quite pleasant, just the taste of salt-baked melon seeds I remember. He fetched a vegetable basket and emptied the contents of the pot into it. A gentle shake left only the perfectly fried spiritual melon seeds within. Unbothered by the heat, Wu Qingyun eagerly grabbed a handful, swiftly feeding one to herself with a silk scarf. "Delicious!" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Lu Lang, you are truly amazing. I've never tasted such exquisite spiritual melon seeds." She hurriedly continued to feed herself. It could use a bit more seasoning. Otherwise, the flavor could be even better. Seeing her enjoyment, Lu Fang felt a surge of happiness. "Really? Then you must prepare even tastier dishes for me in the future." "Of course, but consuming too much might lead to heatiness." "No worries, I still have plenty of fruits here." "Lu Lang, try one. Delightful and sweet." As they chatted and snacked, it soon became evident that Wu Qingyun was growing drowsy from lack of sleep, that Liu Fang urged her to rest, but she was reluctant. After a brief struggle to stay awake, She eventually bid him farewell and returned to her quarters. Alone in the room, Lu Fang gazed at the cluttered table, reflecting on the situation. It was no wonder some chose to live off others. This kind of lifestyle was indeed delightful. This girl had shown him unreserved kindness, offering him anything she thought might be useful, that he felt a pang of guilt for receiving so much. With a sigh, Lu Fang began to organize the items on the table, contemplating what he could do for Wu Qingyun. Before long, just as he was preparing to examine a tome of cultivation techniques, he heard a voice calling from outside. "Junior Brother Lu? Is Junior Brother Lu in there?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was that rascal Kong Liang. How amusing that he sought him out first. Even though Lu Fang had not pursued him, he quickly stashed the items into a box and tucked it under the bed. With Wu Qingyun's backing, Lu Fang felt unperturbed. Stepping outside, he found Kong Liang accompanied by a large group, all standing in the courtyard. "Junior Brother Lu, it was my folly yesterday to heed Zhongxing's slander, which led to my injuring you, that I have brought my fellow brothers here today to offer my apologies," Kong Liang proclaimed as soon as he spotted Lu Fang. "Is that you, Brother Kong? Come. Why stand so far away to speak?" Lu Fang noticed the others were carrying several new tables and stools and inquired, "Let bygones be bygones. What brings you all here?" Brother Kong, though he harbored resentment towards Kong Liang for the injuries sustained, he knew it would be unwise to express it openly. After all, his own past was not entirely clean. If Kong Liang began to harbor suspicions and turned his gaze upon him, it would only invite trouble. Chapter 20. Each with their own schemes, Kong Liang sensed that Lu Fang bore no ill will, perhaps even showing a hint of warmth that he thought to himself, "At least this lad knows how to read the room." As he stepped into the courtyard, he clasped his fists and said, "I have felt remorse for injuring Junior Brother Lu yesterday. It weighs heavily on my heart. Since Sister Wu has taken you away, it would be inappropriate for me to intrude upon your affairs. Having endured yesterday's ordeal, I couldn't bear to think that I had destroyed some of your belongings, so I had preparations made early this morning. And as soon as everything was ready, I brought my brothers to present them to you." It seemed he had underestimated Kong Liang. He was indeed a man capable of humility and flexibility. However, he was puzzled by the absence of Li Xian, the ever-scheming one. "Brother Kong, you are overly gracious. I am not unreasonable. This matter does not rest solely on your shoulders. Investigating spies is part of your duties." Lu Fang responded, clasping his fists in return. "Your magnanimity is as vast as a mountain, Junior Brother Lu. I am truly impressed," Kong Liang exclaimed. Then he pointed to several individuals still standing outside the courtyard. "Junior Brother Lu, why not have them move your new items inside and replace the old ones?" Lu Fang glanced at the tables and stools. Having just hidden the items from the table, he replied, "Then it would be a burden on these brothers." "Not at all," Kong Liang reassured him, waving outside. "Come, move these items into Junior Brother Lu's room and remove the old and broken tables and stools." The group he brought responded, "Yes, Brother Kong. Be careful not to damage anything, and do not disturb the other items in the room." As they passed by, Kong Liang offered another reminder. "These fellows are rather clumsy. If I don't give a word of caution, they might well ruin the good things." Kong Liang explained to Lu Fang. It seemed he was merely making conversation. What did he truly mean by this? Could it be that his visit today was more than just to offer apologies? "Brother Kong is truly thoughtful. I see these items are quite nice and must have required some effort to procure," Lu Fang remarked blandly. "It didn't take much effort. I merely wished to offer a proper apology to Junior Brother Lu. So naturally, I sought the finest. These are made from top-grade wood, resistant to insects and pests, and are most practical," Kong Liang reiterated. "Then I feel undeserving of such generosity." "Not at all, not at all. Today, Brother Kong not only wishes to apologize, but also has a matter to request of you." Kong Liang approached Lu Fang, lowering his voice. "Oh, is there something you require of me, Brother Kong?" Lu Fang responded, puzzled. Could it be that he feared Wu Qingyun might cause him trouble and sought Lu Fang's intercession? "Indeed, Junior Brother Lu, just as several individuals were removing the old items, Kong Liang halted his words and waved them off. "You may return. I need to discuss something with Junior Brother Lu." What is it, Brother Kong? Lu Fang inquired, curious about Kong Liang's intentions. Once the others had left the courtyard, Kong Liang began. Junior Brother Lu, what do you think of our outer sex law enforcement team? Lu Fang, unsure of his intent, replied, under your leadership, Brother Kong, the law enforcement team has performed admirably over the years, accomplishing much for the sect. Kong Liang shook his head, saying, that's not what I meant. I am asking your opinion on the members of our law enforcement team. What did he mean by this? Could it be? Lu Fang pondered for a moment before responding, while I am not well acquainted with the brothers in the law enforcement team, they seem commendable. Take Li Xian, for instance. He is a man of considerable initiative and possesses profound cultivation. He is also quite loyal to you, Brother Kong. Wouldn't you agree? Mentioning Li Xian stirred up lingering resentment. Yet it was precisely this statement that allowed Kong Liang to temporarily set aside his doubts. After all, he had nearly killed Lu Fang. It was hard to believe Lu Fang bore him no grudge. With a sigh, he clasped his fists again. Alas, it seems Junior Brother Lu still harbors some resentment towards me. Li Xian intended to come and personally apologize. But due to unforeseen circumstances in the team today, he was compelled to attend to urgent matters that he entrusted me to extend his apologies on his behalf. Brother Kong, you are being too modest. I bear no resentment, Lu Fang replied. Did I not mention earlier? This matter does not rest on your shoulders, nor on the law enforcement teams. You are merely fulfilling your duties. If you wish, Junior Brother Lu, you may strike me. I promise not to retaliate. Kong Liang insisted once more. Brother Kong, what are you doing? I have already stated that I truly bear no ill will towards you. You genuinely bear no resentment. Indeed. Well, if there is any resentment to be had, it should be directed at that detestable Zhangxing. Had Sister Wu not intervened first, I would have relished the chance to tear him apart myself. After you left, I had him disposed of in the back mountain, which should serve as some measure of satisfaction for you, Junior Brother Lu. Kong Liang continued. The back mountain was rife with venomous creatures and lurking beasts. A forbidden zone for outer sect disciples that it was said that many of the poisonous creatures they had captured were disposed of in that very place. I am grateful, Brother Kong. Lu Fang clasped his fists in appreciation. Now, if there is something you wish to discuss, please do not hesitate. Whatever I can assist with, I shall do without hesitation. Excellent. Junior Brother Lu is forthright. Then I shall speak plainly. Kong Liang declared cheerfully. Discontented. The junior brother remarked. Senior brother, this team is truly difficult to manage. Kong Liang sighed. Although I have quite a few subordinates, they are all brash and uncouth. Not a single one is of any real use. Thus, I was hoping to invite Junior Brother Lu to join my enforcement team to offer me some advice from time to time, he continued. That shouldn't be the case. Senior Brother Li has plenty of ideas. Doesn't he? Lu Fang began to grasp Kong Liang's intentions that he wanted to recruit him into the enforcement team. This plan was quite clever. Firstly, it could help avoid any reckoning with Wu Qingyun. And secondly, it would place him in close proximity. The first point was inconsequential, but the second left Lu Fang perplexed. What were his true motivations? Was it to keep a potential adversary close to avoid retaliation? Or did he still harbor suspicions about his background? For the moment, he could not decipher it. But regardless, Lu Fang certainly would not agree. Let us not forget that joining the enforcement team also required the approval of the hall master. That Li Xian fellow has many ideas, yet they are often unreliable. I have greater faith in Junior Brother Lu, Kong Liang asserted once more. Logically, with Senior Brother Kong's endorsement, Junior Brother should agree, but alas, I have my own difficulties. Lu Fang said, his expression troubled. Oh, Junior Brother Lu, what difficulties do you face? Feel free to share them. Perhaps I can be of assistance, Kong Liang inquired. Senior Brother Kong, you are unaware that Sister Wu just visited me. She left only shortly before you arrived, Lu Fang replied. Wu Qingyun had barely departed when Kong Liang arrived with his entourage, that if one were to call this a coincidence, who would believe it? Certainly not Lu Fang. Chapter 21. The Poisoned Soul Canino? Sister Wu just left? How unfortunate. If I had arrived a bit earlier, I would have had the fortune to meet her, Kong Liang lamented. You can keep on pretending. You would rather avoid her. Lu Fang refrained from exposing him and continued. I trust Senior Brother Kong discerned my thoughts yesterday. Your heartfelt feelings for Sister Wu are known to all in the outer sect. You truly are a model for our kind. Your words on stage moved me deeply, Kong Liang declared with evident admiration. You were moved. Did you truly understand? Before Lu Fang could finish his internal critique, he heard Kong Liang say, Sister Wu must surely have been touched by junior brother Lu's sincerity as well. With her presence, what difficulties could you possibly face? Lu Fang sighed and replied, Alas, senior brother Kong, you misunderstand it. If only it were so. While Sister Wu is indeed somewhat moved, given her status, could she truly agree to be with me? You are aware of the disparity between us, senior brother Kong. She will soon enter the inner sect, while at my cultivation level, as you know, requires immense effort to have a chance at entering the inner sect. Thus, after her departure, I resolved to dedicate myself to diligent cultivation, striving to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. At that time, I will show Sister Wu that for her, I possess not only sincerity, but also unwavering determination. Lu Fang spoke passionately. Kong Liang furrowed his brow, as Lu Fang's sentiments aligned closely with the conclusions he had previously discussed with Li Xian. Internally, he thought, this lad is truly delusional. You think hard work will allow you to catch up to Sister Wu? With her innate talent for cultivation, it goes without saying that once she enters the inner sect, she will progress at an astonishing pace. The gap between you will only widen at that point. Whether she even deigns to acknowledge you is another matter. So, junior brother Lu intends to focus on cultivation. Is that why you lack the time to join the enforcement team? Kong Liang asked. Indeed, senior brother Kong, time is of the essence. Lu Fang nodded, expressing his sentiments. It will not consume much of junior brother's time. You merely need to be listed as a member without the obligation to attend daily. Kong Liang seemed somewhat reluctant. However, Lu Fang insisted, Senior brother Kong, there is no need for further persuasion. My resolution is firm. I wish to waste not a single moment. Had it not been for your visit, I would already be diligently cultivating. I must hasten my foundation. I must enter the inner sect swiftly. I must demonstrate my determination to Sister Wu. Lu Fang exhibited a resolute demeanor, leaving Kong Liang somewhat taken aback. Very well, since junior brother has made up his mind, I shall not delay your cultivation any longer. Thank you, senior brother Kong, for your understanding. Lu Fang clasped his fists in gratitude. I shall take my leave now, should junior brother change his mind. Do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, Kong Liang turned to depart. Safe travels, senior brother Kong. Watching Kong Liang's retreating figure, Lu Fang lingered for a moment before returning to his quarters. That he closed the door and sat in the chair he had just moved in. Finding it quite comfortable, that he retrieved the handkerchief containing the cultivation method for the poison soul cannon, that is this the supreme secret of the 5 poison sect. The characters are quite elegant. I never expected the poison bodhisattva to have such exquisite penmanship. After studying it for a while, he comprehended most of it. Just as Wu Qingyun had mentioned, the poison soul cannon is a method for concocting one's life poison. After cultivation, one can extract a strand of the primordial consciousness from the source spirit formed after foundation establishment or golden core formation and attach it to an unconscious beast egg for nurturing. Once this strand of consciousness or primordial spirit continues to cultivate the poison soul cannon and grows stronger, it can gradually gain control over the beast's body. Once complete control is achieved, the life poison will be successfully refined. This technique is formidable. To produce a doppelganger during the foundation or golden core stage. No, that is not right. This isn't a doppelganger, it is far superior. A doppelganger invariably disappears upon the death of the original. But a life poison does not. Because a life poison is an independent life form, it can be regarded as a second body. Does this mean I effectively have an extra life? If the original body were to perish, I could continue to live on in the form of a demonic beast and continue cultivating. How extraordinary! This technique is truly remarkable. The creator of this technique is undoubtedly a genius. No wonder the Blood Demon sect has sought this technique for so many years. I must cultivate it as well. Having an additional life offers a greater assurance in this world of cultivation. However, one must reach the foundation stage before they can cultivate consciousness. Wu Qingyun, being at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, could cultivate because her master had given her some sort of clear spirit fruit which allowed her to develop consciousness. Naturally, the earlier one cultivates the life poison, the better. Given my physical aptitude, it may take several more years before I can reach foundation establishment. Without consciousness to divide, but can I divide my soul? Since I have traversed here, I can accomplish a body swap. My soul should be relatively strong. Why not attempt to see if this technique allows for soul division? If the soul can split into two, it should be possible, right? Let us do it. Lu Fang rose from his bed, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to give it a try. However, not long after, he opened his eyes again. This won't do. He simply could not cultivate, or rather, he could not perceive his own soul. Whether dividing consciousness or soul, the first step must be to locate one's consciousness, primordial spirit, or soul, that if he could not find them. How could he cultivate? Reluctantly, he set aside the handkerchief with a hint of regret. Looking down, he intended to retrieve other techniques stored in the box beneath his bed when he noticed a shadow imprinted on the ground. Suddenly, memories of the sensation of his soul entering his shadow flashed through his mind. Within the shadow, it seemed he could feel his soul. He settled back down, immersing his mind into his shadow. Instantly, he completed the body swap. Moments later, Lu Fang's heart soared with joy that he could indeed do it. He could cultivate the soul division method of the poison soul cannon, albeit by substituting his soul for consciousness. Moreover, it seemed surprisingly effortless. He had merely followed the technique's content once, in just a few breaths. He felt he had fully grasped the method of soul division. This can't be right. How could it be so simple? Didn't Wu Qingyun say it was exceedingly difficult? It took her a month to get started, and 2 months to divide a strand of primordial consciousness. How could I achieve it so quickly? This is impossible. Lu Fang, within his shadow, hesitated in disbelief. Suddenly, he felt a powerful pull. It seemed as though it wanted to absorb his entire soul. Lu Fang reacted swiftly, almost instinctively, and immediately shifted his soul back into his body. Phew! As he re-entered his body, Lu Fang exhaled deeply, only to collapse onto the bed. Weakness. He felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. It was not the kind of weakness from feeling physically drained, but rather a mental fatigue. The transformation of his shadow had indeed caused spiritual exhaustion, that if the fatigue from a single body swap could be compared to playing several hours of a game. This sensation felt like having played intensely for several consecutive days without a moment of rest. This extreme weakness was terrifying. He would never recklessly attempt such a thing again. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Fang succumbed to sleep. Chapter 22. Shadow Body. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Fang finally awoke. Upon opening his eyes, memories flooded back. How frightening! How utterly frightening! It was sheer folly to even consider attempting soul division. Such a vital aspect, as the soul cannot simply be divided at will. He was truly lost in thought. If anything happened to his soul, would he not face immediate demise? He wondered if the ability to swap shadows still existed. While it may not have much utility, it could serve well for feigning death, at least temporarily. Lowering his gaze, he plunged his consciousness into his shadow. Once again, a familiar chill enveloped him. Fortunately, this ability remained intact, that Lu Fang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his reckless actions had not resulted in any significant loss. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback, for in addition to the coldness, he could also sense a hint of warmth. This was peculiar. Even under the scorching sun, he had only ever felt the chill. Where could this warmth be coming from? He glanced down at his own body in shock. To his astonishment, he realized he was indeed breathing. Not only that, but he could feel a heartbeat as well. Instantly, he focused his mind on his body, and upon shifting his attention, everything seemed normal. Yet upon closer inspection, he could still sense a faint chill from the shadow where a fragment of his soul had entered. I have successfully split my soul? Although the fragment within the shadow felt weak, it was undeniably a portion of his own soul that had separated. Does this mean I have transformed my shadow into my life as poisonous essence? No, that was incorrect. It was not yet his true life as poison. The fragment was still too feeble, occupying only a minuscule part of the shadow and unable to control it. How could he seize control of the shadow? The poison soul cannon. He quickly grasped the handkerchief inscribed with the poison soul cannon and diligently studied the cultivation methods for the fragment. Closing his eyes, he began to channel his fragment to cultivate the poison soul cannon. This technique felt as if it had been tailor-made for him. making the practice extraordinarily effortless. At the onset of his cultivation, the small point of the fragment within the shadow began to rapidly expand. It grew larger and larger. After about an hour, the fragment had completely filled the shadow. At that moment, Lu Fang felt he could fully control his shadow. He paused his training to test it, and indeed, his shadow was now animate. What could be the reason behind this? His main soul could not control the shadow, yet the fragment could. Lu Fang pondered this but could not decipher it. Nevertheless, it mattered little. What was important was that he could now command his shadow to move. Excitedly, Lu Fang guided his shadow to dart about the room, discovering that it not only could move but could also merge into the shadows of other objects. If he could achieve such control after only a brief training session, what would happen with continued practice? Driven by curiosity, he resumed his training. That Lu Fang's shadow visibly expanded before his very eyes. This had nothing to do with the light streaming in from the window. It was solely due to the fragment's growth. After another 3 hours, the room was completely filled with shadows. The darkness deepened ominously. Suddenly, the shadows converged rapidly before Lu Fang, ultimately forming a circle of obsidian-like darkness, roughly the size of a tabletop. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly toward the dark circle. In that instant, not far away in the front hall, an elderly man meditating with his eyes closed opened them, his gaze gleaming with intensity as he directed it towards Lu Fang's direction. Unbeknownst to Lu Fang, the commotion had already drawn someone's attention as he plunged his mind entirely into the fragment. Fortunately, the influx of spiritual energy was swift but fleeting, and in no time, the dark circle ceased its absorption. Who could it be? What has caused such a commotion? The elderly man in the front hall pondered, and upon noticing the spiritual energy returning to normal, he thought little of it and closed his eyes once more. Meanwhile, Lu Fang observed as the obsidian circle on the ground, having absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy, suddenly stirred. A figure, identical to Lu Fang, emerged from the dark circle, slowly materializing from head to toe. Once fully formed, the obsidian figure's color rapidly transformed, and in the blink of an eye, it became an exact replica of Lu Fang seated on the bed. Identical features, height, aura, and cultivation, completely indistinguishable. The Lu Fang seated on the bed opened his eyes, astonished as he gazed at his duplicate, and spoke. "From now on, you shall be the shadow body." The Lu Fang on the ground echoed. "You are the true body." They both erupted into laughter simultaneously. Lu Fang understood that there was virtually no difference between them. They were both manifestations of his own soul, sharing a singular consciousness. The distinction between shadow body and true body was merely to differentiate the two versions of himself. He glanced at the shadows cast beneath their feet, letting out a wistful sigh. With gain comes loss. The current Lu Fang could no longer swap places with his shadow, for his true shadow had now transformed into the shadow body before him. Yet he quickly felt a surge of joy, for he had genuinely gained an extra life. Moreover, the cultivation talent of the shadow body was astonishing, from its initial transformation to the 4th level of qi refinement. It took merely a breath's time, that if not for the limitations of the true body's cultivation level, that recent influx of spiritual energy would have been sufficient for the shadow body to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Additionally, the shadow body possessed the ability to meld into shadows at will. With a thought, the shadow body of Lu Fang vanished in an instant, concealing itself within the shadow of his true body. He held the handkerchief inscribed with the poison soul canon and examined it once more. After much contemplation, he dedicated time to memorizing its contents entirely before summoning a flame to incinerate it. Lu Fang realized that since the moment he had split his soul, the poison soul canon had become misaligned with his cultivation. Since the formation of the shadow body, the poison soul canon had lost its efficacy for him, at least until he reached the foundation establishment stage. Outside, night had fallen. Lu Fang rose to light a candle and consumed a fruit left by Wu Qingyun. That he retrieved other cultivation techniques she had given him and resumed his seat to peruse them. Not long after, a series of knocks at the door startled Lu Fang awake. "Who is it?" Lu Fang furrowed his brow and inquired. "It's me, Lu Shitty." Chen Song's voice came from outside the door. Reluctantly, Lu Fang tucked away the texts and rose to open the door. Once Chen Song entered, he swiftly closed the door behind him, a beaming expression on his face as he exclaimed, "Congratulations, Lu Shidi. You've achieved a great feat. Achieved a great feat. I haven't even left my door. What have I accomplished?" Then a possibility dawned on him. Lu Fang frowned slightly. "Chen Shixiao, you just visited last night. And now you're back. That aren't you concerned that others will discover our identities?" "Last night?" Chen Song was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "I didn't come last night. Lu Shidi, have you lost your wits?" "I came the night before." "The night before?" "So, I slept for an entire day." Lu Fang maintained his composure and said, "Get to the point." Chen Song, brimming with excitement, continued, "The poisoned bodhisattva indeed returned from the Monglin forest this afternoon. That Lu Shidi, it was all thanks to your timely intelligence. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to complete the mission." "Complete the mission?" Lu Fang was taken aback. "The poisoned bodhisattva was killed by you?" Chapter 23. Ambush, how could that be? Chen Song appeared somewhat embarrassed. He continued, "Lu Shidi, you really dare to think. Our mission this time was primarily to investigate the poisoned bodhisattva situation. Although our plans changed rather hastily and we were short on manpower, we still managed to gauge her capabilities. This is all thanks to the timely information provided by Lu Shidi. Otherwise, we might have missed her completely." These few words revealed an abundance of information, leaving Lu Fang momentarily bewildered, but he gestured for Chen Song to enter further into the room, saying, "Have a seat and tell me more." Chen Song finally noticed that all the furniture in the room had been replaced with new items. He found a chair to sit on and asked curiously, "Did Wu Qingyun arrange all this for you, Lu Shidi?" "It was Kong Liang who compensated for it," Lu Fang replied as he took a seat himself. "I figured as much. Wu Qingyun wouldn't settle for anything ordinary." "Did Kong Liang plead on your behalf?" Chen Song mused while examining the chair. Lu Fang did not engage in that conversation and instead asked, "How is it that you are so well informed about this mission?" "Chen Shixiao. Naturally, the higher-ups informed me," he said with a hint of pride, then added, "Of course, they also instructed me to convey this matter to you." "Then don't hesitate. Speak freely," Lu Fang urged, looking at him expectantly. "After I left the night before, I relayed the information up the chain, and the higher-ups adjusted their plans accordingly, also sending news back to the hall that a leader even came yesterday." Before Chen Song could finish, Lu Fang interrupted him. "Wait, how did you, or rather, your superiors, know that the poisoned bodhisattva would return from the Monglin forest?" "You told me, Lu Shidi," Chen Song replied. "When did I ever tell you that?" Lu Fang countered. "I didn't know. I only mentioned that Wu Qingyun said she would be back in the next couple of days." Chen Song slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, I forgot to mention, Lu Shidi, a few days ago, our people spotted the poisoned bodhisattva, Wu Qinlu, near the Qianling Snow Mountain. Since Wu Qingyun successfully established her foundation a few days ago, given her fondness for Wu Qingyun, she would definitely return. Lu Shidi, there are 2 routes from the Qianling Snow Mountain back to our location." He gestured as he spoke. "One is the route she took before, coming from the Qianling Snow Mountain, circling around the Monglin forest, and finally arriving from the Ming River mouth. At her speed, it would take at least half a month. The other route is much shorter, directly cutting through the Monglin forest. At her speed, if all goes smoothly, 3 or 4 days would suffice." Lu Fang pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you suggesting that the higher-ups originally planned to ambush her at the Ming River mouth? Because I informed you that she would return in no more than 2 days, they changed their plan to wait at the western exit of the Monglin forest." "Precisely. Without your intel, Lu Shidi, how could we have anticipated that she would cross through the Monglin forest?" Chen Song asserted matter-of-factly. "What's in the Monglin forest? Is it impassable?" Lu Fang inquired. "You don't know that, Lu Shidi?" Chen Song replied, somewhat astonished. "Enough with the small talk. If you know, just tell me." This could not be blamed on Lu Fang, that he has only just arrived in this world a few days ago. His previous incarnation was solely focused on gathering intelligence regarding the 5-poison sect, and he truly knows little about matters beyond the sect. Noticing that Lu Fang was growing somewhat impatient, Chen Song quickly interjected, "The wild forest is vast, divided into outer and inner rings, with a multitude of ferocious beasts within. The outer ring is relatively safer, primarily inhabited by low-level beasts. However, As one ventures deeper, the beasts become increasingly formidable that I in the inner ring. It is said that not only are there numerous high-tier beasts, but even those of extraordinary rank may make an appearance. Thus, it is generally the case that most individuals are reluctant to venture into the depths of the wild forest, let alone traverse its entirety. Upon reaching this point, Chen Song mused aloud. Logically speaking, unless there is an urgent matter at hand, she should not be risking a journey across the wild forest given her cultivation at the nascent soul stage. But what urgency could there be regarding Wu Qingyun's successful foundation establishment? Is there something we are unaware of? Lu Fang pondered for a moment and then asked, "Are you suggesting we are short on manpower? How many individuals have we dispatched?" Chen Song replied, "I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but I do know that a considerable number of people have been mobilized. A deputy hall master arrived at the sect yesterday, and this operation is being commanded by him." What is the deputy hall master's level of cultivation? He is at the early nascent soul stage. And what was the outcome? I cannot provide the exact details, but I do know that the poison bodhisattva was injured, and quite severely at that. Severely injured. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Lu Fang inquired. Chen Song continued, "How could I? Such high-level battles are beyond my participation. I've only heard about it from above. The deputy hall master detonated 2 blood slaves. You are aware of what blood slaves are, right? Each possesses the strength of a perfected golden core. When they self-destruct, even ordinary nascent souls must avoid their wrath. Not to mention that the explosive power of the blood slave itself is equivalent to an attack from an ordinary nascent soul. And the demonic blood it releases is even more formidable, capable of instantly breaking through protective essence that if it merely touches the skin, it will invade the body directly. It is fortunate that the poison bodhisattva possesses formidable cold poison that can temporarily seal the demonic blood. Once back at the 5 Poisons sect, assistance can be sought to extract it. Otherwise, it would take no less than a decade to expel the demonic blood from our sect. 10 years? The blood god seed takes nearly a decade from its inception to manifest. Is there a connection between the two? Lu Fang contemplated this, but did not raise the issue, instead asking, "What did you mean earlier by probing into the depths of the poison bodhisattva?" Chen Song explained, "The poison bodhisattva broke through to the nascent soul stage 20 years ago. However, shortly after her breakthrough, she sustained a severe injury that damaged her foundation, potentially hindering her cultivation for life. Yet, we at the sect have never been certain, as she has spent nearly 20 years within the sect, rarely venturing outside until the past 2 years when she went out once or twice. This time, we finally learned that she had ventured out again, and after some effort, we discovered she was at the Qianling Snow Mountain, prompting us to plan a probe into her affairs on her return journey. Logically, she would return from the Mingjiang port as she departed from there. Who would have thought she would suddenly return from the wild forest? If it weren't for your intelligence, Lu Shidi, we might have ended up with nothing to show for our efforts." "What was the conclusion of this probe?" Lu Fang asked. "The conclusion is that she truly suffered a foundational injury. She currently possesses only the early nascent soul cultivation," Chen Song replied. "How did you ascertain that?" "Think about it, Lu Shidi. She broke through to the nascent soul stage 20 years ago. With her talent, 20 years should have been sufficient for her to advance to the mid-nascent soul stage, right?" Chen Song continued, "If she is indeed at the early nascent soul stage, why couldn't she be captured? Isn't the deputy hall master also at the early nascent soul stage? Surely, there must have been others involved in the ambush besides the 2 blood slaves?" Lu Fang queried. Chen Song responded, "Although the deputy hall master is indeed an exceptional talent, he has only recently broken through to the nascent soul stage and is naturally not a match for the poison bodhisattva. Even with the blood slaves, you must understand, Lu Shidi, that even though the poison bodhisattva is at the early nascent soul stage, her jade-toed divine art is extraordinarily powerful, that if she were to unleash her full strength, it is said she could instantly freeze a radius of 1,000 miles. The deputy hall master practices fire-type techniques. Had it been anyone else, they might have perished at her hands. The deputy hall master sustained some injuries and, realizing he could do nothing against the poison bodhisattva, chose to retreat. Consider this, Lu Shidi. If the poisoned bodhisattva truly possessed the cultivation of the mid-nascent soul stage, would she have so easily allowed the deputy hall master to leave? At the very least, she would have forced him to utilize the blood escape technique, wouldn't she? Chapter 24. The test. Lu Fang asked, "How do you know the deputy hall master did not utilize the blood escape technique to flee? How can you be certain that the poisoned bodhisattva is only at the early nascent soul stage? Is it not possible she sustained injuries while traversing the wild forest?" This, Chen Song seemed taken aback by Lu Fang's question. "Lu Shitty, this is all information provided to me from above. Do you not trust it?" Lu Fang waved his hand dismissively and said, "Never mind that. Let us speak of the merits I have earned. What reward has been bestowed upon me?" Chen Song smiled and reached into his robe, saying, "Of course, all good things, Lu Shitty. Look, this is a reward from above. This is blood god pill. There are 10 in this vial, and they are quite valuable. Consuming one will unlock your body's potential, allowing you to exhibit the strength of a perfected qi refinement stage for a duration of 10 breaths. Make good use of it." And these 2 mid-grade spirit stones are for your cultivation. After placing the items on the table, Lu Fang mused, blood god pill, blood god seed, unlocking potential. It cannot be that simple. He directly inquired, "Are there any side effects from consuming it?" Chen Song chuckled lightly. Nothing too severe. After 10 breaths, you may simply feel a bit weak and fatigued." Lu Fang picked up the porcelain vial and examined it, asking, "Has it been effective for others who have consumed it?" "I am not certain. It should be similar. I suppose that Lu Shitty, you might try asking someone else." Chen Song replied with a grin. Lu Fang opened the vial and poured out a pill, which was blood red in color. He pinched it between his thumb and index finger and held it up to Chen Song with a smirk, saying, "All right then, why not let Chen Xixiang try it first? After all, you are eager to return to the sect and soak in the blood pool." Chen Song's expression changed. "Lu Shitty, do not jest. How could I possibly be the one to try this?" "What? You are unwilling, Chen Xixiang?" Lu Fang's demeanor grew cold. Chen Song, still clutching the chair to stand, sat back down upon seeing Lu Fang's expression, nervously saying, Lu Shitty, please do not joke. I did not bring any beast blood with me today. You were the one who started the jest." Lu Fang put the pill away and returned it to the vial. He then asked, "Now, tell me what else is there that I do not know?" "The efficacy of the blood god pill is indeed as I previously described, but after 10 breaths, the blood god seed within will activate prematurely, and the effects will be even more intense." Chen Song hurriedly replied, "Why did you deceive me?" Lu Fang's gaze hardened. "Lu Shitty, you cannot hold this against me. This is a test assigned to you from above," Chen Song explained. From the moment Chen Song produced the porcelain vial, Lu Fang had sensed something was amiss. Previously, when there was an opportunity to approach Wu Qingyun, the rewards were merely precious items like spirit fruits. This time, for such significant intelligence, what was offered were merely 5 mid-grade spirit stones and this vial of pills. Moreover, the very name of the pill suggested it was not a beneficial item. He was not the type to accept everything from above without question. As he thought of this, Lu Fang's heart suddenly sank. He rose and walked to the wardrobe, retrieving the yellow essence that Wu Qingyun had gifted to his previous incarnation. Approaching Chen Song, he opened it and handed it over, saying, "Chen Xixiang, this is the yellow essence gifted to me by Wu Qingyun. It has some age to it, and I believe you could find it useful. Please take it." Upon seeing the yellow essence, Chen Song's eyes lit up that he stood and reached out, but hesitated, saying, "Lu Shitty, what is this?" Lu Fang replied, "I have a small favor to ask of you, Chen Xixiang. Consider this as compensation for your assistance." Chen Song stepped back, saying, "Lu Shitty, you need not mention such things. That if there are matters in the hall, simply inform me, and there is no need for compensation. Just tell me what you wish me to do." Items like yellow essence, which replenish qi and blood, were already considered precious commodities for outer sect disciples. Furthermore, with the impending activation of the blood god seed within Chen Song, it was clear that the more such items he had, the better. Though he desired the yellow essence, he feared it would be a hot potato in his hands. Thus, he had to tread carefully. Regarding matters related to the sect, he would not refuse, nor could he refuse, as Lu Fang was the outer sect leader. However, If it were a personal matter, that would be a different story. For a personal matter worth such a piece of yellow essence, it could not be trivial. He was reluctant to agree outright, and planned to listen to Lu Fang's intentions first. It is indeed a personal matter, but I would not wish to impose upon you, Chen Shixiang. Lu Fang took a step closer to Chen Song while holding the wooden box. He did not keep the suspense, continuing. Wu Qingyun has a fondness for fruits and similar delicacies that I am not very familiar with these, and I would appreciate your help in procuring some. They need not be expensive. Just ordinary ones that are delicious and not too many. Of course, I will not let you bear the cost. Here is the budget for purchasing the items. After finishing his words, he placed a piece of mid-grade spirit stone from the table into the box and handed it to Chen Song. Chen Song was somewhat taken aback. Is this merely a request for me to procure some fruits alongside the yellow essence and spirit stone? Am I to believe this? He questioned his own ears. Initially, upon hearing about private matters, he assumed that Lu Fang sought to deal with the members of the enforcement team who had previously assaulted him, but he had resolved that as long as Lu Fang did not oppose him taking action against Kong Liang, he could still lend a hand to eliminate one or two others. In a sect like the Five Poison Sect, losing a couple of individuals hardly constituted a significant affair. Even if it was the enforcement team, they had offended numerous people. With careful management ensuring the bodies were disposed of cleanly, it should be manageable. He had even devised a plan for corpse disposal. Yet it turned out that he was merely being asked to assist in purchasing some ordinary fruits. Just a mid-grade spirit stone alone could easily fill this room with fruits. Did he truly believe that? Was he out of his mind? Chen Song reached out to take it but hesitated, still dazed, and said, Lu, junior brother Lu, if it's just some fruits, there is no need for so much. Then you can also procure some poro meat and the necessary seasonings for cooking, Lu Fang replied, shoving the items into Chen Song's embrace. Poro was a type of beast, its meat delicious and comparable to beef or lamb, devoid of any unpleasant odor, making it a favored and affordable meat option for the locals. Junior brother Lu. This, since it's for Wu Qingyun, doesn't this pertain to the sect's affairs? No, there is no need for me to take these items. Chen Song looked at the items in his arms, reluctant to return them. I say it is so. It is what? Is this matter causing difficulty for senior brother Chen? If so, I can find someone else, Lu Fang declared, observing Chen Song's grip on the items. His hands outstretched, Chen Song hastily placed the items back into his embrace, waving his hands with a smile, saying, Haha, it's no trouble at all. Although I only met junior brother Lu for the first time yesterday. In essence, I have known you for 5 years. We can be considered old friends, so if junior brother Lu has any requests, please feel free to speak. The implication of please feel free to speak was that he would consider whether to act or not. Lu Fang inwardly acknowledged. No wonder he is so astute. However, it was no small feat to elicit such a statement from him. When offering gifts, one must cater to another's preferences or needs. Whether it was the earlier Pei Yuan Dan, Ling Yuan fruit, or today as Shui Shin Dan, Chen Song displayed no reluctance until he saw the spirit stone that Lu Fang then stated. Then let me speak plainly. The night before last, aside from relaying the news about the poison bodhisattva, senior brother Chen, you also reported my situation to the higher-ups, correct? I did, as it was a requirement from above, Chen Song replied. And what exactly did you convey? Lu Fang inquired further. Naturally, I reported the truth, Chen Song answered. After delivering this line, he noticed Lu Fang's prolonged silence, his gaze fixed on him, causing Chen Song to feel uneasy. After pondering for a moment, he continued, I actually have a question for junior brother Lu. If you wouldn't mind answering? Please, senior brother Chen, Lu Fang replied. These past days, I've been unable to comprehend one matter, Chen Song began. Ever since that incident 2 days ago, you have changed significantly. The current you is entirely different from the Lu Fang I once knew. How could a person undergo such a profound transformation? After speaking, he gestured upwards and added, Naturally, the higher-ups are curious about this as well. Didn't I mention to senior brother Chen before? I was coerced that I end that situation. Aside from the method I devised, did I have any other means to survive? Lu Fang responded. To devise a plan in a moment of desperation is no easy task. However, maintaining that level of acuity afterward raises questions that don't you agree, junior brother Lu? Chun Song remarked, patting his own chest. It was then that Lu Fang confirmed his suspicions were not unfounded. The higher-ups indeed harbored doubts about him. What circumstance could instigate such a dramatic shift in the demeanor of a spy devoted solely to gathering intelligence for the Blood Demon sect? It was likely he had developed ulterior motives. At the very least, he was no longer the same as before. He was no longer so naive. Hence, the higher-ups dispatched Chun Song to test him. Presenting the Shui Shindan served at least two purposes. First, to ascertain whether he had genuinely changed, for if he had not, he would never have harbored suspicions, being the type to believe whatever Chun Song said. Second, if a problem truly arose, the Shui Shindan could serve as a warning, discouraging any inappropriate thoughts. Having come to this realization, Lu Fang stood and turned his back towards Chun Song, saying, "Senior Brother Chun, look at this." He pointed to the large bump on the back of his head, which had largely subsided. Even now, it was still quite painful to the touch. "Oh, what is this?" Chun Song rose to examine it closely, exclaiming, "Such a large bump. Was this inflicted by Kong Liang and his associates?" Lu Fang returned to his seat, nodding. "Indeed, it was roughly the size of a fist before, but it has improved significantly now. Rest assured, junior brother, I will seek an opportunity to avenge you," Chun Song declared earnestly. "Thank you, Senior Brother Chun, but I did not show you this injury to solicit vengeance," Lu Fang chuckled. He continued, "Do you know, Senior Brother Chun, this was inflicted by Kong Liang's kick, right here." He pointed to the back of his head. At that moment, everything went dark, and I woke up much later. "Do you know what I was thinking when I regained consciousness?" Lu Fang asked. Chun Song shook his head. At that time, Kong Liang and the others had ceased their assault. Instead, discussing how to deal with me, that I endured the pain and struggled to rise, Lu Fang recounted, gesturing towards the wall by the bed. "It took me quite some time to get up, and they paid me no mind. Leaning against the wall, I contemplated many things. I thought to myself, I have been in the Five Poison sect for over 5 years now. The techniques I have uncovered could easily be discovered by anyone else from the hall. Perhaps even better than I could." Lu Fang smiled and continued. "It was then that I realized that ordinary techniques are of little worth. The intelligence on individuals like Wu Qingyun, who possess exceptional talents and could become core disciples of the Five Poison sect, is far more valuable to the sect. At that moment, I considered that if I were to die just like that, it would be one thing, but I hadn't died, and besides, I had yet to fulfill the significant task entrusted to me by the Hall Master. How could I allow myself to perish?" While listening to their discussions on how to deal with me, I was frantically brainstorming ways to survive. Upon hearing them mention Wu Qingyun, I devised a plan. I knew that if Wu Qingyun learned someone was targeting her, she would certainly come to investigate personally. Once she arrived, I would have a chance at survival, for I had been studying her for months and understood her quite well, which is how I came up with that idea. "Junior Brother Lu, your astuteness is truly admirable. Yet this doesn't seem to be the reason for your drastic change in character, does it?" Chun Song remarked. "Damn it. Did you not understand? I have bled for the sect. I have been injured for the sect. Even when facing death, I still thought of the sect. Do you still doubt me? Doesn't your conscience ache?" Lu Fang shook his head, contemplating. "In truth, my character has not undergone any major change. Previously, I was solely focused on gathering techniques, avoiding contact with others, and had no thoughts of anything else." He then added, "I wonder if Senior Brother Chen has ever visited the library?" The previous incarnation had spent considerable time in the library searching for techniques of the Five Poison sect. "I've been there, though not very frequently," Chun Song replied. "I often perused many texts within that I recall one travelogue containing a particularly intriguing phrase. I'd like to share it with Senior Brother Chun," Lu Fang said. "Oh, Junior Brother Lu, please do," Chun Song encouraged the Lu Fang intoned solemnly. "Between life and death lies great terror. Within great terror lies great opportunity, that if one fails to seize it, all is lost. If one does seize it, great fortune awaits." He continued, "Senior Brother Chun, would you not agree that I have indeed experienced life and death? So, would you say I have seized the opportunity, or have I not?" Lu Fang's spontaneous assertions were not intended for Chun Song's belief. Nor did he expect the Blood Shadow Hall members to be convinced. However, since they had begun to harbor suspicions, it would be unacceptable for him to lack a coherent explanation. Whether they believed his narrative was of little consequence. What truly mattered was his attitude. He needed to provide an account to the higher-ups, at the very least to convey his current stance. Chen Song slapped his thigh and declared, "Indeed. Certainly, it is indeed captured. Junior Brother Liu, you have certainly grasped it," he continued. "I was wondering why Junior Brother Liu's temperament had changed. You have achieved a breakthrough in your state of mind between life and death. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Once you have transcended your mental state, Junior Brother Liu, whether in your cultivation or in other endeavors, you will undoubtedly achieve great success." Chapter 26. The Elimination of Wu Qingyun. Haha. Then I shall take Brother Chen's auspicious words to heart. Lu Fang chuckled softly. He then remarked, "Brother Chen mentioned earlier that the blood god pill was a test for me. I suppose I have passed, haven't I?" "Indeed. You have passed, with your prior words. It makes it much easier for me to report to the higher-ups," Chen Song affirmed. "But what if I had not passed the test?" Lu Fang inquired further. "Then, naturally, all would be in vain." Chen Song replied that he did not elaborate on what that entailed, but Lu Fang understood that he spoke up. It is getting late. Brother Chen should convey the matters at hand. It seems that Junior Brother Liu has indeed become much wiser after his breakthrough. How did you know I still had matters to discuss? Chen Song said with a smile. Only rewards and no tasks. This is not the style of our Blood Shadow Hall. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Chen? Lu Fang remarked. Style? Haha, quite so. In my recent conversations with Junior Brother Liu, you always bring something novel to the table. I am indeed impressed. Chen Song laughed lightly, but he then spoke in a serious tone. Order. Lu Fang continued to approach Wu Qingyun and seized the opportunity to lead her into our ambush. It is imperative that we achieve a swift and decisive kill. Upon hearing Chen Song's words, Lu Fang's heart tightened. And, oh wonder, Chen Song had been here for so long without mentioning Wu Qingyun. It seemed the higher-ups had already decided to take action against her. Yet, within the sect, how could they possibly arrange such a thing? Lu Fang's expression remained calm as he said, Brother Chen, perhaps you have not made the task clear. Are we to act within the sect? I have certainly clarified the task. But there is something else Junior Brother Liu may not be aware of, Chen Song continued. If a disciple of the Five Poison sect successfully establishes their foundation, they must also complete a sect mission before they can officially enter the inner sect. This applies to Wu Qingyun as well, even though she is a disciple of the Poison Bodhisattva. Now that the Poison Bodhisattva has returned, it is likely that her mission outside will only last a couple of days. Are you suggesting we act outside the sect? But I have not yet established my foundation. How can I accompany her? Lu Fang questioned. Junior Brother Liu need not worry. Since the higher-ups have issued this task, they will certainly arrange for you to accompany her. At that time, our people will assist you, and eliminating Wu Qingyun will be a mere formality, Chen Song assured him. Very well. Then I shall not inquire further, since Wu Qingyun is destined to die. Her visit to me yesterday is of little consequence. Lu Fang feigned nonchalance. Oh, Wu Qingyun came to see you yesterday. What did she want? Chen Song asked. Nothing much. She just brought some fruits for me to eat. Oh, and Brother Chen, there is no need to procure those fruits and the poro meat. After all, she is going to die and they will be of no use, Lu Fang replied. No need to procure? If you don't procure them, doesn't that mean I must return what I have already obtained? Chen Song exclaimed anxiously. That one do. Junior Brother Liu, she is not dead yet. When the time comes, you will still need to be by her side to find the opportunity to lead her into our ambush. Very well, I see she quite enjoys those items, so I shall trouble Brother Chen with it, Lu Fang conceded. Chen Song waved his hand dismissively, saying, No trouble at all. This is precisely what you must do, Junior Brother Liu. You should cater to her preferences and strive to deepen your relationship with her, so that when the time comes, it will be easier to ensnare her. I will prepare them first thing tomorrow morning. You can take them to her in the afternoon and chat with her a bit. Chen Song finally felt reassured and then casually asked, By the way, besides bringing you food yesterday, did she discuss anything else? Any noteworthy matters? Reporting the change of route by the Poison Bodhisattva had brought Chen Song considerable benefits, so he wished to converse more with Lu Fang regarding Wu Qingyun. hoping to uncover further advantages. Nothing of significance, merely trivial matters. However, I did ascertain the cause of the sores on her face, Lu Fang stated. Even without prompting, Chen Song sought to steer the conversation in that direction. He reclined on his chair, remarking, "How peculiar! Wu Qingyun seemed perfectly fine before. How did she suddenly develop these sores on her face? Junior brother Lu, do you have an idea? She must have consumed something harmful." Lu Fang shook his head. "Someone must have poisoned her." Lu Fang again shook his head. "Still not correct." After pondering, Chen Song suggested, "The poison bodhisattva is the master of Jade Toad Peak. She must have imparted her toad techniques to her, and in her reckless practice, she harmed her own face. That doesn't seem right either. Junior brother Lu, please enlighten me on the true nature of her condition. Actually, she herself is unaware of how it came to be. Lu Fang began, only to be interrupted by Chen Song, who inquired, "If she doesn't know how it happened, how can you claim to have figured it out?" "Brother Chen, please let me finish. She has a pet, you know?" Lu Fang explained. "A pet? What sort of pet? I have never heard of it." Chen Song pondered aloud. Lu Fang extended his thumb and said, "It's a small, translucent toad, about this big. She mentioned it as a cold poison toad. What was it called again?" "A translucent toad?" Chen Song murmured, then suddenly sat up straight. "Could it be the cold poison jade toad?" Lu Fang feigned recollection and replied, "Yes, that does sound like what she said. She claimed that it was raising that little toad that caused the sores on her face." "Brother Chen, do you know what that means?" Chen Song shook his head. "How could I know? I only know that her master, the poison bodhisattva, once had a cold poison jade toad, but my knowledge is limited. If she raises such a creature and develops sores, wouldn't she stop raising that little thing? I had the same question. If raising it causes sores, why continue doing so?" Lu Fang remarked. "What did she say in response?" Chen Song probed. "She said it was not an option. The sores on her face would heal in a few years. But this little toad," Chen Song interrupted, "is the cold poison jade toad." Lu Fang continued. "She said that she could only raise this one for her entire life. She also claimed she could control that little creature, and then she closed her eyes, after which I saw the little thing awkwardly start to crawl. When she closed her eyes, the cold poison jade toad began to move." Chen Song asked. "Yes, it moved, albeit somewhat clumsily," Lu Fang confirmed. Chen Song pondered aloud. "Only able to raise one, can control it with closed eyes. What kind of technique is this?" Seeing Chen Song's furrowed brow, Lu Fang felt a twinge of impatience and added, "She also mentioned that once I establish my foundation, she would find a way to obtain another one from her master, and she remarked that it would be too late by the time I reached the golden core stage. I thought that creature was too small and rather unsightly, so I didn't engage further. Brother Chen, what do you think she means by that? Does she intend for me to have a face like hers?" Chen Song, with a serious demeanor, silenced Lu Fang and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Seemingly grappling with a conundrum, he muttered, "Only able to raise one, can control it, can do so once the foundation is established, but too late for golden core. Her master had one, only one. What technique could this be?" Chapter 27. The shadow body moves after quite some time. Chen Song slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Of course, it must be that." He hurriedly stood up and said to Lu Fang, "Junior brother Lu, this matter is of utmost importance. If my suspicions prove true, then we shall achieve a monumental feat. A grand achievement. Finally, you have grasped it." Lu Fang feigned delight and inquired, "What grand achievement?" Chen Song hastily moved towards the door, saying as he walked, "I must leave. I need to report this news promptly, or else there may be complications." Lu Fang followed him, saying, "Brother Chen, you still haven't told me what this grand achievement is." Chen Song opened the door and whispered, "I will tell you later, no. I will tell you tomorrow." With that, he hurried out. Lu Fang closed the door, quickly climbed onto his bed, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. The moment the door opened, a shadow slipped into his own shadow. That was, of course, Lu Fang's shadow body. The shadow body shares a singular consciousness with the main body, experiencing all that it sees and hears as if it were happening to the main self. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears. Chen Song moved swiftly, concealing his entire presence, using true energy to traverse the mountains and forests. Before long, his speed began to diminish, observing the buildings before him. Lu Fang paused. This was the residence of the menial workers of the Five Poisons sect, inhabited by utterly unskilled mortals. The Five Poisons sect indeed had mortals among them, performing menial tasks such as cooking, making clothes for the disciples, and tending to flowers and plants. Most were villagers from nearby, many of whom were elderly women. They typically remained in the mortal area and could not freely enter the sect. Lu Fang followed Qinsong's shadow until they arrived at a solitary wooden house. After a brief knock, a woman opened the door and ushered Qinsong inside. "Master," as Qinsong entered the room, he immediately performed a respectful bow. Only then did Lu Fang manage to discern the woman's features in the candlelight. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a curvaceous figure that still possessed a hint of allure. However, a large dark red birthmark marred her face, which was quite startling upon first glance that it was her. Lu Fang felt a profound shock within. This woman was the head of the dining hall. Disciples of the Five Poisons sect, who had yet to reach the third level of qi refinement, could dine at the sect's mess hall free of charge. Naturally, those who enjoyed complimentary meals would not take the trouble to cook for themselves. The small kitchen adjacent to the room was only established after reaching the third level of qi refinement, when there was no longer a place to eat. Lu Fang was well aware that the upper echelons, often mentioned by Qinsong, referred to this very Five Poisons sect. Otherwise, news would not circulate so swiftly. He had initially assumed that it was the inner sect members who were managing the affairs of the Five Poisons sect. Little did he expect that this individual had blended in among the sect's miscellaneous workers. Moreover, she was a hall master. Who would have thought? The hall master of the Blood Shadow Hall was, in fact, a mere mortal. While Lu Fang admired her, he also felt a surge of caution, though he understood that hiding within Qinsong's shadow made her difficult to detect. He dared not move a muscle. "How about it? Has Lu Fang successfully passed the test?" the woman inquired, sitting on a bamboo chair and taking a sip of tea. Qinsong, not daring to act presumptuously, stood there with utmost decorum and replied, "Yes, nothing escapes the hall master's notice." The woman chuckled disdainfully, saying, "Ha! I knew this lad was extraordinary, that a person who could devise such a plan under those circumstances is no simpleton. Has he grasped the implication of the blood god pill you provided him? Indeed, he even offered me a reason for his sudden change in temperament that he remarked, between life and death lies great terror, and within great terror lies great fortune. He has seized that fortune, thus coming to understand many matters, and has become much more astute," Qinsong explained. The woman seemed intrigued and remarked, "Where did he hear such words?" "They possess a certain wisdom. He claimed to have read it in the tomes of the library. As for its authenticity, I cannot ascertain," Qinsong replied. "He has indeed visited the library numerous times, and given the vast and eclectic collection within, it should be true," the woman nodded. She then inquired, "What is your current opinion of him?" "This subordinate does not dare to hold personal views," Qinsong hastily responded. "Speak freely," the woman commanded, raising her gaze to Qinsong. Feeling the intensity of her scrutinizing gaze, Qinsong nervously stated, "This subordinate believes he should pose no problem." His sudden change in character stemmed from a breakthrough in his mindset, having faced life and death, rendering him far more perceptive. The woman nodded. "Indeed, that is my belief as well. Otherwise, this matter would not make sense." She then sighed. "Sometimes, one ought not to be too clever, for excessive cleverness breeds ulterior motives." Turning her attention back to Qinsong, she asked, "Qinsong, are you clever?" Qinsong, drenched in cold sweat, hastily knelt and replied, "This subordinate dares not. This subordinate harbors no ulterior motives towards my hall." "Dares not? Or does not wish to?" the woman queried ominously. Lowering his head, Qinsong answered, "Dares not, and does not wish to. I knew you would not dare." The woman cast him a scornful glance before continuing. This lad was previously too dull. Once he gained insight, his thoughts became lively. Additionally, you mentioned he forgot about the blood godchild, so even if he harbored some improper thoughts, that is to be expected. Upon learning of the blood godchild, if he dispels any improper notions, that would suffice. It is not every day that a clever person emerges in our hall. I am quite pleased. After Wu Qingyun's demise, You shall bring him over. Bring him over. What need would I have once he is brought here? Hall Master. There is one matter I must report regarding Wu Qingyun. Chen Song raised his head to say. Has Lu Fang met Wu Qingyun again recently? It appears their relationship is quite close. The woman muttered to herself before asking, Speak. What is it? Wu Qingyun may be practicing the poisoned soul heavenly scripture, Chen Song disclosed. What? Are you certain you did not mishear? The woman stood, her voice sharp with inquiry. This subordinate would never dare to deceive the hall master. But I lack absolute certainty. Chen Song wiped his sweat as he spoke. What transpired? Stand and clarify. Chen Song rose and began. Previously, after I conveyed orders to Lu Fang, he mentioned that Wu Qingyun had visited him the day before. During their casual conversation, Wu Qingyun spoke of the reason behind her face being covered in sores, and then produced a thumb-sized cold poison jade toad. As Chen Song recounted this, the woman interjected, Are you certain it was a cold poison jade toad? Indeed. Lu Fang described it as a translucent toad, Chen Song swiftly affirmed. A translucent toad? Did it emanate any cold air? The woman pressed further. Chen Song, somewhat anxious, replied, No, I do not know. Lu Fang did not mention it. Hall Master, could it be that this is not a cold poison jade toad? Not necessarily. It could also be an ordinary jade toad. Continue, the woman instructed. Yes, Wu Qingyun mentioned that her facial condition was due to nurturing that little creature. Chen Song relayed everything Lu Fang had said. The woman's expression grew increasingly grave as she listened, ultimately asking, Are you certain you did not mishear? Chen Song asserted. This subordinate is well aware of the significance of this matter and has left no detail unaddressed. Chapter 28. Change of plans. The woman pondered for quite some time, looking at Chen Song as she asked, Chen Song, did you disclose the plan to eliminate Wu Qingyun and draw out the poisoned bodhisattva Wu Qian to Lu Fang? This subordinate dares not. Without the hall master's consent, I would never speak a word. Chen Song replied earnestly. The woman nodded, contemplating for a moment before muttering. Then, this is not a deliberate revelation from that lad Lu Fang, even if he possesses the audacity to entertain other thoughts. Knowing the ultimate goal of this endeavor, he would never assist Wu Qian, as it would bring him no benefit. Furthermore, he carries the blood godchild within him. In that case, this information must indeed be true. Lu Fang finally comprehended. It turned out they aimed not only to eliminate Wu Qingyun. The true target of their schemes was the poisoned bodhisattva Wu Qian. After all, regardless of Wu Qingyun's remarkable talent, she was merely at the foundational stage. How much of a threat could she pose to the blood demon sect? Wu Qian was an entirely different matter, that if she were truly removed, it would be akin to severing a finger from the five poison sect. What was more alarming was that, at such a critical juncture, she still questioned whether she had developed ulterior motives, doubting the veracity of the information. With such individuals within the five poison sect, Lu Fang felt he could not afford to be careless. He wondered if his plans could alter the blood demon sect's actions this time. Otherwise, employing methods intended for the poison bodhisattva against Wu Qingyun would leave her with no hope of escape. Chen Song stood in place, quietly awaiting the woman's orders, making no move whatsoever. After a moment, the woman finally spoke. Chen Song, in your opinion, which is of greater significance to the blood demon sect, eliminating the poison bodhisattva, Wu Qian, or potentially acquiring a volume of the poisoned soul heavenly scripture? This subordinate, being dim-witted, cannot discern which is of greater weight. Chen Song replied, Speak freely. Should you err, I will not hold it against you, the woman encouraged. Then this subordinate dares to say that eliminating the poison bodhisattva seems more prudent. After all, the possibility of obtaining the poisoned soul heavenly scripture remains uncertain. Relying solely on that lad Lu Fang, I find the likelihood to be quite low, Chen Song stated. You clearly have no experience in matters of the heart. The woman scoffed lightly before continuing. You are unaware of how far a lovesick woman will go for love. Moreover, Wu Qian is there to back her up. How can you say that? Must one first find a romantic partner to act as a spy? Chen Song felt somewhat exasperated, replying, Hall Master, do you truly believe Lu Fang can procure the poisoned soul heavenly scripture for us? However, this opportunity is indeed rare. If we miss it, with Wu Qingyun's talent, once she enters the inner sect, she likely will not re-emerge from the sect for a considerable time. If she does not leave the sect, we will have no chance to use her to lure out the poisoned bodhisattva. The woman sighed. Alas, I understand the rarity of this opportunity, that we have underestimated the relationship between Wu Qian and Wu Qingyun, nearly missing this chance to probe her. It was truly unexpected. Wu Qingyun had barely succeeded in her foundational stage, yet she dared to take the risk of traversing the wild forest. Should Wu Qingyun perish, she would undoubtedly show up even if she knew we had set an ambush. However, your mention of the cold poison jade toad has reminded me. I almost forgot that Wu Qian possesses a large toad. It is said that her toad died saving her. But who can ascertain the truth of this matter? Her willingness to risk crossing the wild forest may be attributed to her reliance on that large toad. Yet, if the large toad were not dead, why did it not appear this time? With the toad present, she would surely have emerged unscathed. Deputy Hall Master Fang would not have even had the chance to escape by blood escape. Does she not care about being injured? Or has she calculated that our actions this time are merely a test? That should not be the case. If she had the ability to keep Deputy Hall Master Fang behind, she would never allow him to leave. If the large toad is deceased, how then did she manage to traverse the wild forest unscathed? I cannot fathom it. I cannot comprehend whether the large toad is alive or dead. The woman paced restlessly within the room. Clearly troubled, after observing her for a while, Chen Song could no longer restrain himself and spoke. Hall Master, this subordinate believes that whether the large toad is alive or dead can be ascertained through experimentation. The woman pondered for a moment before responding casually. How shall we attempt this? Chen Song replied. I recall that the forum master previously mentioned that Wu Qingyun possesses a mother and son shell capable of transmitting messages to the poisoned bodhisattva at any time. Therefore, let us refrain from killing her for now. Instead, we shall place her in peril. Once she communicates with the poisoned bodhisattva, he will undoubtedly come forth to rescue her, will he not? At that moment, our people can strike, ensuring that she is plunged into a life-or-death crisis. Will her large toad be alive or dead by then? The poisoned soul scripture will be manageable. After all, how can a mere girl like Wu Qingyun withstand our severe torture? He still leaned towards eliminating Wu Qian, or, at the very least, dealing with Wu Qingyun, that if Wu Qingyun were not handled, Lu Fang would hold significant sway in the forum master's eyes, and he did not wish to be perpetually overshadowed by Lu Fang. However, the woman interjected, No, if Wu Qingyun remains alive, Wu Qian cannot be allowed to lose her reason. Should she retain her composure, it will inevitably attract the attention of the peak masters from other peaks. Our numbers are insufficient. We can barely contend with Wu Qian alone. As for your suggestion to interrogate Wu Qingyun, that is even less feasible. The poison soul scripture can only be imparted to the disciples of the inheritance. And once taught, they must establish a poison soul curse, unless willingly done. Uttering even a single word of the poison soul scripture will result in immediate death by poison. The poison soul curse. Is it truly that formidable? Chen Song inquired. The woman cast him a sidelong glance and replied, Is that not obvious? If you could conceive of it, how could I have failed to do so after all these years? Though the disciples of the five poison sect are formidable, they have not all escaped our grasp. Since Wu Qian dared to impart it to her in advance, she must have ensured that Wu Qingyun established the poison soul curse. As for the poison soul scripture, we have no choice but to compel her to disclose it voluntarily. She then approached Chen Song and said, Did you not mention that Wu Qingyun stated she would procure a cold poison jade toad for Lu Fang once he achieved foundation establishment? Indeed, but I suspect Lu Fang feared that he might also develop sores on his face. Thus he declined. Chen Song replied, He disregards the high-tier demon beast offspring of the cold poison jade toad that others covet. To procure the cold poison jade toad for him is to impart the poison soul scripture. And he remains blissfully unaware. What incredible fortune this lad has. The woman remarked with a hint of exasperation. Forum master, do you think Wu Qingyun was merely speaking offhandedly? Chen Song expressed his lingering dissatisfaction. Even if she was speaking casually, there exists a possibility. We cannot afford to overlook even the slightest chance of obtaining the poisoned soul scripture. The woman sighed. After all, it is the poisoned soul scripture. Who would have thought that the arrangements made by our sect over the years would be outdone by a newcomer who has only been here for a little over 5 years? After a moment of contemplation, she continued, order Lu Fang to approach Wu Qingyun and simultaneously devote himself to rigorous training, striving for early foundation establishment, that he shall have our full support. Understood, Chen Song replied earnestly. You might as well inform him that if he devises a method to obtain the poisoned soul scripture, I will personally petition the forum master on his behalf to have the blood god curse lifted from him. The woman said, Ah, will the forum master truly agree to this? Chen Song exclaimed in shock. Chapter 29, Zhang de Peo, it is highly probable. You may not grasp the significance of the poisoned soul scripture, that we do not merely wish to possess a life-bound poisonous entity akin to the five poison sect. We also seek to unravel the connection between the life-bound poison and the poisoned soul scripture. If we can sever this connection, the five poison sect will collapse without us needing to strike. Moreover, should that time come, he will have tasted the sweetness of our sect and may be reluctant to extricate himself. Huh, am I not a perfect example? The woman asserted confidently. How could Lu Fang possibly compare to you? Forum master, you alone have. Before Chen Song could finish his thought, the woman interrupted. Enough. You must promptly inform him of the change in plans and ensure he seizes this opportunity to venture out, strengthening his relationship with Wu Qingyun. Furthermore, after they have departed, I will arrange for someone to strike at them, allowing him to make a good impression before Wu Qingyun. Additionally, the poisoned bodhisattva will be recuperating over the next few days and should not hear any rumors regarding Lu Fang and her prized disciple. Otherwise, given her temperament, if Lu Fang remains here, he may not die, but will certainly suffer greatly. Convey all of this to him. He is a clever individual and will know how to act accordingly. Chen Song replied, Yes, I will certainly ensure he understands the forum master's good intentions. The woman then tossed him several mid-grade spirit stones, saying, One of these is for you. The rest are for him. After accepting them, Chen Song expressed his gratitude. Thank you, forum master. Our sect has never been stingy with rewards, as you are well aware. The woman remarked, then regarded him with a half-smile. However, remember this, what is given to you is yours. If you take what is not given to you, you know the consequences. I would not dare. Chen Song hurriedly responded. Go now. The woman waved her hand. Chen Song exited and closed the door behind him, wiping the sweat from his brow, but he glanced back at the room one last time before leaving. Lu Fang's shadowy form concealed within Chen Song's shadow followed him back to his dwelling. After quietly noting the address, he waited for a moment, observing that Chen Song displayed no unusual behavior, then slipped out, swiftly returning to his own quarters. Upon sneaking through the door, the shadow revealed its form and took the cultivation method from the body, beginning to peruse it while seated. Meanwhile, Lu Fang's body was deep in thought. The body and the shadow could operate simultaneously. This was merely the first deployment of the shadow, necessitating full concentration. The following morning, Lu Fang resumed his cultivation. After 1 or 2 hours, he shook off the fragments of spirit stones in his hands and sighed. Cultivating with spirit stones was merely twice as fast as absorbing the natural spirit energy. Given his aptitude, achieving foundation establishment within a few years seemed a daunting task. The silver lining was that the shadow cultivated any method rapidly. It had mastered the techniques Wu Qingyun had given him overnight. Though without the refinement of poison, its power was significantly diminished. The only regret was that the shadow could not directly cultivate true essence. Seemingly limited by the body to enhance his cultivation, he would still need to rely on his own efforts. Just as he was preparing to cultivate again, he heard a commotion outside. Junior Brother Lu? Is Junior Brother Lu in there? A thought crossed his mind, and the shadow concealed itself within his own shadow. Opening the door to step outside, the visitor was someone Lu Fang did not recognize. Appearing to be in his late 20s, he was of a relatively slender build. Upon seeing Lu Fang emerge, he immediately said, Junior Brother Lu, I am from the Contribution Pavilion in the front hall. There is a task for you. The Contribution Pavilion oversees the contribution levels of outer disciples, after reaching the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Each disciple must complete a certain level of contributions annually, or they will face penalties. The contribution pavilion frequently issues tasks, and upon completion, rewards and contribution points are given. The task of feeding poisonous creatures to Wu Qingyun had also been assigned by the contribution pavilion. However, it was rare to see someone personally deliver such tasks unless contributions for the year remained incomplete. But with plenty of time left in the year, why would the contribution pavilion send someone at this moment? Having met my senior brother, may I inquire what task has been assigned to me? Lu Fang clasped his hands in greeting. Junior brother Lu, you need to submit a xianming grass for this task. Here is the task list. The visitor replied. Xianming grass, what is that? Lu Fang took the task list and saw an illustration of the xianming grass along with possible locations. Upon closer inspection, all the locations were within the wild forest. But fortunately, they were all on the outskirts. May I ask your name, senior brother? Lu Fang held the task list and bowed once more. The individual blinked at him and whispered, Junior brother Lu, I am Zhang Zishan. Zhang Zishan? Lu Fang was taken aback that he had not heard of him. Seeing Lu Fang's bewilderment, Zhang Zishan also appeared confused and quietly remarked, That shouldn't be. Did that scoundrel Chenlar not inform you about me? I am Zhang Zishan, Zhang de Peo. Zhang de Peo? Only then did Lu Fang recall that this was another individual from the outer sect who was aware of his background, previously collaborating with Chun Song to create chaos in the square. It seemed this person had infiltrated the contribution pavilion. No wonder he dared to boldly approach him. I see. I just didn't expect you, senior brother Zhang, to have this additional identity. Lu Fang replied. Zhang de Peo said, it's just a means to make a living. That scoundrel Chenlar often embezzles my rewards from above, leaving me unable to afford the blood of demon beasts that I had no choice but to devise a way to infiltrate the contribution pavilion to earn some spirit stones. He then grew serious and said, But enough of that. Junior brother Lu, it has come to our attention that Sister Wu has tasks to hunt a fire rhinoceros in the wild forest, so I was instructed to arrange your task in the wild forest as well. Junior brother Lu, what do you think of the xianming grass task? Would you prefer to switch to something else? Is that even an option? Lu Fang asked, surprised, as he had never heard of such a possibility regarding tasks from the contribution pavilion. Of course it can be changed. As long as the spirit stones are sufficient, any task can be modified. However, Junior brother Lu, feel free to change it. I wouldn't dare accept your spirit stones. Zhang de Peo continued. If Junior brother Lu wishes to swap, there are still tasks to collect 10 heartbreak flowers, capture 3 poisonous peaks, or retrieve a golden snake gallbladder. Wait a moment, are all the tasks you mentioned to be completed in the wild forest? Lu Fang interrupted. Indeed. Junior brother Lu, the superior merely instructed me to assign you a task in the Mongling forest, yet did not specify the nature of the task, so I naturally allow you to choose for yourself, Zhang de Peo remarked. Oh, I see. Which tasks are simpler? Lu Fang inquired. Zhang de Peo replied. In truth, they are quite similar. The ones I previously mentioned are located on the outskirts of the Mongling forest, easily found, and there are no formidable beasts lurking in those areas, thus posing no danger. Chapter 30. Handle her. Why not, Junior brother Lu? You can undertake whichever task you find suitable, and I shall send you the other task list shortly. Zhang de Peo continued. That won't be necessary. I will take the xianming grass task. When should I submit it? Lu Fang responded. You may submit it whenever you return. With us at the contribution pavilion, you need not worry about such matters in the future, Zhang de Peo assured, patting his chest. Thank you very much, senior brother Zhang. That do you happen to know when Wu Qingyun is departing? Lu Fang inquired, clasping his hands respectfully. I am not certain, but having accepted the task, she should be leaving within the next couple of days, Zhang de Peo replied. At that moment, another voice called out loudly. Junior brother Lu, I have brought you some fruits. Chun Song had arrived, carrying 2 large bags. Well, it seems the 3 undercover agents have gathered together. These 2 certainly have quite the audacity. Approaching me in broad daylight. Zhang de Peo, you are here too? Chun Song called out before he had even approached. Then Zhang de Peo muttered quietly. Junior brother Lu, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If you require anything in the future, just come find me at the contribution pavilion. I am mostly there. Having said that, he hurried off in another direction, his speed leaving Lu Fang momentarily stunned. That rascal runs quite fast, Chun Song remarked. He then stepped closer to Lu Fang and whispered, "Junior brother Lu, let us go inside and speak." Lu Fang had no choice but to follow him indoors. Once inside, Chun Song placed the items down and prepared to close the door. But Lu Fang stopped him. "Why close the door in broad daylight? Isn't that plainly indicating to others that we are engaged in some underhanded business?" Chun Song awkwardly replied, "You certainly consider things thoroughly, Junior brother Lu." He then pointed to the two large bags on the floor, saying, "Junior brother Lu, these are the fresh fruits I procured for you early this morning, and this here is premium poro meat, complete with seasonings." "Thank you for your efforts, Senior Brother Chen," Lu Fang replied, and then asked, "Why did Senior Brother Zhang flee as soon as he saw you?" "That scoundrel Zhang Depeo. Last time, he teamed up with two others from the Contribution Pavilion to gamble with me. I couldn't allow him to lose face in front of them, so I played a little, but that rascal cheated me with them. He swindled me out of numerous spirit stones and then ran off," Chun Song said, his face full of indignation. "Then why did he tell me that you withheld the rewards he was supposed to receive?" Lu Fang asked. "That was pure nonsense on his part," Chun Song retorted. "He hasn't accomplished anything noteworthy. So what rewards could he possibly receive? It's merely the annual spirit stones given to him to buy some beast blood to prevent the blood god from claiming his life. But that rascal, with just a few spirit stones, goes off to gamble that if he loses, he comes to borrow from me, and when the blood god is about to act up, he comes running to me that if I don't let him in, he just lies outside my door. Every time, I expend my own essence to rescue that scoundrel. If it weren't for the fact that I have no one else to rely on, I would have long ceased to care about his fate." Chun Song continued to vent his frustrations. Lu Fang had to interject. "All right, we are all comrades here. We should help each other. However, his gambling habit needs to be curbed. You should be the one to talk to him. I lose my temper every time I see him," Chun Song replied. "We can discuss this later. Have you relayed the message? What did they say?" Lu Fang proceeded. "Yes, they were quite shocked upon learning of this matter. After much deliberation, they decided to alter their plans and specifically sent me to convey this to you," Chun Song stated seriously. "Order." Lu Fang is to continue getting closer to Wu Qingyun while also dedicating himself to his cultivation, striving to establish his foundation as soon as possible. All support will come from our hall. He then produced 3 medium-grade spirit stones and handed them to Lu Fang. "These are for your cultivation. Junior brother Lu, should you make progress with Wu Qingyun or achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation, there will be further rewards from above." Lu Fang accepted the spirit stones, secretly amused. "Chun Song, you have quite the audacity. Don Tiyu, in front of that woman, he is meek and timid, not daring to utter a word. Yet when it comes to the spirit stones she gives him, he dares to withhold them that Lu Fang had observed clearly yesterday. That woman had given him a total of 5 spirit stones, of which only 1 was meant for him. The remaining 4 rightfully belonged to her. Yet he had only given her 3 that woman had even hinted at him, and he still dared to act this way. One cannot say he lacks boldness." Not wanting to expose him, Lu Fang asked, "Why not reward me with a Lingyuan fruit as well? My cultivation is simply too low," Chun Song replied. "Junior brother Lu, you may not be aware, but while Lingyuan fruits are precious, they are only beneficial for those at the 5th layer of qi refinement and can only enhance one small realm. After consuming one, further consumption is of no use." This was similar to Lu Fang's thoughts. Lu Fang said, "Then let it be. Is there anything else from above?" Chun Song replied, "They are quite satisfied with you, Junior brother Lu, and hope that during this outing, you will foster a good relationship with Wu Qingyun. Most importantly, keep an eye on the matter of her cold-poisoned jade toad. This matter is of utmost importance, so do not casually bring it up, lest Wu Qingyun grows suspicious. Furthermore, they are aware of your troubles with the blood god within you. They have assured me that as long as you can extract the poison soul scriptures from Wu Qingyun, they will personally assist you in petitioning the Hall Master to have the blood god removed from your body." Upon hearing this, Lu Fang naturally displayed a look of astonishment. "What exactly are the poison soul scriptures? Does Wu Qingyun possess them?" he asked. Seeing that his expression seemed genuine, Chun Song replied, That has indeed been one of our hall's objectives in infiltrating the Five Poison sect over the years. Have you forgotten, Junior Brother Liu? Lu Fang feigned realization, saying, "Are you implying that the sores on Wu Qingyun's face are related to the poison soul scriptures our sect has long sought?" Qin Song responded, "I do not know whether her sores are connected to the poison soul scriptures. But I do know that the higher-ups have determined that her cold poison jade toad is undoubtedly linked to the poison soul scriptures." After that, he continued, "Junior Brother Liu, Jean de Peo came earlier to assign you a task." "Did he not?" "Yes, he has tasked me with gathering a xianming grass in the Monlin forest," Lu Fang replied. "In that case, Wu Qingyun's intersect task must also be in the Monlin forest," Qin Song mused. He then added, "Junior Brother Liu, you would do well to take this opportunity to get closer to Wu Qingyun during this outing. Otherwise, when you return to the sect, her master may cause you trouble." Lu Fang played along, saying, "Her master? What trouble could the poison bodhisattva cause me? Just think about it. Who in the outer sect is unaware of the rumors swirling around you too? How could her master allow Wu Qingyun to associate with an outer sect disciple like yourself? I suggest, Junior Brother Liu, that you seize this opportunity to handle her. Yes, handle her first. Otherwise, once we return to the sect, dealing with her master will surely be troublesome." After finishing, Qin Song looked at Lu Fang expectantly, as if waiting for him to express gratitude for his brilliant suggestion. "Handle her. Handle what?" Lu Fang momentarily failed to comprehend. That woman certainly did not suggest anything of the sort. Chapter 31. Reunion. Qin Song wore a lecherous grin as he said, "What else could it be?" He then gestured lewdly with both hands, mimicking the same action repeatedly. "Turn uncooked rice into cooked rice." "Do you not understand what I mean, Junior Brother Liu? If you keep gesturing like that, it's almost inappropriate for children. How could I not understand?" Seeing that Lu Fang did not respond, Qin Song added, "Just think about it. If you two have already reached that stage, what could the poison bodhisattva do to you? If she wishes to deal with Wu Qingyun, she would not agree." It appears that Qin Song has quite the knack for persuasion, that if it were someone else, they would likely fall for it. Setting aside whether Lu Fang is such a sordid person, if he truly did so, would the poison bodhisattva not have him dismembered? "It seems you are quite experienced, Senior Brother Qin. Why not take the lead?" Lu Fang said with a hint of annoyance. "How could I possibly? Even if I agreed, Wu Qingyun would not. I cannot partake in such fortune." Qin Song hastily waved his hands. "All right, Senior Brother Qin, do you have any other matters? If not, I shall not see you off," Lu Fang stated. Qin Song thought for a moment and said, "It seems there is nothing else that— oh right. After you depart, our people will pretend to take action against you at that time. Junior Brother Liu, do not be afraid. Just charge forward. This will create an opportunity for you to be a hero saving a damsel in distress." Hero saving a damsel in distress. That seems to have been mentioned by that woman yesterday. Lu Fang nodded. Qin Song continued, "Such an opportunity is rare. You must show some valor when the time comes." "Understood. Is there anything else?" "All should be fine now. This matter is particularly crucial, as it pertains to the arrangements I have made for many years, that I will reiterate this to Junior Brother Liu. Junior Brother Liu, your task is to find a way to deepen your relationship with Wu Qingyun, ensuring she willingly reveals the secrets of the poison soul scripture. Additionally, you must devote yourself to your cultivation. Do not worry about the spirit stones, as the sect will provide for you. Junior Brother Liu must put in more effort. If you manage to acquire the poison soul scripture, the sect leader will surely remove the blood god seed from you." Lu Fang walked over to the two bags and said, "I understand. I also need to bring some food to Wu Qingyun, so I won't keep Brother Qin any longer." "Very well. I will not delay you further, Junior Brother Liu. You may carry on. I shall take my leave now." After Qin Song spoke, he glanced at Lu Fang and exited in broad daylight. It was unlikely he would seek out that woman again, so Lu Fang did not instruct Chu to follow, carrying two large bags outside. He opened the fruits and inspected them. The items were quite good. He selected the finest ones, washed them, and set them aside. He then checked the seasonings, which were rather complete. The spices here differed from those used in his previous life. He tasted each one before processing all the paluo meat and marinating it. He took the items to the adjacent kitchen, raised the fire, and poured a generous amount of oil into the pot to fry the paluo meat until it was crispy and thoroughly cooked. Afterward, he coated it with various seasonings, and a simple dish of paluo jerky was prepared. After tasting it, he found the flavor quite pleasant, reminiscent of spicy beef jerky, that Liu Fang was satisfied, packed half of it in a bowl, and took the selected fruits as he made his way to Wu Qingyun's residence. "Oh, Junior Brother Liu, are you going to see Sister Wu?" Junior Brother Liu is truly thoughtful, bringing so many items. Only someone as deeply affectionate as Junior Brother Liu deserves our Sister Wu. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to find a soulmate as devoted as Junior Brother Liu. Indeed, if I could find a partner like Junior Brother Liu, I would willingly embrace death. As Liu Fang made his way, he encountered several disciples from various sects who noticed him carrying items. The male disciples remained mostly silent, while the female disciples chattered excitedly. But all their remarks were complimentary. That it was needless to say that no one dared to offend Wu Qingyun in the outer sect. Wu Qingyun's residence was a small, stand-alone courtyard, adorned with flowers and plants that had flourished during Liu Fang's absence. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw Wu Qingyun, her hair tied back with a scarf, sleeves rolled up, clumsily trimming the plants with a pair of scissors. She seemed preoccupied, her brow furrowed, and her cutting was rather haphazard. That Liu Fang approached, and she did not notice him. "Qingyun, why are you doing this alone?" Liu Fang asked. Liu Lang, you're here." Upon hearing his voice, Wu Qingyun's expression softened, and she quickly hid the scissors behind her back. "Why did you think to do this yourself? Let me handle it." Liu Fang placed his items down, took Wu Qingyun's hand to retrieve the scissors, and rolled up his sleeves. "I noticed they weren't as beautiful as before, so I wanted to trim them like you used to, but no matter how I cut, it never looked as good as when you did it," Wu Qingyun said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Come, let me teach you. You don't need to cut so much. Look, just snip off the excess, the crooked ones, and leave the healthy ones and the main stems alone," Liu Fang explained as he trimmed. Liu Lang, you cut so well," Wu Qingyun remarked, watching him with admiration. "This is actually quite simple. You'll learn if you watch me for a bit," Liu Fang replied. "All right, I'll learn diligently from Liu Lang," Wu Qingyun affirmed. After trimming for a while, Liu Fang noticed Wu Qingyun remained silent, simply watching him, that he inquired, "Qingyun, what troubles you? Is something on your mind?" Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyun's brow furrowed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and her voice quivered as she replied, "Liu Lang, my master has been injured." Although Liu Fang was aware of this, seeing her so distressed puzzled him. Could it be that the poison bodhisattva was gravely hurt? Even though it was an unintended consequence, if the poison bodhisattva was indeed severely injured, it would weigh heavily on his heart. Setting the scissors down, he stepped in front of Wu Qingyun and gently asked, "Your master possesses such profound cultivation. How could she be injured? Is it serious?" "Yesterday, on her way back, my master was ambushed by the blood demon sect and sustained quite serious injuries. The sect leader and others are currently treating her," Wu Qingyun said, her eyes reddening. "Then why aren't you with your master?" Liu Fang questioned. "I must undertake a sect mission tomorrow. Why master doesn't he want me to accompany her? She asked me to return and focus on my cultivation. But I cannot calm my heart," Wu Qingyun replied, grasping Liu Fang's hand tightly. "With the sect leader and others present, your master should recover soon. Try not to worry too much," Liu Fang said, not wanting to withdraw his hand as he saw her distress. "Yes, I understand. But Liu Lang, do you know, my master was injured for my sake." Holding Liu Fang's hand, Wu Qingyun's emotions appeared to stabilize somewhat. "For you?" Liu Fang asked. Chapter 32. Setting off with the rising sun, it was for me. If it weren't for the injury on my face, my master wouldn't have gone to the Qianling Snow Mountain to find snow lotus for me. Recently, when she saw I was close to Foundation establishment, she told me she would be going out for a while and asked me to notify her with the mother and child spiral once I succeeded in establishing my foundation. When I informed her, she replied that she would return within 3 days at the latest and would find a way to heal my facial injury. However, I never expected that on her way back yesterday, she would be ambushed by the Blood Demon sect. Although my master severely injured the Blood Demon sect members, she also suffered significant injuries. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, my master wouldn't have been hurt. Wu Qingyun spoke haltingly. Then her expression shifted, her eyes filled with fury. Blood demon sect, I will surely make them pay. Enough, Qingyun. How can this be your fault? If anything, it should be blamed on the blood demon sect. Your master will recover soon, so do not be sad, Lu Fang comforted her. My master is highly skilled. This injury is nothing to her. Exactly. Now, come and see what I brought for you. Lu Fang led Wu Qingyun to the items he had placed on the ground. Lu Lang, what is this? I just saw you bring it in, and didn't he get a chance to ask? Wu Qingyun inquired curiously. Open it and see. I prepared this for quite some time, Lu Fang replied. Ah, what is this? It smells so good. Wu Qingyun exclaimed upon seeing a bowl full of paluo jerky, her expression brightening. This is what I made for you. Try it and see if you like it, Lu Fang encouraged. It's delicious, Wu Qingyun exclaimed, taking a piece, lifting her scarf and popping it in her mouth, nodding in satisfaction. Take your time. There is still plenty. If it's too spicy, I have some fruits here that I've already washed and can be eaten directly, Lu Fang said, opening another bag. Good. Lu Lang, thank you. I feel much happier now, Wu Qingyun said, smiling as she munched away. Seeing her delight brought Lu Fang great joy. Let us sit over there to eat and chat, Lu Fang suggested, lifting the bowl and signaling towards the pavilion in the courtyard. Good. I'll carry this, she replied, picking up the bag of fruits and nibbling on one as she walked, eager to waste no time. Lu Fang placed the items on the stone table in the pavilion and sat down, asking, Qingyun, what mission are you to undertake tomorrow? An inner sect mission. All disciples entering the inner sect must first complete a task. And I am no exception, Wu Qingyun explained as she sat down, continuing to eat. Where to? Is the task difficult? Lu Fang inquired. Though he already knew, he felt compelled to ask. Sure enough, Wu Qingyun replied nonchalantly, to the Mang Forest. But only to the outskirts that I need to kill a fire rhinoceros and bring its false core back to the sect. Coincidentally, the contribution hall has also issued me a task to go to the Mang Forest. But I only need to collect a Xianming grass, Lu Fang stated. Upon saying this, Lu Fang felt a sudden surge of guilt. Really? Lu Lang is also going to the Mang Forest? Then we can go together, Wu Qingyun exclaimed, placing her fruit aside and looking at Lu Fang with sparkling eyes. Indeed, Qingyun, look, Lu Fang replied, reluctantly pulling out the contribution hall task from his pocket. But Wu Qingyun eagerly took it from him, glanced at it, and then burst into excitement. Yay, I get to go to the Mang Forest with Lu Lang. Let us see, at our pace, plus a day or two to complete the task. Wow. Lu Lang, we will be together for over half a month this time. I need to think about what we should bring. Food is essential. And clothing too. What should I wear? Let me think. Watching Wu Qingyun excitedly plan as if preparing for a vacation felt like a stark contrast to how they were before entering the courtyard. Yet, Lu Fang felt no joy in his heart, for he knew that all of this had been orchestrated by someone else. The sensation of being controlled by others is profoundly distressing, akin to being a marionette, subject to the whims of its puppeteer. Resolutely, I vow to extricate myself from this predicament. Patience is essential. I must proceed step by step, I remind myself inwardly. There are still matters that remain unclear, and my cultivation is rather meager, rendering me temporarily incapable of altering this situation, that I ask for the possibility of exchanging the toxic soul scripture for freedom. That notion has never crossed my mind. The more benevolent Wu Qingyun is to me, the heavier the weight of guilt I feel in my heart, that it is utterly inconceivable for me to inflict harm upon Wu Qingyun. Having meticulously planned what to take, she unexpectedly produced a crumpled map from her belongings and began to outline the route we would traverse together. Observing her enthusiasm, I resigned myself to her whims and engaged in extensive planning, akin to a travel itinerary, even determining where we would rest at night. Afterward, she chatted with me about various topics for quite some time and insisted that tomorrow I should wait in the room while she helped organize my belongings, combining them with her own. Her reasoning left no room for my refusal. She possesses a storage bag, whereas I do not, and carrying items would disrupt our mission's execution. Indeed, Wu Qingyun nodded affirmatively, This was the plan for accomplishing the sex task. Upon departing from Wu Qingyun's presence and returning to my quarters, the sun had already set that I summoned my shadowy form and retrieved the sword she had given me. The blade is slender, with a verdant hilt, clearly designed for a woman-esque grasp, that I entrusted it to my shadow for refinement while I organized a few essential items on the side. Then, I contemplated the potential challenges we might encounter during this excursion. The next day, I awoke early that I went to the side room, where I fed the poisonous creatures, replenishing their bait to ensure they would not starve. Just after I returned to my room to change into suitable attire for our journey, a voice called out, "Lu Lang, are you ready? Do you need my help with your packing?" No sooner had the words left her lips than a charming young woman, her face partially veiled by a silk scarf, entered the room. That it was none other than Wu Qingyun. "Qingyun, why are you up so early?" "I have everything packed," I replied. "I simply wish to set off earlier," she responded, glancing at the neatly organized pile of clothing and a small wooden box. "Is this all you are bringing?" "Lu Lang?" she inquired, and without waiting for an answer, she opened her storage bag and began placing my items inside one by one. That I checked and found nothing missing. This is more than enough for me. Shall we depart?" "Indeed, I have brought everything necessary, that if you have forgotten anything, you may use mine." Wu Qingyun secured her storage bag and, with a hint of sweetness, took my arm, saying, "Lu Lang, let us embark," seeing her eyes alight with enthusiasm. I did not wish to dampen her spirits and allowed her to lock the door as we made our way toward the sex exit. From a distance, we appeared as a pair of perfect companions, hand in hand, stepping into the dawn. Chapter 33. The Hu brothers. Throughout our journey, Wu Qingyun remained exuberantly animated, chattering incessantly, as if we were not on a mission for the sect, but rather indulging in a leisurely excursion. Once we exited the sect, she led me on a leisurely exploration, causing us to delay significantly. As dusk approached, we had barely traversed half of the distance we had planned for the first day. "Lu Lang, it is all my fault for being too playful that we haven't yet reached the nearby town. That I've heard from Master that in these desolate mountains, nocturnal beasts may roam. Perhaps we should set up a tent for the night?" Wu Qingyun suggested as we arrived at a wooded area. The forest was not small, and according to our planned route, we would need to pass through it. That I was uncertain about the presence of any beasts. "There is still some time before it gets dark. Qingyun, why don't you carry me over? The town isn't far ahead, and we should be able to find lodging there," I suggested, glancing at the sky. That I knew that after reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could fly using a sword, but Wu Qingyun had refrained from doing so to accommodate my pace. "No, Lu Lang, I've only just reached foundation establishment a few days ago. That I want to be able to fly for long before exhausting my true essence. If that happens, we would still be trapped in this forest, and if beasts do appear, it could be dangerous." Wu Qingyun replied earnestly. That I was unsure whether her claim was genuine, but I responded, "Then why don't you fly? And I'll follow you on foot. We should be able to cross this forest before nightfall." I had already learned the spirit snake technique, and I was not slow when running. "Oh dear! But I've been playing all day, and am quite tired now. That I'm also hungry and wish to roast something to eat. After that, let us rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." "Shall we?" Wu Qingyun said with a hint of playfulness. "You've been chattering nonstop on this journey. How could you possibly be hungry?" I rolled my eyes internally, but refrained from voicing my thoughts. "Very well then. Take out the tent, and I'll gather some firewood that I'll set it up for you afterward." I then walked towards the edge of the forest where some dry branches lay. "Alricht, Lu Lang. Hurry back. I want to eat that roasted meat you told me about. I can set up the tent myself," she said with a bright smile as she retrieved her storage bag. When I returned with some firewood, I found Wu Qingyun had already laid out several items. That I quickly got the fire going, skewered a piece of the meat she had prepared, and placed it over the flames. Her tent was already set up, complete with bedding and pillows. Looking at the pink tent, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She truly is still a little girl. "Qingyun, where is my tent? I'll manage on my own. You just keep an eye on the meat to ensure it doesn't burn," I said, approaching her as she admired her handiwork, nodding in approval. Wu Qingyun, surprised by my words, exclaimed, "Oh right, where's your tent, Lu Lang? Didn't you say you were preparing one for me?" I replied, "Did I say that?" She feigned deep thought for a moment before continuing, "I believe I mentioned it." but I couldn't find it just now. Perhaps I was in such a hurry this morning that I forgot to bring it. Before I could respond, she added, "Oh dear, what should we do? It is so chilly at night. We can't possibly manage without a tent. I might catch a cold. Why don't you just share the tent with me?" Upon hearing this, I finally understood. This girl was intent on consummating our relationship and was clearly interested in me. I hurriedly shook my head, saying, "Qingyun, that wouldn't be appropriate. How can a respectable young lady share a tent with me? I'll make do by the fire for the night." Wu Qingyun insisted. "That's out of the question. Lu Lang, the tent is large enough. We can squeeze in together. Besides, I've always shared a tent with Master when out in the wilderness. And in these desolate mountains, there may be beasts roaming. I would be quite frightened sleeping alone." "Frightened? Wasn't it you who told me that your master threw you into a den of beasts when you were merely 11 or 12? I continued to shake my head. "No, Qingyun, I cannot tarnish your virtue. You know, even if you don't care, your master certainly would not let me off lightly." To my surprise, Wu Qingyun replied earnestly, "I want her to know." "Lu Lang, you don't understand. My master." Before she could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly changed, and she pushed me aside with great force, retreating swiftly. I stumbled, only to realize a dark handprint had ominously passed between us. I never expected the esteemed disciple of the five poison sect, the poison bodhisattva, would engage in secret rendezvous with a pretty boy here. A figure emerged from the woods. They say that for a year, Wu Qingyun has been plagued by sores on her face, rendering her unrecognizable. I didn't think someone would dare to approach her. I must see who this pretty boy is. Haha. Unbeknownst to you two gentlemen, isn't it already dark? As long as one has a good figure, it doesn't matter if the lights are out. Wu Qingyun, your figure is still quite commendable. Another voice chimed in as two more figures appeared behind the first. The Hu brothers of the Xian sect. Wu Qingyun frowned and positioned herself protectively before me. Slightly turning her head, she quickly whispered to me, "Lu Lang, the one in front is Hu Laoda, and behind him are his two younger brothers. The second is mute, and the third just established his foundation last month. They all possess foundation establishment cultivation. You should find an opportunity to escape while I distract them." I knew a little about the Xian sect, which was also nearby and practiced ghost-taming techniques, an insidious and vile art that required human sacrifices to cultivate dark and poisonous powers. In some respects, it was even more nefarious than the Five Poison sect or the Blood Demon sect. Could it be that the Blood Shadow Hall sent them here? Were they orchestrating this farce of me heroically rescuing the damsel in distress? It seemed far too contrived. 3 foundation establishment cultivators. How could they play such a role without Wu Qingyun seeing through their ruse? My heart brimmed with confusion, and I dared not act recklessly. I then heard the foremost figure speak. "A few days ago, the disciples of the Five Poison sect killed several of our brothers. Today, we 3 brothers must ensure you remain here to avenge them." He then coldly commanded his companions, "Second brother, attack Wu Qingyun. Third brother, subdue that pretty boy. Do not take this lightly. Anyone who can woo Wu Qingyun is likely not just any outer disciple of the Five Poison sect. Isn't that just a smelly girl who established her foundation a few days after me? I'll see for myself if the techniques of the Five Poison sect are truly as formidable as they claim." As soon as Hu Laoda finished his words, the individual who had previously spoken stepped forward to continue. Before he could complete his sentence, his figure shot forth, a dark gleam appearing in his hand, transforming into a spectral claw that lunged towards the two with fierce intent. "Lu Lang, hurry and flee!" Wu Qingyun shouted, charging forward with a sword emanating a chilling luminescence in her grasp, unleashing a wave of sword energy directed at the assailant targeting Lu Fang. "Third brother, dodge. That is the ice sword chi of the Jade Toad Divine Art." Before her voice faded, Hu Laoda also unleashed a sword energy that shot towards Wu Qingyun's. Bang! The 2 sword energies collided with a resounding crash. The assailant, perhaps too close, found himself cloaked in a layer of white frost. Taking a cautious step back in astonishment. "Third brother, do not let that pretty boy escape. You must subdue him first," Hu Laoda bellowed, his figure alongside the mute Hu Lao were moving like phantoms towards Wu Qingyun. Chapter 34. Phantom Shadows. Wu Qingyun was entangled with Hu Laoda and Hu Lao. Evidently wary of her jade-toed divine art's icy aura, the two would approach her only to retreat after exchanging a few blows. Patiently seeking another opportunity to strike that Lu Fang then understood that Wu Qingyun's claims were not mere exaggerations. The jade-toed divine art was indeed formidable, allowing her to hold her ground against two foundation-level practitioners despite having only cultivated for a few days. Third brother, why are you still standing there? Hu Laodao retreated, evading a wave of ice energy from Wu Qingyun, and shouted at Hu Laosan, who stood frozen. Watching the skirmish unfold, he then coordinated with Hu Laoer to advance on Wu Qingyun. It's merely the fourth layer of qi refinement. How could he possibly escape? Though he stated this, Hu Laosan nonetheless surged towards Lu Fang. You seek death, Wu Qingyun roared, her aura surging as she unleashed a powerful wave of ice sword qi that forced Hu Laodao and Hu Laoer back. Then swiftly darted towards Hu Laosan, who was advancing on Lu Fang. Seeing the ferocity of Wu Qingyun's advance, Hu Laosan hastily halted, striking out with two palms towards her, the prints dark as they expanded in the wind. Go! Wu Qingyun reached Lu Fang's side, effortlessly cleaving through the palm prints with her sword, seizing his arm and propelling them both in the direction they had come from. The moment Hu Laosan attacked, Lu Fang realized that these three were not agents of the Blood Shadow Hall. They were genuinely in peril, facing three foundation-level practitioners. Even if Wu Qingyun's technique was extraordinary, she had only recently reached the foundation stage, making their escape exceedingly challenging, particularly as she was determined to take him with her. Indeed, just as they flew a distance of several dozen feet, Wu Qingyun called out, Lu Lang, you must go ahead. Lu Fang instantly felt a gentle force propelling him forward. Before he could regain his footing, he heard Wu Qingyun emit a muffled groan from behind. He turned back in a hurry, seeing that she had likely been struck in the back, her steps faltering. Qingyun, he called anxiously, rushing back to support her. Qingyun, are you all right? Observing the concern etched across Lu Fang's face, Wu Qingyun managed a feeble smile and shook her head, saying, I am fine, Lu Lang. You should not have returned. Elder brother, how is it that Wu Qingyun, having only just reached foundation stage, is so powerful? She has endured several of our spectral claws and appears unaffected. The three pursuers had already closed in, and Hu Laosan questioned. Unscathed? Impossible. Even if she possesses a protective artifact bestowed by the poisoned Buddha, she should have sustained internal injuries from that last strike. Another few claws, and she will not withstand it. A protective artifact. As such items are rare indeed. Elder brother, I must have it. Hu Laosan's eyes gleamed with greed. Do not be careless. Lao or Laosan blocked them. Do not let them escape, Hu Laodao commanded, and the two spread out, encircling Lu Fang and Wu Qingyun. Lu Lang, we shall be fine. Here, take this. Wu Qingyun said as she produced a pellet and handed it to Lu Fang. He took it without hesitation, tossing it into his mouth without a second glance. That if Wu Qingyun intended to harm him, she would not be so intent on aiding his escape. Lao or Laosan, Hu Laodao shouted, his form transforming into a shadow as he surged towards Lu Fang and Wu Qingyun. The other two, hearing his command, swiftly launched their attack from three directions as the trio advanced. Wu Qingyun remained unperturbed. With a flourish of her sleeve, a faint green mist enveloped her. Not good. It's the five poison smoke. Hu Laodao, closest to her, shouted, covering his mouth and nose as he retreated, the others following suit. Elder brother, this five poison smoke is exceedingly potent. What shall we do now? Hu Laosan dared not advance. Calling out that Hu Laodao raised his hand and sent forth a dark palm print towards Wu Qingyun, declaring, disperse it with the winds of my palm. I do not believe she has much of the five poison smoke left. Before the palm print could reach her, it was shattered by a wave of sword energy from Wu Qingyun, dispersing little of the toxic mist. Let us attack together, Hu Laodao shouted again. The three moved in unison, but Wu Qingyun remained calm, countering each assault while simultaneously retrieving a small conch shell from her possession. Elder brother, it is the mother and child conch, Hu Laosan exclaimed. Damn it. Lao Laosan first eliminate that pretty boy. Hu Laodao's expression shifted as he sank to the ground, murmuring incantations that he understood that Wu Qingyun cared for Lu Fang. while she could fend off their combined attacks. If they targeted Lu Fang, she would be compelled to protect him, leaving her unable to use the Kong to transmit sound. Upon seeing Hu Laoda seated, Hu Laoer and Hu Laosan immediately grasped his intent. Launching successive palm strikes towards Lu Fang that Wu Qingyun could only counter with her sword, unable to spare a hand for anything else, that Lu Fang, too, found himself at a loss, taking refuge behind Wu Qingyun as he observed the Hu brothers. Before long, a spectral figure began to materialize around Hu Laoda, gradually becoming more distinct, revealing the visage of a ghoul. "Roar!" Hu Laoda shouted, closing his eyes. The ghostly figure's blood-red eyes snapped open and sped towards Wu Qingyun with astonishing swiftness. Realizing the spectral figure was closing in from behind, Wu Qingyun's gaze sharpened. She unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Hu Laoer and Hu Laosan, then leaped into the air, striking downwards at the ghostly figure. To her dismay, the spectral claws intercepted her sword, and the creature opened its gaping maw to inhale. The green poisonous mist surged towards its mouth, vanishing in an instant. Hu Laoer and Hu Laosan were not idle either, abandoning Lu Fang as they rapidly advanced on Wu Qingyun. "You wish for my demise. It will not be so easy," Wu Qingyun declared, her face a mask of fury as her true essence surged forth, enveloping her in a layer of frost. Even Lu Fang on the ground could feel the chill radiating from her. The ghostly figure seemed momentarily frozen by the cold aura emanating from Wu Qingyun's sword, pausing just long enough for her to withdraw her blade and strike at the approaching Hu Laosan. His expression changed dramatically, his body seemingly affected by the icy energy, his movements slowing that it was too late for him to retreat. And he could only raise his hands, now suffused with dark energy, in defense. However, against Wu Qingyun employing her secret technique, this proved insufficient. Her sword cleanly severed his arms. Hu Laosan cried out in agony as he fell to the ground, landing not far from Lu Fang. Hu Laoer, witnessing this, let out a low growl, striking Wu Qingyun on the back with a palm, sending her several feet away before pursuing her again. The ghostly figure, surprised by Wu Qingyun's sudden resurgence, glanced down to see that the previously motionless pretty boy now wielded a sword with a jade-green hilt, sprinting towards the fallen Hu Laosan. Alarmed, the ghostly figure darted towards Lu Fang, opening its maw wide to unleash a fearsome roar. Lu Fang, seeing Hu Laosan collapse, was struck by a layer of frost. The area around his severed arm was encased in ice, his body curling in on itself, his cries fading to silence as he seemed to freeze in place. Naturally, Lu Fang could not let such an opportunity slip away. He drew the sword Wu Qingyun had given him, now refined within his body, and dashed toward Hu Laosan. However, before he could reach him, a massive ghostly figure loomed before him, emitting a piercing wail. Chapter 35. The predicament. The ghostly figure appeared unexpectedly, its blood-red eyes striking terror into the heart, while its ghastly visage was thoroughly unsettling. Lu Fang had never encountered such a sight before. The wailing sound sent a shock through him, causing his body to tremble, and he lost his grip on the sword, which clattered to the ground. A furious roar echoed from the sky above, drawing the ghostly figure's attention momentarily as it glanced back at Hu Laosan and Lu Fang, who stood frozen in place, before redirecting its focus towards Wu Qingyun and Hu Lao. Lu Fang dared not move. The ghostly figure had already frightened him greatly. Its claws were long enough to intercept Wu Qingyun's sword. If he made a move, a single swipe could very well spell his end, but he could not believe he could withstand the ghostly figure's attack. Its sudden departure left Lu Fang puzzled. Did it truly think a single wail could terrify him to death? Underestimating him, was it? Though he did not comprehend why the figure abandoned him, it did not prevent him from retrieving the sword from the ground and hurriedly approaching Hu Laosan to Lu Fang's surprise. Hu Laosan appeared quite shocked at his approach, his eyes wide with disbelief. Dark energy radiated from him, and the frost around him seemed to diminish slightly. Without further thought, noticing Hu Laosan's apparent inability to move, Lu Fang plunged the sword directly into his heart. The blade was sharp, encountering no resistance as it pierced through, and he twisted it slightly, for good measure. Hu Laosan straining with all his essence to fend off the cold. uttered incredulously before falling silent, that Lu Fang no longer paid him any mind, drawing his sword and taking a few steps forward, casting a glance in the direction of Wu Qingyun. After being struck by Hu Lao, Wu Qingyun had engaged in a fierce battle with him, while Hu Lao San, his hands having been severed, seemed greatly provoked by Hu Lao's plight, launching a relentless assault against her. Upon hearing the wailing of the ghostly figure, Wu Qingyun's heart sank. This was the soul-piercing sound emitted by the Xianyin sect when refining malevolent spirits, capable of directly intimidating souls weaker than its own cultivation level, rendering them immobile. This was bad. Lu Lang was merely at the qi refinement stage. Wu Qingyun, having exchanged a blow with Hu Lao, swiftly pushed him away with her sword and hurriedly flew towards Lu Fang. To her astonishment, upon hearing Hu Lao's roar, the ghostly figure also lunged towards her, extending its ghostly claws to strike. The ghostly figure seemed capable of shifting between corporeal and incorporeal forms. And despite Wu Qingyun striking it with several swords, she inflicted little harm. Anxiety gripped her heart. Wail! A chilling roar echoed. It was Hu Lao. After being wounded by Wu Qingyun's sword, he took a moment to recover, intending to attack her from behind, only to catch sight of Hu Lao-san's lifeless body on the ground. With a thunderous roar, he charged toward Lu Fang. Wu Qingyun had not previously noticed Hu Lao-san's condition. Her focus was solely on Lu Fang. Seeing him standing safely on the ground, watching her battle the ghostly figure, she temporarily felt relieved and continued her fight against the apparition. Hearing Hu Lao's furious shout, she instinctively sensed trouble. Thinking he intended to strike at her, just as she was about to evade, she was taken aback to see Hu Lao, filled with rage, flying towards Lu Fang. This was dire. Wu Qingyun disregarded her injuries, unleashed a wave of sword energy towards the ghostly figure, and dashed after Hu Lao. The ghostly figure evaded Wu Qingyun's sword energy. Noticing her rush towards Hu Lao, it turned around and, upon seeing Hu Lao-san dead, let out a furious roar, swiftly catching up with Wu Qingyun and striking her on the back. Wu Qingyun let out a muffled groan, propelled forward by the force of the ghostly figure's blow, instantly closing the gap to Hu Lao and unleashing a sword energy that knocked him to the ground, arriving in front of Lu Fang. Puff, Lu Lang, are you all right? As soon as she landed, Wu Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly wounded by the ghostly figure's vengeful strike. I'm fine. What about you, Qingyun? Lu Fang quickly supported her. By this time, her complexion had turned pale, and her footing was unsteady. Wu Qingyun shook her head and glanced toward Hu Lao-san's direction, where the ghostly figure and Hu Lao were preoccupied by the corpse. With lingering reluctance, she said to Lu Fang, Lu Lang, you must hurry and escape. I will hold them off. We leave together. Come, Qingyun, I'll carry you. Lu Fang bent down in front of Wu Qingyun, intending to lift her onto his back, that Wu Qingyun touched his back, shaking her head. It's futile, Lu Lang, that I have employed the secret technique of the Jade Toad divine art. My true essence is nearly depleted, and I am gravely injured. You won't be able to carry me far. Qingyun, hurry and get on, don't say that. I could never abandon you. Lu Fang urged urgently. No, Lu Lang, you must go. It is better for one to die than for two, that once they summon his soul back, they will not spare us. You must flee. I can still delay them for a while. Wu Qingyun spoke with a quivering voice. If you do not leave, then neither shall we. Lu Fang turned, brushing aside the scarf from Wu Qingyun's face, gently caressing her cheek, and firmly declared, Lu Lang, you. Wu Qingyun was deeply anxious, her eyes revealing a mix of satisfaction, profound reluctance, and anger, which ultimately transformed into overwhelming tenderness. Very well then, Lu Lang, we shall not flee. With you here, I fear nothing. She understood that with Lu Fang's speed, they could not escape far. Even with her assistance in stalling the ghostly figure and Hu Lao, Lu Fang had little chance of survival, especially as Hu Lao-san's soul was nearly recalled that a human-shaped shadow had begun to coalesce above Hu Lao-san's corpse, its features indistinguishable, far dimmer than the ghostly figure summoned by Hu Lao De. Once Hu Lao-san's soul stabilized, the ghostly figure let out a roar towards Lu Fang and Wu Qingyun, prompting Hu Lao with a fierce expression, to charge at the two as he approached with ferocity. Hu Lauer leaped into the air, black smoke billowing from his hands, his hair standing on end, rapidly turning white in an eerie manner. The black smoke transformed into two enormous ghostly claws, rushing towards them with alarming speed. "Lu Lang! Be careful!" Wu Qingyun shouted, her eyes filled with fierce determination. She channeled the last of her true essence with all her might, advancing rather than retreating, taking to the air as well, slashing through the incoming ghostly claws with a near-solid beam of sword light aimed at Hu Lauer's head. Hu Lauer, equally ferocious, did not flinch or evade the sword light, swiftly retracting the ghostly claws aimed at Lu Fang to block above his head, while the other claw continued its relentless assault towards the airborne Wu Qingyun. Bang! Wu Qingyun was struck down to the ground by the ghostly claw. Already heavily injured, she could only manage to glance at Lu Fang, who was trying to assist her, before losing consciousness that Lu Fang gently laid her on the ground, retrieved her fallen sword, and glared furiously at Hu Lao. That moment, Hu Lauer had landed on the ground, his left arm injured by Wu Qingyun's final sword light, now encased in frost. Gripping Wu Qingyun's sword, Lu Fang charged at him in a frenzy. Chapter 36. Plans cannot keep up with changes. The ghostly figure had stabilized Hu Laosan's soul, and upon turning its head, saw Lu Fang charging madly at Hu Lauer. Naturally, his cultivation was insufficient, but he recognized that Hu Lauer was struggling with the coldness in his left arm and should not be disturbed. With a furious roar, he floated in front of Lu Fang. Although he was puzzled as to why the soul-piercing sound had not subdued Lu Fang earlier, he had no time to contemplate the reason now. Extending his ghostly claws toward him, the claws were long and sharp, glimmering with a dark sheen as they lunged at Lu Fang with great speed. Quickly tossing something into his mouth, Lu Fang felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a sudden surge in his cultivation level, filling him with an overwhelming sense of strength, igniting an impulse to confront the ghostly claws head-on. However, Lu Fang was aware that this was merely an illusion brought about by a sudden elevation to the peak of the qi refinement stage. Even with the blood god pill, he still could not match the ghostly claws that Wu Qingyun dared not confront. Twisting his body, he evaded the ghostly claws and slid forward, swiftly passing the ghostly figure. The snake-like movement brought him past the ghostly figure, racing towards Hu Lauer, who was battling the icy grip on his left arm. The ghostly figure, taken aback by Lu Fang's sudden burst of speed, quickly regained its composure and lunged at him with even greater velocity. Yet Lu Fang did not flinch, his gaze fixed intently on Hu Lao, who was not far ahead. Just as the ghostly claws were about to seize Lu Fang, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from behind him. The ghostly figure visibly faded, rapidly dissipating. Hearing the ghostly figure's cry, Hu Lauer hurriedly turned to look at Hu Laoda's body. "Wail!" Hu Lauer howled in despair. Hu Laoda, previously seated on the ground, had a sword lodged in his chest, and suddenly, another Lu Fang, gripping a green sword hilt, appeared behind him. The blade twisted, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from Hu Laoda's chest, signaling the end of his life. Without time to ponder what was happening, as Lu Fang charged towards him, Hu Lauer made a split-second decision, his right hand glowing with dark energy, morphing his palm into a blade. Severing his own left arm, grabbing the severed limb, he hurled it at Lu Fang. Lu Fang twisted his body and dodged the flying Hu Lauer, then unleashed two successive strikes at him, the black energy from his palms expanding with the wind. The palm strikes, which Wu Qingyun could easily shatter with a single wave of sword energy, posed a significant threat to Lu Fang. Just managing to evade the first strike, he was struck solidly by the second, crashing to the ground. That Lu Fang spat out a mouthful of blood, but lifted his head, grinning savagely at Hu Lauer. Enraged, Hu Lauer prepared to deliver another blow when a chill suddenly gripped his heart. Looking down, he saw a sword piercing through his left chest, the blade twisting within. This was, of course, the work of the shadowy form. Knowing that escape was impossible, Lu Fang had been contemplating how to find a way out. That Hu Lauda was clearly the strongest, with a ghostly figure so formidable that even Wu Qingyun dared not confront it directly. While the ghostly figure was indeed powerful, Lu Fang discerned the flaw in this technique. After summoning the ghostly figure, Hu Lauda's body appeared immobile, unable even to speak. That Lu Fang, cautious yet determined, gradually allowed his shadowy form to condense into a small mass of shadow. Slowly approaching Hu Laoda's body, concealing himself within the shadow illuminated by the moonlight, he refrained from making any hasty moves, knowing that once a foundation was established, true essence would protect the body. Hu Laoda, seated in apparent tranquility, would not present an opportunity for him to exploit. With the cultivation of the shadowy form at the fourth level of qi refinement, he feared he could not breach Hu Laoda's protective true essence. If he revealed his shadowy form, he and the grievously injured Wu Qingyun would certainly have no chance of escape. What to do? He could only wait for an absolutely foolproof opportunity. Wu Qingyun, unconscious, pretended to be consumed by rage as she rushed towards the injured Hu Lao, causing Hu Laoda to inevitably lower his guard, after consuming the blood god pill at the last moment. His cultivation skyrocketed to the peak of qi refinement, and the shadowy form ascended instantaneously to the same level. It was important to remember that the shadowy form possessed astonishing talent, limited only by the main body. Once the main body broke through, the shadowy form would naturally follow suit. Upon reaching the peak of qi refinement, the shadowy form thrust a sword into Hu Laoda's back, integrating the most formidable techniques of the scorpion leg technique. Specifically designed to breach true essence defenses, this single strike was what ultimately felled Hu Laoda's corporeal form, as Lu Fang had anticipated. With the demise of Hu Laoda's body, the ghostly figure was bound to dissipate. What remained was merely the injured Hu Lao, or even if he was merely a foundation establishment cultivator who had sustained injuries, he was still a foundation establishment cultivator, and Lu Fang did not dare to be careless. His true body attracted the interest of Hu Lao, while his shadow form swiftly transformed into a mere shadow, quickly hiding within Hu Lao's shadow, searching for an opportunity to deliver a lethal strike. The plan was remarkably successful, even to the point of perfection. After piercing Hu Lao's heart and twisting the blade, Lu Fang consumed a blood god pill, and the 10 breaths of time had elapsed. His cultivation realm rapidly plummeted back to the fourth level of qi refinement, and Lu Fang's true body felt a wave of dizziness, accompanied by intense pain in his chest. He realized that the blood goddess affliction had struck him prematurely, and he hastily took out the blood-replenishing elixir given to him by Wu Qingyun and swallowed it. Before he could fully recover, an unexpected change occurred. Hu Lao, who should have been dead, let out a furious roar after being stabbed in the chest. With a kick, he sent the shadow form flying several feet away, and after pointing a few fingers at the shadow form to pull out the sword embedded in his chest, he instantly staunched the bleeding. Casting a glance at Lu Fang's true body, he turned and charged at the shadow form, delivering a palm strike to the fallen shadow form. Lu Fang, in contrast, felt a sense of relief. Had he ignored the shadow form and approached his true body, he would have had no strength to evade now. As Hu Lao's palm descended, the shadow form immediately transformed into a mass of darkness, merging back into a shadow. Hu Lao, finding the shadow form had vanished in an instant. Felt incredulous, he circled around the spot where the shadow form had disappeared, searching in vain before striding toward Lu Fang's true body. Damn it. Hu Lao's heart was oddly on the right side. Lu Fang finally understood and felt a wave of regret. However, in the next moment, he was pleasantly surprised. The shadow form, having taken a kick from Hu Lao, was not gravely injured. Once it transformed into a shadow, its wounds healed instantaneously. Seeing Hu Lao approach, the shadow form emerged once more from his shadow, thrusting a sword toward his groin. To his astonishment, Hu Lao seemed to sense it, twisting his body, causing the sword to strike his thigh instead. Before it could breach his protective true essence, he kicked the shadow form away once more. Hu Lao pursued the shadow form again, preparing to deliver a follow-up strike, only to see the shadow form vanish once again. Assuming the shadow form had used a ground escape technique, Hu Lao stomped vigorously at the spot where the shadow had disappeared, creating several pits in the ground, yet he still failed to locate any trace of the shadow form. Seizing the opportunity as Hu Lao stomped, the shadow form lunged again with a sword, but still could not penetrate his protective true essence. Missing its target, it immediately slipped back into Hu Lao's shadow. Hu Lao let out an enraged roar, his eyes bloodshot, and intensified his stomping, seemingly convinced that the shadow form was hiding underground. The shadow form sought another opportunity, striking at Hu Lao's soles, calves, thighs, and groin. Yet none could breach his protective true essence. While attacking, Lu Fang lamented the vast difference between the fourth level of qi refinement and the foundation establishment stage, even after such a lengthy confrontation. Hu Lauer showed no signs of fatigue, having turned the nearby ground into a deep pit. Ugh! Hu Lauer roared, suddenly leaping out of the pit, disregarding the shadow form's attempts to stab him, and marched straight toward Lu Fang's true body. Chapter 37. The actors arrive, gazing at Hu Lauer, whose face was filled with murderous intent. Lu Fang let out a bitter laugh that he had initially intended for the shadow form to wear him down. But the gap in strength was too great. All schemes were rendered futile in the face of overwhelming power. Reluctantly, he consumed another blood god pill. A wave of sharp pain surged through his chest. And then his cultivation soared to the pinnacle of qi refinement. The shadow form reappeared, merging with a scorpion's tail-like thrust, aiming for Hu Lauer's right chest. It instantly breached Hu Lauer's protective true essence, piercing clean through his body. With a forceful twist, Lu Fang withdrew the sword and struck again. Hu Lauer cast one last glance at Lu Fang before falling, unwilling to accept his defeat. Lu Fang finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the shadow form had managed to hold Hu Lauer off for quite some time, and the efficacy of the elixir given by Wu Qingyun had indeed been remarkable, allowing Lu Fang to recover a significant amount of vitality and stave off the blood god's onset. Otherwise, consuming another blood god pill in such a short time would have been tantamount to courting death. Yet, barely 5 breaths after consuming the second blood god pill, the blood goddess affliction manifested once more. This time with far greater intensity. The sensations of weakness and dizziness intensified, and Lu Fang could even feel his blood flowing back toward his heart. Not daring to delay, he hastily swallowed all the pills in the bottle, recalling the shadow form to protect his true body, waiting for his vitality to recover. Near midnight, Lu Fang finally regained his composure. Approaching Wu Qingyun, he noticed that although she remained unconscious, her breathing had stabilized significantly, indicating she was likely out of danger. He carried her into the tent she had previously set up. Next, he approached the corpse of Hu Lao San, whose gathered souls had long since dissipated, and removed a storage bag from him, dragging him into the deep pit trampled by Hu Lao. He then proceeded to search Hu Lao Da and Hu Lao Air, acquiring 2 more storage bags, and even collected Hu Lao Air's severed arm, tossing it along with the 2 corpses into the pit. After spending quite some time digging, he finally buried them. Exhausted after such a long night, Lu Fang returned to the front of Wu Qingyun's tent, rekindled the campfire, intending to lean against the tent and catch a bit of sleep. However, the cold night breeze felt particularly biting, and given his considerable loss of vitality, he found himself less resistant to the cold than before. Reluctantly, he entered the tent, lowered the entrance curtain, and sat against it to shield himself from the chill, soon drifting into a hazy sleep. Little did he know, he had barely closed his eyes before a small stone struck him. Waking him abruptly, Lu Fang opened his eyes and peeled back the curtain, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing 7 or 8 figures standing before him. He quickly stepped out, drawing the sword he had refined within his body, preparing to defend himself. Just then, the figure at the front spoke. "This tree was planted by me. This road was opened by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll." As he spoke, he winked at Lu Fang, discreetly pointing toward the tent. "Damn. The Blood Shadow Hall's actors have arrived. This act is far too contrived. Is this truly how one robs someone?" Lu Fang shook his head, stepping closer to the man, who promptly aimed his knife at him while continuing to gesture animatedly. Pushing the knife aside, Lu Fang said, "Enough. Stop acting. Wu Qingyun is gravely injured and still unconscious. She likely cannot hear us." "Hiss!" The man gasped in shock upon seeing Lu Fang emerge from the tent in disheveled attire, whispering in astonishment, "Lu Shitty, are you really that formidable? Wu Qingyun is a Foundation establishment cultivator. So what if she is a Foundation establishment cultivator? Can't you be injured? I nearly died myself." Lu Fang replied irritably. To his surprise, the man seemed even more astonished, exclaiming, "Hiss, Lu Shitty is truly terrifying. No wonder I noticed your vital energy was severely depleted. This Wu Qingyun appears young. Yet is she also a formidable figure?" Lu Fang was utterly bewildered by this remark. Just as he was about to inquire further, the man leaned in closer and whispered, Lu Shidi, what technique did you employ to subdue her? With your cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement, how could you render a foundation establishment cultivator unconscious? When can you teach me a few moves? He then added somewhat bashfully, forgive me, Shidi, but I find myself lacking in this regard. Subdue? I'll subdue your grandfather. You find yourself lacking? Serves you right. Can't you see the battle that transpired here? Lu Fang glanced back at the site of the battle and the pit where the 3 corpses lay. Indeed, in the darkness of night, it was hard to discern any signs of conflict. His clothing was somewhat disheveled from the earlier skirmish, and the subsequent burial of the 3 corpses, coupled with his emergence from the tent, had led the man to misinterpret the situation. Lu Fang chuckled, pulling the man aside and clasping his hands in greeting, quietly asking, "What is your name, senior brother?" "Lu Shidi is too polite. I am Zhang Wentao. A few years ago, I was favored by the hall master and promoted to a steward of our hall," the man replied, returning the gesture. "Ah, so it is senior brother Zhang, a pleasure to meet you. Did you come from the direction of the woods?" Lu Fang inquired, glancing toward the forest. "Indeed. We initially planned to coordinate with you in the woods for a grand performance, but after waiting for quite some time without seeing you, I thought something might have gone awry and decided to come looking for you." Zhang Wentao explained, "Hadn't something gone awry? If you had come earlier, I wouldn't have had to take such great risks." Contemplating this, Lu Fang clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Zhang. There is nothing to worry about. May I ask what your mission is this time? Is it convenient to share with your junior brother?" "Not at all inconvenient. Lu Shidi should already be aware that my main task this time is to collaborate with you in staging a performance, allowing you to deepen your relationship with Wu Qingyun. Additionally, it is to ensure your safety," Zhang Wentao replied. "Ensure my safety? More like keep an eye on me. That woman is truly suspicious. Even after all this, she still doubts me." Lu Fang chuckled and said, "Haha, senior brother Zhang, it seems your task has already been mostly accomplished. Hasn't it?" He then subtly gestured toward the tent. "Oh!" Zhang Wentao glanced at the tent, a look of realization dawning upon him. "Indeed. I have mostly completed my task. Haven Ti, your relationship with Lu Shidi has grown so close. If I were to stage another performance, wouldn't that be overkill?" Lu Fang said, "Indeed, there is no need for Brother Zhang to assist further with the acting. However, there is another matter I am uncertain whether I should discuss with him. Do not hesitate. Junior Brother Lu, wherever I can be of service, I shall gladly oblige," Zhang Wentao replied, patting his chest confidently. To Chapter 38. Mastery through practice. Lu Fang continued, "It is not merely about seeking Brother Zhang's help. I trust you are aware that although my progress with Wu Qingyun has been somewhat encouraging, the foremost obstacle remains her master, the poisoned bodhisattva. She will surely not permit her cherished disciple to be with me. Am I right, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Wentao nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, the poisoned bodhisattva poses a significant challenge for you. Junior Brother Lu is the esteemed leader of the 5 poison sect. She will not easily acquiesce to her disciple's desires." Lu Fang remarked, "Thus, I must devise a means to make her utterly devoted to me during this brief excursion to fulfill our sect's mission. Otherwise, should the poisoned bodhisattva seek my life, I would find myself without allies. Is it not true that Wu Qingyun is already infatuated with you? After all, you have dealt with her quite decisively, have you not?" Zhang Wentao inquired, puzzled. "Brother Zhang, consider who Wu Qingyun is that it cannot be so easily accomplished with but 1 or 2 encounters," Lu Fang replied. Zhang Wentao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Wu Qingyun is no ordinary maiden of virtue." Lu Fang added, "My relationship with Wu Qingyun is not yet sufficiently intimate. Only I am truly aware of the time and effort required to completely win her over. Rest assured, brother, I am aware of this, that it has been stated that as long as you are outside the 5 poison sect, I am to provide long-term covert protection for you, at least until you establish your foundation and possess the means for self-defense," Zhang Wentao said. Then turned to Lu Fang, asking, "Is this what you wish to discuss?" Lu Fang shook his head. "Not entirely. Brother Zhang, are you aware that the poisoned bodhisattva sustained injuries a few days ago?" "I am indeed aware. It was at the hands of Deputy Hall Master Fang, who I hear also suffered considerable wounds. Our sect has incurred significant losses as well," Zhang Wentao replied. Is Brother Fang aware that the poisoned bodhisattva sought treatment from the sect leader upon her return? Her injuries are likely to heal within a few days, Lu Fang continued. A few days? Junior Brother Lu, are you jesting? She was tainted by demonic blood, Zhang Wentao exclaimed, incredulous. I cannot speak to the specifics, as this information was relayed to me by Wu Qingyun. However, I believe it to be accurate. Consider where the poisoned bodhisattva had been. Qianling Snow Mountain, Lu Fang elucidated. What a Qianling Snow Mountain? Zhang Wentao inquired. What treasures lie upon Qianling Snow Mountain that would compel her to venture there? Surely, it must be the Snow Lotus. That Snow Lotus was likely intended for the scar on Wu Qingyun's face, as it is known to possess exceptional properties for purging impurities and toxins, Lu Fang elaborated. I have indeed heard of this. Are you suggesting that the poisoned bodhisattva utilized the Snow Lotus to heal Wu Qingyun's facial injury? No wonder you acted so swiftly and decisively. Zhang Wentao chuckled, a knowing smile crossing his face. Lu Fang shook his head. Brother Zhang, where are your thoughts wandering? What I meant to convey is that Wu Qingyun's injury shows no signs of improvement. Consider, where do you think the Snow Lotus brought back by the poisoned bodhisattva was used? Could it be that she used it on herself? Indeed, the Snow Lotus can counteract demonic blood, and with its application, combined with assistance from the sect leader, it is highly plausible that she could recover in just a few days, Zhang Wentao pondered aloud. Yet, what does this have to do with you, junior brother? Whether the poisoned bodhisattva is injured or not, she could easily deal with you, Zhang Wentao queried. Brother Zhang, you speak truthfully that my current abilities are such that even the most mundane individual could easily subdue me, Lu Fang conceded. To which Zhang Wentao nodded in agreement, perhaps a bit too readily. Lu Fang continued. What I am trying to express is that since the poisoned bodhisattva is willing to traverse to Qianling Snow Mountain for Wu Qingyun, it is evident that she holds her in high regard. Zhang Wentao nodded, and Lu Fang pressed on. Do you believe she would trust Wu Qingyun to venture into the wilderness alone, especially after she herself has been harmed by our sect's members? Are you suggesting that the poisoned bodhisattva would not permit Wu Qingyun to leave the sect alone and would instead arrange for covert protection? Zhang Wentao asked. Given her urgency to heal Wu Qingyun's facial injury, it is highly likely she may follow discreetly to ensure her safety. Did we not just discuss her injuries healing in the next few days? Lu Fang posited. Now I understand. You are anxious to act quickly, fearing that the poisoned bodhisattva will recover and pursue you, Zhang Wentao exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him. Lu Fang shook his head. Brother Zhang, my concern is whether you are not afraid that the poisoned bodhisattva will indeed come after us in the next few days. Why should I fear her? I am not the one who dealt with Wu Qingyun. Zhang Wentao replied nonchalantly. Lu Fang, now exasperated, clarified. Brother Zhang, are you not tasked with providing me covert protection? If the poisoned bodhisattva seeks to shield Wu Qingyun, and I am with her, do you truly believe you could conceal yourself from her watchful eye? Should you be discovered, would I not also be compromised? This. Zhang Wentao finally grasped the implications of Lu Fang's words and inquired, I cannot possibly evade the poisoned bodhisattva. Junior brother Lu, what should I do? Simple. Just refrain from accompanying me. Lu Fang concluded after a lengthy discussion, having circled back to the main point. But that is not feasible. My directive is to ensure your safety. Zhang Wentao protested. Not to worry. Brother Zhang, simply report to the higher-ups what we have discussed. Based on my deductions, it is highly likely the poisoned bodhisattva will follow us in the coming days, and should the sect send someone to approach me, it may lead to exposure, Lu Fang asserted. Indeed, junior brother Lu's reasoning is sound, that I shall relay this to the higher-ups, Zhang Wentao agreed. Very well, brother Zhang, I shall not see you out. The dawn approaches, and Wu Qingyun will soon awaken. You should leave this forest at once, Lu Fang remarked, glancing toward the tent. Take care, junior brother Lu. The poisoned bodhisattva is not to be trifled with, Zhang Wentao warned before calling to the others as they retreated into the woods. As fortune would have it, just as Zhang Wentao stepped into the forest, he turned back, hastening to Lu Fang's side, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes as he whispered, Junior brother Lu, you have yet to share your techniques for enchanting women. Lu Fang had anticipated a weighty matter. only to be met with this frivolity. I possess no such skill, he retorted, then fabricated a response. Brother Zhang, have confidence in yourself that I shall impart to you 4 words. Mastery through practice. Mastery through practice. Mastery through practice. Zhang Wentao repeated earnestly that he clasped his fists in salute to Lu Fang, declaring, Excellent. I shall remember this and seek your counsel on this matter again when the opportunity arises. Very well. We shall discuss it further at a later time. Lu Fang nodded, but as Zhang Wentao murmured mastery through practice to himself, he slowly retreated into the woods, glancing back at Lu Fang intermittently, seeing his reluctance to leave. Lu Fang called softly, Brother Zhang, mastery through practice. Zhang Wentao vigorously nodded in affirmation, raising his fist to his chest in a gesture of encouragement, responding, Indeed, mastery through practice. Then, as if resolved, he turned and disappeared into the forest. Chapter 39. The elder with the white beard Lu Fang exhaled deeply, relieved to have seen him off. Those from the Blood Shadow Hall were anything but ordinary. Returning to the tent, he glanced at Wu Qingyun, who remained in a deep slumber. Fatigue overcame him, and he leaned against the tent, drifting off to sleep. Lu Lang. At the break of dawn, Lu Fang was startled awake. Qingyun, what is it? He exclaimed, rushing to Wu Qingyun's side. She appeared to have been roused from a nightmare, her eyes wide with terror as she scanned her surroundings. Upon seeing Lu Fang, she relaxed somewhat, throwing herself into his arms and sobbing. Lu Lang, I thought we would never see each other again. Wu, it is all right now. It is all right. That IT is all in the past. Lu Fang comforted her, gently patting her back, that Wu Qingyun soaked her silk scarf with tears. And suddenly, she grasped Lu Fang's hand, inspecting him closely. Lu Lang, why do you look so pale? I am fine, just a bit fatigued. How is your injury? You fainted last night. You frightened me. Lu Fang inquired with concern. I am mostly recovered. Lu Lang, what transpired after I lost consciousness? How could they allow us to escape? Wu Qingyun wiped her tears and asked. Come, lie down for a moment. I will explain everything, Lu Fang urged, assisting her to recline. I truly am fine. Lu Lang Hu Laosan died by our hands. How could Hu Laoda and Hu Laer possibly let us go? Wu Qingyun insisted, refusing to lie down. Be obedient. You were gravely wounded. You must rest for now. Lu Fang feigned a stern expression, supporting her as he spoke. Very well, Lu Lang, you should lie down as well. Let us converse while we recline. Wu Qingyun patted another pillow beside her. Lu Fang chose to ignore this invitation and stated directly, Hu Laosan is dead. Hu Laoda and Laer will undoubtedly seek retribution against us, but they perished last night. Dead. You mean they are all dead? Did you kill them, Lu Lang? How could that be? Wu Qingyun immediately propped herself up, her eyes wide with disbelief. Who does he look down upon? Never mind, it would be unwise to admit this. Acknowledging it might expose the blood god pill, which could very well lead to associations with the blood demon sect. Lu Fang shook his head and replied, I said they are dead, not that I killed them. If not you, then who could it be? Wu Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing. Could someone have come last night? Lu Fang nodded. Yes. After you were injured and fell unconscious. Hu Laer was also wounded. Hu Laoda's ghostly figure flew towards me, and just as I was about to confront them with your sword, someone suddenly appeared. Who was it? Wu Qingyun asked, her voice tense. I do not know who he was. All I know is that he was an old man with a white beard. Upon appearing, he shouted, Evil spirits, do not act recklessly before me. Then I saw a flash of sword light that instantly pierced through Hu Laoda's body, and his ghostly figure dissipated. Naturally, Hu Laer would not accept this. He let out a furious roar, severing his own left arm, hurling it at the old man, and then unleashed a series of palm strikes at him. But none of them struck true. The old man retaliated with another flash of sword light, instantly impaling Hu Laer. Then the old man glanced at us and uttered, Take care of yourselves, before vanishing. Lu Fang could only recount it this way. After hearing Lu Fang's account, Wu Qingyun inquired, An old man with a white beard. Lu Lang, did you catch a glimpse of his appearance? I did not see clearly. He appeared and disappeared in a very short time. And I was quite far away, so I could not discern much in the darkness. Lu Fang replied. Did you see him wield his sword? Wu Qingyun pressed further. No, I only saw the sword light fly out. It seemed he merely pointed. And the sword light was unleashed. Lu Fang continued his fabrication, that Wu Qingyun pondered for a moment and said, Evil spirits? He must have recognized that Hu Laoda and the others were from the Xianin sect. Seeing the sword light, but not the sword. Could it be? Lu Lang, what of Hu Laoda and Lair's bodies? Wu Qingyun's eyes widened with shock as she hurriedly asked, preparing to rise and leave. Could it truly be that an old man like that exists? Lu Fang was equally astonished. Was it possible for such a wild tale to match reality? He spoke up. I feared that other members of the Xianin sect might come. So I buried the bodies of Hu Laoda and the others last night. Buried them? Yes, buried them. Qingyun, do you know who that old man might be? Lu Fang inquired. Wu Qingyun shook her head, contemplating as she replied. I cannot be certain. But he must be a sword cultivator, likely one from the Orthodox sect. Otherwise he would not have ignored us after killing Hu Laoda and Lair. Isn't it said that righteousness and evil cannot coexist? The Five Poison sect is a legitimate evil sect. Lu Fang questioned. If he is truly from the Orthodox sect, why would he not take action against us? Lu Lang, you may not be aware, but although our Five Poison sect is viewed as an evil sect by others, we have not actively provoked those Orthodox sects for nearly 20 years. Furthermore, our practices are not malevolent in nature. So the Orthodox sect does not harbor such deep-seated hatred towards us. Wu Qingyun explained that in that moment. Lu Fang comprehended many things that no wonder both the Blood Demon sect and the Xianin sect regard the Five Poison sect as a thorn in their side. Not having provoked them for nearly 20 years, this implies that they have been at odds with the Orthodox sect for 2 decades. All evil sects are cut from the same cloth. It is peculiar that the Five Poison sect has suddenly changed its ways. And it would be unusual for other evil sects not to act against them. So it is, and this as well. At least we have salvaged our lives. Lu Fang replied dryly. Wu Qingyun nodded and continued. Indeed. It is uncertain which sect he belongs to. The fact that a single flash of sword light could kill Hu Laoda indicates he possesses at least the strength of the Golden Core stage. How could a member of the Orthodox sect appear in this vicinity? Does he not fear encountering members of an evil sect? Or does he have other motives? Wu Qingyun pondered further. She prepared to rise again, saying, No. Lu Lang, where did you bury Hu Laoda and the others? I wish to see what sword techniques that man used. Lu Fang quickly stopped her, saying, Qingyun, let it be. What does it matter what his motives were? Even if the sky were to fall, there is still a tall figure to support it. We should be grateful that we have survived. Moreover, I went through great effort to bury the bodies. If we were to unearth them again, it would be laborious, and in broad daylight. Should others see us, word could reach the Xianin sect, and they would seek vengeance upon us. Yes, you are right, Lu Lang, that I used a secret technique that prevents me from using true essence for 3 days. If members of the Xianin sect were to pursue us, we would be in danger. Wu Qingyun nodded in agreement. A secret technique? How are you feeling now, Qingyun? Aside from being unable to use true essence for 3 days, do you feel any discomfort? Lu Fang asked. Lu Lang, I am fine, that I wore the protective talisman given to me by my master, that I only sustained some internal injuries, compounded by the backlash from the secret technique I used last night, which caused me to faint. That a bit of medicinal pill and some rest will suffice. After speaking, Wu Qingyun took out a vial of medicinal pills, poured out a couple, and then sat cross-legged. Chapter 40. The wronged souls very well. You should recuperate quickly, that I shall not disturb you. I will step outside and prepare something for you to eat, that if anything arises, just call for me. Lu Fang said as he prepared to leave. Lu Lang. I am not hungry. You have not rested well. You should lie down a while, Wu Qingyun replied. It is nothing. I am not tired at the moment, that I will fetch you something to eat, Lu Fang insisted as he exited the tent. Lu Lang. You are so kind to me, Wu Qingyun's voice called after him. You are the one who truly treats me well. Had it not been for Wu Qingyun's determination to leave with him last night, she would not have been injured and lost consciousness. This debt of gratitude is growing ever larger. Lu Fang shook his head, gathering some firewood to kindle a fire, retrieving the dried meat to roast. and eating a bit himself that he returned to the site of last night's battle to clear away any traces of the conflict before returning to the tent and sitting down cross-legged. He delved into his mind, performing an introspection. Last night, the blood god child had manifested twice. That crimson spot had grown considerably, its color deepening. This wretched thing manifests for shorter durations each time. And according to Qin Song, within 3 or 4 years, he would have to return to the blood demon sect's blood pool. What to do? Strength. He must enhance his strength, having only left the 5 poison sect for a single day. He had nearly lost his life. This world is far more perilous than he had imagined. With this thought, Lu Fang took out a spirit stone from his pocket and began to cultivate. After approximately 2 hours, Wu Qingyun had finished her recuperation. Upon seeing Lu Fang cultivating, she did not interrupt him, but instead ate the roasted meat he had set aside and continued to watch him. After a while, Lu Fang concluded his cultivation and noticed Wu Qingyun gazing at him, and he touched his face and asked, "Qingyun, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" "No, Lu Lang, you are simply very handsome," Wu Qingyun replied with a smile. Lu Fang chuckled lightly and said, "Qingyun, eat some fruits. Let us tidy up and return to the sect. You cannot use true essence right now, and I fear we may encounter danger again." Wu Qingyun shook her head. "I refuse to return now. If I go back like this, my master will likely not allow me to come out for a long time. Besides, we have not yet completed our sect mission. If I return like this, others will mock me," she added. "Even if there is danger, I still have you, Lu Lang. You will surely protect me, right? Qingyun, you know my cultivation level that if true danger arises, my abilities are insufficient to handle it. Just last night, I was utterly useless." Lu Fang replied. Wu Qingyun countered. "Who says so? Was it not you who killed Hu Laosan? He had built his foundation over 10 days before me." Suddenly, as if recalling something, she asked, "By the way, Lu Lang, why did Hu Laoda's soul-capturing sound have no effect on you? It left everyone else quite worried at the time." "What soul-capturing sound?" Lu Fang inquired. "The one Hu Laoda used to summon the vengeful spirit with that roar." "Oh, you mean the roar of the ghostly figure? I had no idea that technique was called the soul-capturing sound. I thought he was merely trying to scare me," Lu Fang explained. "Lu Lang, you may not know, but once the soul-capturing sound is unleashed, it can intimidate the souls of those with lower cultivation, rendering them immobile. That he knew I had the protective talisman from my master, which is why it had no effect on me." "But how did you withstand it?" Wu Qingyun asked, puzzled. "I do not know. When that ghostly figure roared at me, I was quite frightened." Then Hu Lao shouted, drawing its attention away. "And once it left, I was able to move again," Lu Fang recounted, admitting he had indeed been somewhat startled by the ghostly figure. Could it be that the duration was too brief? "Whatever the case, as long as you are fine, that is what matters," Wu Qingyun murmured. Noticing the 3 storage bags hanging from Lu Fang's waist, she asked, "Oh, Lu Lang, what are these?" "Oh, by the way, this is what I took from them." "Qingyun, could you see how to open this? I tried for a while, but couldn't manage it," Lu Fang said as he removed 3 storage bags and handed them to Wu Qingyun. "They are all deceased, and these storage bags have become ownerless at Lu Lang. You must drip blood on them to open them." Wu Qingyun replied after inspecting them, then returned the storage bags to Lu Fang. "Let me see what's inside." Lu took out the sword he had refined within his body. "This magic sword is a bit small, Lu Lang. When we return to the sect, I will find you one that suits you better," Wu Qingyun remarked upon seeing the sword Lu Fang had used. "No need for that. This sword suits me just fine." "How much blood do I need?" Lu Fang inquired, placing the blade against his fingertip. "Just a drop will suffice. To be careful, Lu Lang, just make a small cut," Wu Qingyun advised. "All right." Lu Fang gently sliced his fingertip, causing blood to drip forth. That he dripped the blood on each of the 3 storage bags, immediately sensing a connection established with them. Indeed, with a gentle tug, the storage bags opened, spilling their contents onto the ground. There was quite a bit: clothing, miscellaneous items, and several spirit stones, along with numerous porcelain vials. "Why are there no magical tools?" Lu Fang expressed his dissatisfaction, having expected at least some swords or knives from 3 Foundation establishment practitioners. Wu Qingyun picked up a black banner and stated, The techniques of the Xianyin sect are not suited for swords and knives. This soul sacrifice banner is their tool for refining souls. That is true. I didn't see them using any magical tools last night either, Lu Fang remarked while rummaging through the spilled items. Discarding the useless clothing to the side, that Wu Qingyun shook the soul sacrifice banner, and silhouettes of human faces began to shimmer on its surface. With a hint of distaste, she said, "There are still some unrefined, vengeful souls within. They probably don't even know where they tortured ordinary people to collect these. Killing people is but a mere act. Torturing mortals to refine their souls is indeed a vile practice of the Xianyin sect." Lu Fang commented as he picked up the other two soul sacrifice banners and tossed them onto the pile of clothing, conjuring a ball of fire to throw on top. Truly despicable. Wu Qingyun also tossed her black banner onto the flames. Then she picked up a porcelain vial and said, "Lu Lang, let me show you these elixirs. Some of them are toxic, and I'm afraid you might misuse them." Lu Fang nodded, observing the rising fire. The black banner quickly ignited, releasing billowing black smoke. Amidst the fierce flames, he vaguely saw numerous dim figures bowing to him before dissipating. Lu Fang was momentarily entranced, as these souls seemed to possess awareness. Could it be that this world indeed had a concept of reincarnation? If there is reincarnation, then there must be judges, Yama, Ksitigarbha, Buddha, and Tao ancestors. Why then had his previous self never heard of such things? It shouldn't be. The Five Poison sect is not a minor sect, and their library holds numerous texts, despite his extensive reading. He found no records of such matters. Could it be that the outer disciples lack the authority to know? Perhaps they are unworthy of such knowledge. Upon returning to the sect, he must find a way for the shadow body to investigate this information. If these mythological figures truly exist in this world, it would indeed be fascinating. Chapter 41. Heishui Town. Lu Lang, what are you pondering? I've already sorted everything out. Don't make any mistakes. This one is for healing, usable for both internal and external injuries, while these are just ordinary poisons of no use. These few vials are quite good. Consuming them can replenish some true essence, Wu Qingyun remarked, noticing Lu Fang lost in thought, as she grasped his hand and pointed at the porcelain vials on the ground. "Thank you, Qingyun. I've memorized it all. See if there is anything useful for you." Lu Fang responded, "Why be so polite? I don't want these things that Lu Lang. I'll pack up the tent, and then let us head into the forest," Wu Qingyun declared. "Into the forest? Qingyun, I think we should return to the sect. Didn't you say there are beastly creatures in this forest? I'm afraid I can't handle it on my own." Lu Fang replied, "Haha, I was just joking. There are no beastly creatures in this forest." Wu Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. She continued, "Let us not return just yet. We'll reach the town not far beyond this forest. There shouldn't be any danger in the town, and we can enjoy a few days there before setting off." "Very well then," Lu Fang conceded, not wishing to press the matter further. After packing their belongings and burying the ashes of the fire, they entered the mountains. Not long after, Wu Qingyun claimed she had accidentally twisted her ankle and requested Lu Fang to carry her. After checking her injury and finding it minor, he didn't expose her pretense and simply carried her on his back as they chatted along the way. "By the way, Qingyun, when old Hu and his gang came last night, you mentioned something about your master. What happened?" "Oh, it's nothing much. Just that she sent me a message, saying she heard about our situation and warned me not to heed your sweet words, suggesting you approach me with ulterior motives." "Lu Lang is definitely not that kind of person," Wu Qingyun replied. That Lu Fang felt a bit embarrassed. Truly, the old are always wiser, just from a few rumors. She had almost guessed the truth. "What should we do? Sooner or later, we will return to the sect. Won't your master take action against me then?" Wu Qingyun nestled her head closer to Lu Fang's neck and said, "I just want to cook the rice before it's raw, so that when the time comes, I'll belong to you, and she won't dare to be harsh with you." Harsh? Even a gentle approach would be unbearable. That is a formidable being of the nascent soul stage. Forget it. Since she is already aware, let us take it one step at a time. As for that phrase about cooking the rice before it's raw, Qingyun, let us avoid mentioning it. It's not good for your reputation. As I've said before, once I reach Foundation establishment, I will personally propose to your master. How long until you reach foundation establishment? Lu Lang. About 10 years. No way, that is too long. Then 8 years. Still too long. 7 years. Too slow. Too slow. Let me demonstrate how fast I can run. That is not what I meant by slow. Am I fast now? The two continued their playful banter, arriving at the small town. Heishui Town, just as evening began to fall. A black river encircled the town, with a bridge connecting it to the outside world. As they crossed the bridge into the town, they were greeted by guards who informed them that ordinary folk could enter for free. But practitioners were required to pay 2 low-grade spirit stones. For Lu Fang, 2 low-grade spirit stones posed no burden, and he paid without hesitation. Upon entering the town, they were surprised to find a considerable number of people. They randomly selected an inn, intending to book 2 rooms, but Wu Qingyun stopped them. She insisted they should pretend to be a couple to avoid being recognized by the Xianin sex members, suggesting they only book 1 room to share for mutual support. The reasoning seemed rather flimsy. The Xianin sect had no knowledge of their involvement in the deaths of the Hu brothers. Even if they did, what difference would it make to pretend to be a couple? Seeing Wu Qingyun's determination, Lu Fang reluctantly agreed, suggesting either he could sleep on the floor while she took the bed, or they could book 2 separate rooms. Wu Qingyun ultimately conceded, and as soon as they settled in, she pulled Lu Fang to go buy some food. Lu Fang, noticing the lively atmosphere outside as night fell, was eager to explore, and the two ventured into the town square. The streets were mostly filled with ordinary folk, with only a few practitioners. Lanterns had been hung early, illuminating the street, and a variety of wares were on display. Food, drink, daily necessities, and entertainment aplenty. Wu Qingyun was thrilled, purchasing numerous items, while Lu Fang, experiencing such a bustling place for the first time, was equally enlightened. They indulged in their merriment until most of the crowd dispersed, and many stalls began to close before returning to the inn. This small town is quite lively. Isn't anyone causing trouble? Lu Fang asked, puzzled. Logically, in a region teeming with evil sects, such a peaceful town shouldn't exist. Yet, it exuded an air of harmony and prosperity. I've heard that there used to be frequent disturbances here, but ever since the Huang family settled in Heishui Town, such occurrences have become rare. Wu Qingyun explained. Huang family? What sect do they belong to? The Huang family isn't a sect. They can be considered a significant cultivation family. Its said they had some connection with righteous sects in the past, but due to certain events, they ended up here. Has no one ever tried to target them? They have, but the Huang family's ancestors dealt with them. Its said that the ancestor possesses nascent soul cultivation, and many nearby factions have sought to ally with him, but he has consistently refused, choosing to remain in this town. They prefer to avoid trouble, as long as no one acts recklessly in town. The Huang family won't interfere outside its borders. Lu Fang contemplated. The Huang family is intriguing. With a nascent soul elder, they could easily establish a sect, yet they choose to remain in such a small town. Indeed, it is somewhat unusual that I believe our sect has also attempted to recruit them, but they were politely declined. Wu Qingyun remarked. When things seem out of the ordinary, there is often something amiss. But who cares? It doesn't concern us that we'll just enjoy a couple more days here before leaving. Qingyun, you seem tired from today's adventures. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet, so let us rest early. Lu Fang suggested. Lu Lang, why don't we sleep together? This bed is quite large, and I want to crowd you. Wu Qingyun proposed. We agreed that I would sleep on the floor while you took the bed. Lu Fang replied, opening the cabinet to lay out bedding on the floor. All right then, just make it comfortable. I'll get you another blanket. Wu Qingyun said, taking out her storage bag to fetch her own blanket for Lu Fang. All right, Qingyun, you should rest as well. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. You didn't rest well last night, so hurry and sleep that I shall also take my leave. Lu Fang lay down and soon fell into a deep slumber. Before long, as dawn broke, he awakened to find Wu Qingyun still asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, he took out a spirit stone and began his cultivation. 2 hours later, having completed his practice, Wu Qingyun awoke, exclaiming her desire to venture into the streets. The two then made their way outside. The daytime crowd surpassed that of the evening, bustling with people shouting and haggling, creating a lively atmosphere. Clung, clung, clung. The sound of a gong echoed through the air. Lu Lang. Look over there. Those seem to be disciples from the Miaoying sect. Wu Qingyun exclaimed excitedly, tugging Lu Fang's sleeve to direct his gaze. Before them, 8 burly men carried a massive wooden stage, on which 4 young women danced gracefully. Their movements enchanting and captivating at the forefront. A young servant cleared the way, striking a gong as he announced, "In gratitude for everyone's support of Heishui Town, the Huang family will host a grand banquet tomorrow evening across the main streets, featuring performances by disciples of the Miaoying sect. Everyone is welcome, and the Huang family will extend a warm reception. Please spread the word. Tomorrow evening, Heishui Town's main streets. It appears fortune smiles upon us. It sounds like anyone can enjoy a splendid meal tomorrow," Lu Fang remarked. "The banquet is of little consequence. Merely a matter of spending some ordinary silver. However, securing the Miaoying sect's presence is no small feat, and the Huang family seems quite generous," Wu Qingyun replied. "Miaoying sect? Qingyun, what exactly is this sect? I have not heard of it within our own sect," Lu Fang inquired. "The Miaoying sect only accepts beautiful women as disciples, all of whom possess exceptional singing and dancing abilities. Their heavenly demon dance is particularly renowned. It is said that witnessing it can lead to breakthroughs in one's cultivation. Major sects will spend vast amounts of spirit stones to invite disciples from the Miaoying sect to celebrate significant occasions," Wu Qingyun explained. "Heavenly demon dance, such mystique. Qingyun, have you ever seen the heavenly demon dance?" "No, I have never encountered anyone from the Miaoying sect before," Wu Qingyun replied. "Then how did you instantly recognize them just now?" Lu Fang asked. "Lu Lang, look closely. Do you see the mark on their foreheads? That mark is unique to the Miaoying sect, as I have heard before. Perhaps we shall witness the heavenly demon dance tomorrow." Wu Qingyun pointed excitedly at the stage. "What is the Huang family scheming? Spending so much silver and spirit stones, and with so many people in this town. There must be at least several thousand, if not more." Lu Fang pondered aloud. "Under the pretense of giving back to the townsfolk, they are merely promoting consumption. Surely, people in this world cannot be that foolish. Perhaps they simply have more money than sense. Regardless, tomorrow will surely be a spectacle. Come, let us follow and see," Wu Qingyun said. Pulling Lu Fang along as they pursued the stage, the Wu Qingyun was in high spirits, trailing the stage as it made its way around the town. They inquired about a gathering place for cultivators and wandered through the marketplace. The market was filled with a plethora of goods, among which was the largest and most opulent shop, stocked with talismans, array flags, elixirs, and magical artifacts, though the prices made Lu Fang inwardly gasp. Wu Qingyun, however, seemed unfazed, glancing around with little interest before boldly requesting the finest magic sword from the shopkeeper. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper, taken aback by their modest attire, yet impressed by their boldness, responded with a hint of disdain. "We do have fine magic swords. But I wonder if you too can afford them? How expensive can your shabby store's wares be?" Wu Qingyun retorted, producing a spirit stone from her bosom. This spirit stone, similar in size to a mid-grade stone yet far more lustrous, shimmered with radiant light. Indeed, upon seeing the spirit stone, the shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. "Not expensive at all. Allow me to retrieve the finest sword for you, my lady." Shortly, he returned with a sword in an elegant case. Upon opening it, they beheld a strikingly beautiful sword. Its blade was a rich green, and the dark handle was adorned with 2 sparkling emeralds. Complementing the blade beautifully, Wu Qingyun grasped the sword, examined it with a look of disdain, and returned it to the shopkeeper. "Lu Lang, this will not suffice. There is nothing of quality here. This sword is inferior to the one you currently wield. When we return, I shall find a better one for you." "Qingyun, are you truly looking out for me? I am quite fond of the one you gave me," Lu Fang said. "Trust me, if we cannot find a suitable one upon our return, I can always ask Master to forge one for you." "I insist, Qingyun, I could never impose upon your master like that." As they conversed, the shopkeeper's irritation grew. "My lady, do not underestimate my humble shop. While this sword may not be the finest, it is certainly not something ordinary goods can compare to. How does this sword compare? Wu Qingyun summoned her own magic sword, pointing its tip toward the shopkeeper. The blade gleamed menacingly, emanating a chill. The shopkeeper lightly tapped the sword's body, producing a clear and melodious sound. Indeed, it was an exceptional magic sword. I concede. Your sword far surpasses what my shop offers. Would you care to peruse the other items we have? We possess excellent elixirs, talismans, and array flags, the shopkeeper suggested. Do you have any protective artifacts? Wu Qingyun inquired. The shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly. My lady, you flatter my humble establishment. Protective artifacts are rare treasures. Once crafted, they are snatched up immediately. Even in larger cities, they are hard to come by, let alone in a small shop like mine. Then what is the point of this discussion? Lu Lang, let us depart and explore elsewhere, Wu Qingyun said, noticing Lu Fang lingering at the door. Shopkeeper, what is that stick for? Lu Fang pointed to a dark stick behind the door. That is a door prop. Do you fancy it? If you purchase the sword, I will gift you this iron stick, the shopkeeper replied nonchalantly. The stick, originally a doorstop, had been deemed too hard and heavy for any practical purpose. It was not a magic artifact and could not be refined. The shopkeeper had once hoped to sell it, but after numerous price reductions with no interest, he had resigned himself to using it as a mere door prop. This sword is of no use to us. Why purchase it? Lu Lang, is there anything special about this iron stick? Wu Qingyun asked as she reached out to touch it. Nothing particularly special. It is merely an ordinary iron stick that I suddenly recalled a staff technique I wanted to practice but lacked a suitable tool, Lu Fang replied. He then turned to the shopkeeper. Name your price. If reasonable, I will buy it. Otherwise, I shall seek elsewhere. 1 high-grade spirit stone, no. 50 mid-grade spirit stones, the shopkeeper blurted out, initially intending to demand 1 high-grade spirit stone, but reconsidered. Finding it too excessive, and lowered it to 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Let us go, Qingyun. This shopkeeper must be out of his mind for spirit stones, Lu Fang exclaimed, striding toward the exit. Young brother. Wait, I was merely jesting. 10 mid-grade spirit stones, and the stick is yours, the shopkeeper quickly called after him. Smiling broadly, Lu Fang chuckled in response. You truly have a knack for humor. Do you not have several magic artifacts in your shop that are not worth this price? You expect me to pay 10 mid-grade spirit stones for an iron stick? 10 mid-grade spirit stones is a fair price. I could purchase a staff-like magic artifact elsewhere. Why should I buy your iron stick? Do you even have any staff-like artifacts in your shop? Show me, Lu Fang continued. Having already looked around, he knew the shop possessed no such items. Staff weapons were scarce, and even if they had one, he could easily dismiss it as unworthy. The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly. My apologies, young brother. My shop truly lacks staff-like artifacts. However, if you wish to practice staff techniques, you need not have a staff-like artifact. Why not try practicing with this iron stick? It is quite suitable for that purpose. Give it a try. It is sturdy enough to ensure you can practice comfortably. The shopkeeper pushed the iron stick toward Lu Fang as he spoke. Lu Fang accepted the iron stick, feeling its weight as he lifted it. It does have a decent heft. Shopkeeper, give me a fair price. If reasonable, I shall buy it, as I suspect finding a staff-like magic artifact in this small town will be a challenge. Indeed. My shop has none. You would find the same at any other shop. Just give me 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and the iron stick is yours. You can return home and begin practicing your staff techniques immediately. The shopkeeper feigned generosity. I think I shall pass. 1 mid-grade spirit stone? I might as well find a wooden stick to practice with, Lu Fang replied, handing the iron stick back to the shopkeeper. Do not be hasty. A wooden stick is far less effective. Young brother, what price would you propose? The shopkeeper pressed, pushing the iron stick back toward Lu Fang. At most 10 low-grade spirit stones. I merely find it troublesome to seek another. I could easily commission a blacksmith to craft me a proper one. Though it may take additional time. Lu Fang glanced outside and spoke. 10 pieces is too little. Little brother, you should add 10 more, making it 20 low-grade spirit stones. You just mentioned that you would find a blacksmith. And even if it's the quickest, you would still have to wait a day to get it. Isn't that delaying your practice of the staff technique? The shopkeeper said. You've been chatting with me for quite a while. Shopkeeper, did I want to negotiate piece by piece? At most, I will add 5 more that if we add any more, there is no need for us to linger here. Lu Fang once again handed the iron rod to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper pretended to grit his teeth, feigning a look of having suffered a significant loss, then pushed the iron rod back toward Lu Fang, saying, "All right then, let us consider this a friendship with little brother. 15 pieces it is, take this rod." Lu Fang stood the iron rod by the door, took out 15 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, and handed them to the shopkeeper, saying, "All right, I'll consider this making a friend with you. So please count the spirit stones." "What do you need to count for? We are friends now. Naturally, I trust you, little brother, that if you need anything else, feel free to tell me. Even if my small shop doesn't have it, I can find a way to get it for you," the shopkeeper replied, patting his chest. "Can the shopkeeper also find me a protective magical artifact?" Lu Fang asked, picking up the rod. The shopkeeper was taken aback and laughed. "Ah ha ha. Little brother really knows how to joke. Ha ha ha. I will come again next time to support your business." Lu Fang chuckled as he exited the shop with Wu Qingyun. "Then I want to see you off," the shopkeeper's voice came from behind. Judging by his tone, he seemed to be in good spirits. Indeed, selling an unsellable iron rod for 15 low-grade spirit stones was equivalent to Lu Fang's salary for 4 months at the Five Poison Sect. Outer disciples of the Five Poison Sect receive spirit stones once a month based on their cultivation level. 1 low-grade spirit stone for the first layer, 2 for the second, 3 for the third, and 4 for the fourth. These 15 stones were approximately what Lu Fang could save up in 4 months. That, of course, Lu Fang was not currently lacking in spirit stones, that Wu Qingyun had given him more than 20 middle-grade spirit stones. Plus the rewards from the Blood Shadow Hall, and with the belongings of the Hu brothers, Lu Fang possessed nearly 100 middle-grade spirit stones that he only needed 1 low-grade spirit stone for each practice session. And 1 middle-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. With what he had, it was sufficient for him to practice with spirit stones 10,000 times, so he need not worry about spirit stones in the short term. However, compared to Wu Qingyun, he still fell short. After all, she was the treasured disciple of the peak lord of the Five Poison Sect, casually possessing a high-grade spirit stone, which was equivalent to 100 middle-grade spirit stones. No wonder the shopkeeper was so greedy. "Lu Lang, this iron rod is quite extraordinary. Isn't it?" Wu Qingyun asked as she noticed the shopkeeper had returned to the shop. She had been silent since Lu Fang showed interest in the iron rod. Regarding the staff technique, she could see that Lu Fang was merely deceiving the shopkeeper. Over the years, she had never heard of anyone in the sect using a rod as a weapon, let alone any staff techniques. How could Lu Fang possibly know anything about staff techniques? His purpose in saying so was undoubtedly to acquire this iron rod. Yet, what was so special about this rod? She truly could not discern, which prompted her inquiry. "This iron rod must be somewhat different, but I cannot precisely articulate how. Qingyun, why not take another look?" Lu Fang handed the rod to Wu Qingyun. Lu Fang indeed could not pinpoint what was special about this rod. When he saw it while browsing in the shop, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon touching it. That feeling intensified, leading him to conclude that this was no ordinary iron rod, that he certainly wished to purchase it. But this required strategy, which was why he engaged in haggling with the shopkeeper. He did not expect to leave Wu Qingyun astonished, that Wu Qingyun took the iron rod and said with a smile, "I truly cannot see what is special about this rod. However, your bargaining skills have truly opened my eyes." "Haha, the shopkeeper initially quoted 1 high-grade spirit stone, yet you managed to negotiate it down to 15 low-grade spirit stones. Huh. He only quoted that high because he saw you take out a high-grade spirit stone. I just returned the favor by offering a reasonable price," Lu Fang replied. Then, with all seriousness, he said, "Qingyun, hold this iron rod, immerse yourself in your thoughts, and carefully feel if there is any sudden sensation in your heart." "A sudden sensation in my heart?" Seeing Lu Fang's earnestness, Wu Qingyun grasped the rod with both hands and concentrated on her feelings. She still shook her head. "I still feel nothing. Lu Lang, the deal, you truly have a special feeling for it." "This is impossible. Why do I have such a feeling?" Lu Fang reached out to take back the rod and immediately felt that distinct sensation again, though he could not exactly describe it. Just that it made his heart leap. "Could it be that only I can perceive it? That doesn't make sense. Qingyun's cultivation is higher than mine, and she has developed her spiritual consciousness. Her sensitivity should be greater than mine. As Lu Fang pondered, he thrust the rod down onto the ground, producing a dull thud that Wu Qingyun stepped forward, laughing as she circled around Lu Fang, saying, "Haha, who cares? It's just a few low-grade spirit stones spent." Lu Lang, I must say, you wield that rod with quite an imposing presence. Is that so? Indeed, if anyone dares to trouble us, I'll simply strike them with this rod. Noticing that there were few people around, Lu Fang began to swing the rod with several flourishes that he struck a pose and shouted, "Monstrous creature, take this blow." He raised an eyebrow at Wu Qingyun. "Qingyun, do you think I look handsome like this?" Chapter 44. The method of refining surrounding people were taken aback, muttering curses under their breath and quickly distancing themselves. Only Wu Qingyun showed him some grace, her eyes seemingly filled with little stars as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Handsome. Lu Lang is truly too handsome." This drew the attention of quite a few onlookers, who began to point at the two. Lu Fang also felt that his earlier antics were indeed somewhat juvenile, and feeling a bit embarrassed, he sheathed the iron rod and pulled Wu Qingyun along as they walked, saying, "I don't know any staff techniques. I was just fooling around, and it's only made me a laughingstock." Who says, "Lu Lang, they are merely envious of you. You danced quite impressively just now." Wu Qingyun glanced back at the crowd. Qingyun, do you know any staff techniques?" Lu Fang asked, feeling a bit shy. "No, the practitioners of staff techniques are quite rare, at least. I haven't heard of anyone in our sect who does," Wu Qingyun replied. After saying that, she asked, "Lu Lang, you don't actually intend to learn staff techniques, do you?" "Well, I want to give it a try. I've gone through the techniques you gave me, and only the Jade Cicada Divine Art requires foundation establishment before one can perform it. I've learned most of the others," Lu Fang said. "You've learned most of them?" Wu Qingyun exclaimed in surprise. She had only given Lu Fang those few books a few days ago. How could he possibly have learned them so quickly? "What? Qingyun, you don't believe me?" Lu Fang replied. I didn't see." Wu Qingyun was at a loss for words that if she said she believed him, it seemed unbelievable. If she said she didn't she feared it would hurt Lu Fang's pride. "Haha, I was just teasing you. With so many techniques, how could I possibly learn them all in a few days? I just feel that wielding the rod is quite impressive, and I wanted to find a set of staff techniques to play around with," Lu Fang said with a smile. Swinging the rod a few more times, Lu Fang initially planned to tell her that he had learned everything, but upon reflection, he thought that revealing too much might backfire. After all, he had been in the sect for 5 years and had never demonstrated any talent for learning techniques rapidly. Lu Lang, you're so annoying. If only you could learn them in a few days. That would at least indicate your extraordinary talent. Then I could explain it to Master." Wu Qingyun's mood dipped as she spoke. She was likely still worried that Lu Fang wouldn't pass the trial of the poison bodhisattva. To prevent Lu Fang from overthinking, she quickly added, "Though our sect doesn't have practitioners of staff techniques, we do have a considerable collection of techniques. After we return to the sect, we can look for 1 or 2 books on staff techniques. Is that so? That would be wonderful. It smells so good. Qingyun, let us go over there and try some food." Seeing that Wu Qingyun's mood had soured, Lu Fang quickly pulled her to a nearby food stall to find something to eat. This girl, once she gets a taste of something delicious, her spirits will lift in no time. After indulging in a variety of foods and enjoying some leisure time, the two returned to the inn after dark. As soon as they entered the room, Lu Fang began to fiddle with the iron rod in his hand. The storage bag only had about a square meter of space, which was insufficient to store it. Wu Qingyun, thinking Lu Fang intended to refine it, chuckled and said, "Lu Lang, are you planning to refine this item? Do you know why we refine magical artifacts?" Naturally, after refining, the magical artifact can establish a slight connection with oneself, allowing for its use to be as effortless as an extension of one's own limbs. Additionally, one can store the artifact within the body for nurturing. The longer the nurturing time, the stronger the connection established with the artifact. Lu Fang explained. Wu Qingyun nodded, then asked, "But do you know how to refine a magical artifact, Lu Lang?" "Of course, you just need to immerse your mind into it. That is how I refined the sword you gave me." Lu Fang summoned the sword he had refined within his body. Wu Qingyun said, "Lu Lang, the heart and mind, also known as spiritual power, can also be referred to as soul power. Since you have not yet developed your spiritual consciousness during the Qi refining stage, to refine magical artifacts, you can only immerse your mind. However, the heart and mind, or soul power, is limited. That I have never heard of soul power being enhanced through cultivation, that if the sword you refine with your mind is destroyed, it will also damage your soul, and it will take a long time to recover. The greatest drawback of refining magical artifacts with one's spirit is precisely this. Therefore, it is generally observed that conditional practitioners, after establishing their foundation, will withdraw their spirit used for the refinement of artifacts during the Qi refinement period, and subsequently refine them using their divine consciousness. The divine consciousness can increase with the practitioner's cultivation level, and even if the artifact is destroyed, the damage to oneself is not as significant. Refining with divine consciousness. Does this imply that there are several methods of refinement? Lu Fang pondered before asking. Wu Qingyun nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is also related to individual cultivation levels. During the Qi refinement period, practitioners typically refine artifacts using their spirit, while during the foundation establishment period, they employ divine consciousness. And in the golden core period, they utilize their primordial spirit for refinement. Artifacts refined by the primordial spirit undergo significant enhancements in quality and functionality, acquiring a touch of sentience, and at this stage, they are no longer ordinary artifacts, but are typically referred to as magical treasures. Naturally, the strength of both artifacts and magical treasures is contingent upon their inherent materials, as well as the runes inscribed upon them. The sword you wield is one I hastily forged during my Qi refinement phase, crafted by my master from common black iron, inscribed merely with the runes for hardness and sharpness. She summoned her own sword and continued, in contrast, mine is crafted from deep sand cold iron, and in addition to the standard runes of hardness and sharpness, it bears runes of the ice attribute, enhancing its icy power. This is the reason I was able to sever Hu Laosan's hands with a single strike. No one that Wu Qingyun, having only just established her foundation, could entangle with the Hu brothers for such a duration. Not only did she possess the supreme skill of the Jade Toad, but also this exceptional magical treasure. So, Qingyun, after you form your golden core, will you seek another sword for refinement? Lu Fang inquired, gazing at the sword in Wu Qingyun's hand, which shimmered with a cold light. No need. The quality of this sword is excellent. After I form my golden core, I will nourish it with my primordial spirit, allowing it to develop a modicum of sentience, thus transforming it into a magical treasure. At that point, it will become a flying sword. Wu Qingyun replied. Is that how flying swords come into being? Lu Fang said. And what are storage bags? They should also be classified as magical artifacts, correct? They can be refined simply by dripping blood on them. What kind of refinement method is that? Lu Fang queried, lifting a storage bag that Wu Qingyun elucidated. This is the blood refinement method. While it is the simplest form of refinement, it is also the most perilous. Storage bags are merely for storing items, hence they pose little danger. However, if a weapon is refined using the blood method, it becomes tainted with copious amounts of blood, leading one to develop a bloodthirsty and violent nature, thereby affecting one's mind. Aside from true demonic sects, very few would employ such blood-refined items. Is the Blood Demon sect truly a demonic sect? Lu Fang asked. Not quite. According to my master, true demonic sects are devoid of humanity. The Blood Demon sect merely bears the name of blood demons, similar to the Xianyin sect and the corpse refining sect, all of which are ordinary evil sects. Wu Qingyun yawned. Seeing her growing fatigue, Lu Fang said, Qingyun, if you're tired, you should rest. And you, Lu Lang? I will cultivate for a while before sleeping. Very well then, make sure to rest early. Tomorrow promises to be quite lively, and you must accompany me for some enjoyment. Indeed, it is rare to encounter such a grand event hosted by the Huang family. I too wish to witness the marvel of the Tianma dance. Chapter 45. Tianma dance. As noon approached the following day, Lu Fang had completed his morning cultivation, only to be drawn onto the streets by Wu Qingyun. What a lively scene it was. The streets teeming with people, more than double that of the previous day. Every stall along the street was filled with an array of enticing goods, each vendor eager to profit from this grand event. The two of them strolled leisurely, purchasing and sampling various delicacies, taking a considerable amount of time to traverse a single street, when suddenly the sound of a gong echoed through the air. The Huang family has activated the gathering spirit formation in the town square. We welcome all esteemed cultivators to practice. At dusk, the fairies of the Miaoying sect will perform the Tianma dance to aid all cultivators in their breakthroughs. Space in the square is limited. First come, first served. As the gong attendance announcement resounded, the crowd surged towards the central square. The gathering spirit formation? The Huang family is indeed generous. Wu Qingyun remarked after finishing her meat skewer, scrunching her lips. The gathering spirit formation is meant to condense spiritual energy. Lu Fang inquired. Indeed, it significantly enhances the speed of cultivation. Setting up such formations requires a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. Since the Huang family has called attention to it, the formation must be quite grand, consuming a vast number of spirit stones, Wu Qingyun explained. Why would the Huang family spend such a fortune on this grand display? Are they simply affluent? Lu Fang questioned. With a lavish feast and the gathering spirit formation alongside the Tianma dance, the expenses must be considerable. Merely to attract attention seems rather implausible, does it not? I am uncertain. Perhaps the Huang family is simply creating a spectacle. Many loose cultivators have arrived today, Wu Qingyun suggested. There were indeed numerous loose cultivators in the vicinity. Some had missed the prime age for cultivation, as the Five Poison sect would not accept disciples over the age of 16. Others, possessing average talent, recognized that they would not be valued upon entering a sect, finding more freedom in personal cultivation. Some had committed misdeeds within their sect and had fled. The reasons for becoming loose cultivators varied greatly. Creating a spectacle? Are you implying they wish to establish their own sect, preparing the ground for sect establishment? Lu Fang mused. That is quite possible, but I have not heard any rumors. This Heishui town is so close to my sect, they cannot possibly conceal their intentions from us. Are they not afraid of drawing our sect's ire? Wu Qingyun replied, Indeed. Heishui town lies adjacent to the Five Poison sect, and establishing a sect here would be akin to seizing resources from the Five Poison sect. With only one ancestor in the nascent soul stage, how could the Huang family possess the audacity to establish a sect right beneath the nose of the Five Poison sect? Lu Fang pondered for a moment before asking, Should you not send a message to your master to inquire? Perhaps the sect is already aware? I'd rather not. If my master discovers I've been here, in Heishui town for 2 or 3 days, I would be scolded mercilessly. Furthermore, I am currently unable to utilize true essence. So I cannot send a message, Wu Qingyun replied. Regardless of the Huang family's intentions, the gathering spirit formation is hardly remarkable. However, the Tianma dance is not to be missed at Lu Lang. Let us continue to explore. And as night falls, we can witness the performance. Very well, let us go. There is quite a crowd gathered over there. Let us see what the commotion is about. The gathering spirit formation only attracted cultivators. After the gong sounded, while the number of cultivators diminished, there remained a considerable number of ordinary folk. Lu Fang was indeed quite intrigued by the gathering spirit formation. Yet Wu Qingyun displayed little enthusiasm, as she could not currently utilize true essence for cultivation. Thus, Lu Fang obliged her, accompanying her as they wandered, as the sky gradually darkened. It is nearly time. Let us begin the preparations. In the center of Heishui town, within the Huang family estate, an aged voice resonated. Yes, ancestor, several middle-aged individuals replied before swiftly exiting the Huang family estate. They dispersed in various directions. One individual gazing at the square illuminated by numerous large palace lanterns, each filled with practitioners meditating with their eyes closed. A flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes, he soared into the air, landing at the center of the square, and with a voice like a booming bell, clasped his fists and addressed the crowd. Esteemed friends, I apologize for the Huang family's inadequate hospitality. This Heishui town is small, and should there be any oversight, I implore you not to take offense. What does young Master Huang speak of? We are grateful to be here. How could we possibly hold any grievances? Indeed, after cultivating within the gathering spirit formation for just one afternoon, it equates to a month of arduous practice. Young Master Huang is overly courteous. We are immensely grateful, and should the Huang family ever require assistance, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost. Should the Huang family require assistance, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost. The crowd in the square responded warmly to young Master Huang's words. Esteemed friends, you are far too gracious. The Huang family has resided in Heishui town for many years, and I am deeply appreciative of your support. The establishment of this gathering spirit formation is but a modest gesture of gratitude. I believe you are all eagerly anticipating the Tianma dance from the Miaoying sect. I shall not delay further, and I invite the fairies of the Miaoying sect to take the stage. As the last word left his lips, young Master Huang gestured, and a stunning stage rose before the crowd, adorned with various gems that shimmered brilliantly. Suddenly, petals began to float through the air, accompanied by ethereal music from the Hai Huang family pavilions on either side of the square. 4 enchanting maidens emerged, each bearing a different musical instrument, their skirts billowing, sleeves flowing, their graceful forms descending gently onto either side of the stage. Amidst the crowd's cheers, a maiden dressed in azure gauze, her figure ethereal like a celestial goddess, flew forth, barefoot, her fingers adorned with delicate bells that end the pauses of the celestial music played by the 8 maidens. She swayed her dainty hands, producing a clear and melodious sound that sent shivers through the hearts of all who listened. The square quickly fell silent, and the azure-clad maiden gracefully descended to the center of the stage. With a shake of her bells, the music from the 8 maidens transformed dramatically, becoming melodious and haunting. The maiden's pristine, flawless feet lightly touched the ground, her waist twisting like a water snake as the azure fabric fluttered. It revealed hints of her fair skin, and under the sparkling gems of the stage, paired with the alluring melodies, it subtly stirred the desires of all present. The square was so crowded that entry was impossible. Thus, Fang and Wu Qingyun had no choice but to spend a considerable sum to secure a private room in a nearby inn, from where they could observe the performance. Fang had not anticipated the Tianma dance to be so provocative. A maiden who appeared so pure and sacred performed such an enticing dance. The dance grew increasingly audacious. The delicate azure gauze she wore was so sheer that the slits in her skirt had risen to her hips, as her body twisted. The contours of her thighs were tantalizingly revealed. Yet her expression remained solemn and pure. After a moment of observation, I shook my head in disbelief. Who could have imagined that the dance of heavenly demons was such a spectacle? Noticing the predominantly male cultivators in the audience, all fixated on the stage, it became clear to me why this dance was so fervently adored. This world certainly lacked the diligent instructors found in the island nations. No wonder Master didn't take me to see this dance of heavenly demons. I never anticipated it would be like this, Wu Qingyun remarked, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Despite her words, her gaze remained transfixed, and her hands continued to mimic the movements that I couldn't help but chuckle. Qingyun, do you really believe this dance of heavenly demons can lead to a breakthrough in cultivation? That seems rather implausible. Such a display was merely a trifle to me. I had witnessed far more stimulating scenes before, all stored within my computer's hard drive. Who knows? I only heard it from others. I also didn't expect the dance of heavenly demons to be like this, Wu Qingyun replied. Seeing the male cultivators below fixated on the stage, she assumed I was equally captivated. Leaning closer, she whispered, Lu Lang. If you like it, I can approach her after the performance and ask her to teach me that I wouldn't mind spending some spirit stones. I promise to learn diligently and perform it for you when I return. Chapter 46. The blood-devouring, soul-crushing formation. I quickly shook my head and laughed. Ha! No need for that, Qingyun. This dance is rather vulgar. We might as well enjoy the novelty. To be honest, I truly thought the dance of heavenly demons held some deeper significance. But if it continues in this manner, it might prove disappointing. Perhaps having overheard my words, the music on stage shifted abruptly. The previously melancholic and haunting melody transformed into an intense and passionate tune. Behind the azure gauze dancer, 2 women on each side swiftly stowed away their instruments, revealing their alluring shoulders as they began to dance alongside her. The azure gauze dancer discarded her earlier solemnity, and with a graceful sweep of her sleeve across her exquisite visage, her expression transformed to one of seduction. Her eyes shimmering with allure as the music crescendoed, her movements became increasingly fervent and expansive, The azure gauze seemed inadequate to conceal her captivating form, rendering her even more enchanting. The music intensified, and I noticed some in the audience were beginning to breathe more rapidly. The azure gauze dancer cast a sultry glance towards the crowd, her laughter ringing like silver bells, and with a delicate leap, she soared into the air, with her bells jingling and a pink silk scarf fluttering from her sleeve. She let it cascade amongst the spectators below. Those touched by the scarf inhaled deeply, their expressions filled with infatuation, their eyes burning with desire as they fixated on the azure gauze dancer. Qingyun. She can fly without a sword. Could she be at the golden core stage? I mused, having seen enough to remain skeptical, unlike those around me who were so easily entranced. No, not necessarily. If that scarf is a magical artifact. I could do the same for you, Lu Lang, that I could do it. Wu Qingyun murmured. Qingyun, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I noticed her voice had changed, prompting me to glance at her, that Wu Qingyun's eyes were glazed, and her ears were flushed, her gaze fixated on the azure gauze dancer. Lu Lang, I'm feeling a bit hot, she whispered, beginning to tug at her clothing. Alarmed, I reacted swiftly, although Wu Qingyun occasionally teased me with suggestive remarks. She had never acted so brazenly. Even if she were to, it would hardly be in front of so many spectators. Sensing something was amiss, I wondered if there was some enchantment within this dance of heavenly demons. Why was I unaffected? Without further thought, I grasped her shoulders to block her view and shook her vigorously. Qingyun, wake up! Don't look! Wu Qingyun continued to murmur. Lu Lang, I'm so hot that I'm really hot. Her hands began to roam over me. Panic surged through me. What should I do? I held her hands to prevent her from wandering while shouting, Qingyun, please snap out of it. In my frantic state, I bumped into an iron rod resting against the railing. The rod toppled, striking Wu Qingyun's head. This iron rod couldn't fit into my storage bag, so I had been carrying it with me, placing it against the railing once we reached the pavilion. I quickly seized the rod, and to my surprise, Wu Qingyun's gaze regained a flicker of clarity. Hot. I'm so hot, she murmured, pausing her movements, but then her eyes drifted back to the azure gauze dancer. I hurriedly obstructed her view, saying, Qingyun, don't look! Don't block me! Wu Qingyun suddenly shouted, her eyes flashing with an unexpected fierceness as she attempted to push me away. Her hand struck the iron rod, and I observed her expression sharpen as she made contact. Could this iron rod be unique in that it could restore clarity of mind? I quickly pushed it toward her eyes. Instinctively, she reached to swat it away. But her hand brushed against the rod, and I seized her hand, intertwining it with the iron rod. Qingyun, please wake up. I continued to shake her while calling out. Lu Lang, what are you doing? Wu Qingyun finally regained her clarity. What has happened to them? She inquired, her eyes wide with concern. Seeing her fully awake, I hesitated to release her grip as I glanced outside. Below, the scene in the square was chaotic. People were tearing at their clothes, frantically chasing the azure gauze dancer in a mad frenzy. They paid no heed to those in their path, pushing them aside, and many fell to the ground, only to be trampled by others. That moment, the azure gauze dancer had lifted her left shoulder's garment, exposing a generous portion of her bosom and alabaster. As she floated gracefully, she let out a series of melodic giggles, extending her other hand to sweep across her exposed skin. Her sharp nails instantly pierced her flesh. Blood oozing forth, and with a swift motion, she smeared the crimson liquid across her hand. Holding out her blood-stained fingers to the audience, she brought them close to her lips, delicately licking the blood. Even sucking on her fingertip, the vivid red of her blood against her snowy skin, combined with her entrancing gaze, created an indescribable and bewitching allure under the fervent music. The audience below spiraled into madness. They clawed at their own chests, drawing lines of blood, then smeared it across their faces, extending their tongues to lick the crimson liquid. They had gone mad. The crowd surged towards the square, each person oblivious to the chaos, their eyes wide with obsession and satisfaction as they rushed in. I was horrified. Grabbing Wu Qingyun's hand, I yelled, Qingyun, don't look! This dance of heavenly demons is perilous. Hold on to this iron rod. It can bring clarity back. I'll get you out. Turning my back to her, I bent down to lift her onto my back, But to my surprise, she pointed upwards, her voice trembling. Lu Lang, I fear we cannot escape. Following her gaze, I beheld an elderly man with hair as white as snow, his visage gaunt, hovering above the square, and he surveyed the blood-soaked scene below, where people were frantically chasing the azure gauze dancer, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. The blood has been ignited. The blood-devouring, soul-crushing formation, rise. His ancient voice resonated as he pointed toward the square, that a beam of bloodlight shot into the center of the square, forming a crimson that rapidly spread outward like torrents of blood. The square, already marred by the trampling of some individuals, left those on the ground oblivious to their injuries, still entranced by the dancing azure gauze woman. Wherever the blood flowed, it ensnared the fallen, their bodies visibly withering away, until they completely dissolved, leaving no trace of bones behind. The blood, however, multiplied and grew more vibrant, surging outward. Soon, the first fallen individual was left with nothing but their garments, and the pursuers were not spared. Anyone who stepped upon the blood flow found themselves ensnared, their bodies succumbing to blood loss, rapidly dehydrating until they vanished entirely. The blood surged and swelled, weaving an eerie pattern across the square. Those outside the square seemed oblivious to the unfolding horror, their eyes fixated on the azure gauze dancer, continuing to flood in. The moment they stepped onto the blood, they collapsed in their final moments. Their faces reflected sheer obsession and satisfaction. How terrifying. Chapter 47. The desolate city witnessing the chaos below, Wu Qingyun's grip on the iron rod turned pale, her voice trembling as she uttered, the blood-devouring, soul-crushing formation. My heart raced in terror as I crouched down, pulling Wu Qingyun behind the railing and asking, Qingyun, do you know about this formation? Wu Qingyun's eyes appeared dazed as she replied, I've only heard my master mention it briefly. It's a formation that annihilates souls and extinguishes lives. A formation? What does that mean? A formation means that once activated, it will not cease unless completed. Complete the formation. Are you saying we must finish this blood-spun, eerie pattern for it to stop? Which Qingyun peered through the gaps in the railing, surveying the square above and the throngs of people continuously surging in below. Shaking her head, she remarked, I am uncertain. If it were merely to complete the pattern, such a multitude would not be necessary. Qingyun, those mortals outside are being herded here. They intend to use the entire town's populace to fill this deadly formation. Lu Fang's expression suddenly shifted as he spoke. Upon realizing the situation was amiss, he had dispatched a shadow form to investigate. The shadow moved swiftly, soon discovering that all those partaking in the feast seemed to be succumbing to poison as the formation activated one by one. Their faces turned pallid as they clutched their chests, while members of the Huang family appeared in multiple locations, announcing that the food had been tainted and that the antidote lay in the central square. Cursing, the crowd rushed toward the square. The Lu Fang felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, they had consumed plenty from various stalls earlier that afternoon, showing little interest in the banquet. Qingyun, eager to witness the heavenly demon dance, had also not lingered at the feast, and they had hurried to the central square as twilight descended. They observed the frenzied crowd racing toward the square. Lu Fang intended to dissuade the ordinary people. But as soon as he materialized, one individual shoved him aside, cursing at him for obstructing the way. Merging into that person's shadow, he followed, only to find that upon catching sight of the veiled woman, the man's face transformed into a look of infatuation. Instantly forgetting his poisoning plight and aimlessly trudging toward the square, that Lu Fang's shadow form manifested once more, delivering 2 slaps to the man. Yet he remained unresponsive. The individuals trailing behind, regardless of gender, exhibited the same mindlessness. Their resolve was alarmingly weak. The shadow form had no recourse. Suddenly, he spotted someone soaring out from a nearby building, riding a sword with remarkable speed. A disciple of the Huang family noticed him as well, but made no move, instead sneering before heading elsewhere. The shadow promptly followed. This individual appeared unaffected by the heavenly demon dance, possibly possessing a steadfast mind. Upon recognizing the unusual circumstances in the square, he immediately flew his sword toward the town's outskirts, swiftly arriving at the Blackwater River. To his astonishment, the Huang family had even tampered with the Blackwater River. A faint black mist emanated from the river's surface, seemingly preventing passage. The sword-riding individual realized this too late. As he ascended above the water, his expression shifted dramatically, and he tumbled into the river. His lifeless body soon surfacing that Lu Fang was horrified. The shadow hurried toward the bridge leading out of the town, only to find it utterly destroyed. Blackwater Town had become an isolated fortress, encircled by the Blackwater River, impervious to entry or exit. The shadow raced around the river, searching for an escape route. Meanwhile, Lu Fang swiftly conveyed to Qingyun, "The Blackwater River has also been manipulated. We cannot escape by flying. And the bridge we traversed to enter the town has been demolished. I had planned to lead you away from here, to find a hiding spot within the town. It is vast, and they may not easily discover us. But now the streets are teeming with people. If we descend, we will be engulfed by the crowd, that we must traverse the rooftops. Yet that presents the risk of being detected by that old man. Qingyun, do you know who he is?" Qingyun, too pressed for time to ponder how Lu Fang was so well informed about the external situation, gazed at the elderly figure with white whiskers standing in the void. Her pupils constricted as she spoke. That man must be the ancestor of the Huang family. Like Lu Fang, she deduced that such a grand arrangement by the Huang family certainly required the oversight of this Yuaning ancestor. "Qingyun, do you understand the purpose behind his setting up such a lethal formation?" Lu Fang inquired. That Lu Fang began to grasp why this formation was dubbed the blood-devouring soul-crushing formation. Once activated, it would mercilessly grind lives away. At that moment, blood had completely outlined the sinister pattern, pulsating with a ghastly crimson hue. After a moment's contemplation, Qingyun's eyes widened in horror as she declared, "He intends to use the blood-devouring soul-crushing formation to concoct the Ascension Pill. To create the Ascension Pill, at least 9,999 lives are required." Though she was no stranger to bloodshed, witnessing so many souls perish mindlessly before her stirred a sense of compassion within her. Moreover, her true essence had yet to recover. Even if it did, escape would remain impossible. Given their audacious intent to slaughter the entire town, the Huang family must have made thorough preparations that to compound matters. The ancestor loomed above, ready to annihilate them at the slightest hint of resistance. Indeed, someone on the opposite balcony could no longer contain themselves, leaping from the railing and transforming into a streak of blood, hurtling toward Lu Fang's rooftop. Blood escape technique. It was none other than a member of the Blood Demon sect. However, as soon as he appeared, the Huang ancestor struck him down with a mere gesture. A beam of light struck the man, who fell outside the square, trampled by the incoming crowd, his fate uncertain. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared urgency. Qingyun retrieved her delicate little seashell from her storage pouch. Lu Fang hastily stopped her, saying, "Qingyun, what are you doing?" "Lu Lang, I must send a message to my master. Otherwise, we truly will perish here." Qingyun's eyes flickered with determination. "But you have yet to recover your true essence." Lu Fang placed his hand on the seashell. "Lu Lang, there is no other choice. If I do not lift the self-imposed seal on my dantian using secret techniques, we are doomed. Even if my master rushed here with all his might, it would take at least an hour. If we delay, it will be too late." Qingyun's voice trembled with urgency. "Lifting the self-seal on your dantian?" Lu Fang pondered before asking. "Qingyun, tell me, what are the consequences of such an act? Be honest. It's nothing too serious, just a slight damage to my foundation, that Lu Lang. I do not care. If we do not devise a plan soon, we will truly die." Qingyun's eyes brimmed with tears as she insisted. "We haven't even become partners yet. I do not wish to perish like this. I certainly do not want you to die here as well." Lu Fang embraced Qingyun, assuring her, "Qingyun, do not fear. I am here with you, am I not? Did you not say that while you are unable to use your true essence, I would protect you? Moreover, look at this. They have orchestrated such a grand scheme, they must have also set up some formation to prevent communication. If you forcibly lift the seal, what if you still cannot send a message? Then would we not have damaged Senior Sister Wu's foundation for naught? What if, by chance, Senior Sister Wu's cultivation surpasses mine? Lu Shitty in the future, would that not invite ridicule? How would you face the world as a senior sister? Do you not agree, senior sister Wu? Chapter 48. The end of life. Qingyun recognized that Lu Fang was jesting, forcing a smile as she replied, "Not at all. It won't be that severe, Lu Lang. If your cultivation truly surpasses mine, I will be delighted. I couldn't care less about what others think." Seeing her spirits lifted, Lu Fang chuckled softly and said, "Perhaps so. Senior sister Wu should not underestimate me. Perhaps one day I shall indeed surpass you." "That would be splendid," Qingyun responded. Then her expression grew serious as she remarked, "Lu Lang, your earlier statement holds merit. Their audacity indicates they must be thoroughly prepared. Though the mother and son seashell is precious, with so many people in town, I cannot be the only one possessing it. If others sense something amiss, they will certainly communicate with the outside. Moreover, even if I lifted the seal, I would merely be at the foundation establishment stage. In the presence of the Huang ancestor, it would be utterly futile." Upon concluding her thoughts, Qingyun continued, "But what shall we do now? The cultivators nearby, entranced by the heavenly demon dance, are nearly all perishing, while ordinary folk entering the formation will meet their doom even faster. After these individuals die, it is likely that members of the Huang family will come to search. At that point, we will have no way to evade." The more she spoke, the more anxious her expression became. "Qingyun, we must not act hastily, especially now. Our urgency will avail us nothing. We have but one course of action." Lu Fang grasped her shoulders, gazing earnestly into her eyes as he said, "What course of action?" Qingyun inquired eagerly. "We wait," Lu Fang asserted confidently. "Let us wait a little longer. Surely, more individuals will reach their breaking point. You mentioned that with such a large town, you are not the sole one with the means to communicate. There must be others who remain unaffected by the heavenly demon dance and possess superior cultivation than ours. When that time comes, we may just find our opportunity to escape. At the very least, we must leave this place." The shadow had now circled the small town, discovering that aside from the destroyed bridge they had entered through, 3 other bridges had also been obliterated. As it made its rounds, it noted that there were still some individuals unaffected, gathering in groups, seemingly strategizing, fearing discovery, as well as potential mishaps on their side. Lu Fang instructed the shadow to return to his side. "Very well, Lu Lang, I will heed your counsel." Qingyun, influenced by Lu Fang's resolve, nodded in agreement. "Qingyun, tell me, how were you ensnared by the heavenly demon dance earlier?" Lu Fang turned to the veiled woman. The blood on the witch's chest appeared inexhaustible as she twirled and danced, dipping her fingers into the blood, licking them with her tongue, casting sultry glances at the new arrivals in the square. "Lu Lang, do not look. Staring too long will lead you into an illusion. I succumbed because I gazed too intently and lost my focus." Qingyun urgently pulled Lu Fang back. "I am fine, Qingyun. I am no longer watching her. I am observing the formation." Lu Fang replied, "Then you grasp this iron rod. It seems to truly bring a sense of tranquility to the heart. By the way, Lu Lang, how did you come to discover the effects of this iron rod?" Wu Qingyun, holding the iron rod tightly, extended a portion of it towards Lu Fang, gazing at the dark, glossy surface of the rod as she inquired. But Lu Fang placed his hand upon the rod and smiled, saying, "I noticed you were entranced, unresponsive to any calls, so I thought to strike you awake with a blow. And as it turns out, it indeed roused you. Lu Lang, I still fail to see what is so extraordinary about this iron rod. Must one truly fall under a spell to discern its peculiarities?" After speaking, Wu Qingyun released her grip and turned her gaze back to the woman in the green gauze. "No, Qingyun, do not attempt that. If you were to fall under its enchantment again, I will have no choice but to strike you once more." Lu Fang quickly placed her hand back on the iron rod. Wu Qingyun, not resisting further, caressed the rod and remarked, "No wonder you were so intent on this iron rod yesterday, Lu Lang, that if the shopkeeper were to learn of its marvelous utility, he would surely be furious." At that moment, the practitioners had mostly perished, and ordinary folk began to surge into the great formation. The instant they made contact with the blood-laden array, they were swiftly drained by its power. Lu Fang sighed and said, "He may never have the chance to find out." after tonight. I fear there will be but a handful left in this town. Indeed, alas. Wu Qingyun also sighed, casting her eyes towards the woman in green gauze and stating, I initially thought the heavenly demon dance was merely a bit vulgar. Yet I never anticipated it to be so bewitching, capable of ensnaring the mind. It is not merely the dance. The music performed on stage strikes deeply at the heart and plays a significant role as well, Lu Fang remarked. Observing the stage, Lu Lang, had I known it would be this perilous, I would never have insisted on bringing you to see it. I bear the blame, were it not for my stubborn desire to witness the heavenly demon dance. We would not have found ourselves in this dire predicament. Wu Qingyun looked apologetically at Lu Fang. Qingyun, why do you speak thus? How could this be your fault? The true heavenly demon dance must not be like this. We have merely fallen into the trap set by the Huang family, Lu Fang replied. Not like this. Lu Lang, did you know of the heavenly demon dance before? Wu Qingyun inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lu Fang replied, I had never even heard of it before, but Qingyun, consider this. If the heavenly demon dance were truly like this, wouldn't it have been widely known by now? How could it be known? After witnessing it, could one truly break through? If it were indeed a dance that ensnares the heart, your master would have certainly mentioned it to you. Would he not? Wu Qingyun nodded in agreement. And what of the Miaoying sect? Although I am unfamiliar with this sect, it seems to be quite small from your description that if the heavenly demon dance were truly like this, they would have offended more than just one or two sects. How could they possibly survive until now? Lu Lang, do you mean to say that these individuals are not from the Miaoying sect? Wu Qingyun asked. I do not know, even if they are not. They are certainly closely related to the Miaoying sect, Lu Fang observed, gazing towards the square. Qingyun, you mentioned earlier that the old man was concocting some elixir. What is its purpose? Why must so many lives be sacrificed for its creation? Lu Fang continued to inquire. He intends to refine the Xingyuan pill, utilizing this blood-draining array for its preparation. Lu Lang, look at the central point of the formation. Has it not grown increasingly crimson? The Xingyuan pill is being forged there, using the blood and flesh of these individuals. Wu Qingyun pointed through the gaps in the railing towards the center of the square. Upon seeing Lu Lang nod, she added, the greatest effect of the Xingyuan pill is that, once consumed, it can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. It seems the rumors of the Huang family patriarch nearing the end of his days are indeed true. Near the end of his days? Qingyun, how long does one live during the nascent soul stage? Lu Fang inquired. Seeing that Lu Fang seemed unaware, Wu Qingyun elaborated. The qi refining stage bears little difference from that of ordinary mortals. With a maximum lifespan of merely 100 years, upon establishing a foundation, one's lifespan doubles to 200 years, and upon achieving the golden core stage, it again doubles to 400 years. Upon forming the nascent soul, it doubles once more to 800 years. You mean to say that this old man has lived for 800 years? Lu Fang asked. Chapter 49. The ancient evil cult. Wu Qingyun nodded, saying, he is at least nearing 800 years. His form is frail and emaciated, a clear sign of a life nearing its end. Despite her affirmation, Lu Fang still found it hard to believe. In his past life, he had only heard tales of the historical figure Peng Zhu, who allegedly lived for 800 years, the truth of which remained uncertain, and no wonder so many people sought cultivation, setting aside all else. Merely the prospect of extending one's life is sufficient to draw them in. Lu Fang pondered and asked, if the Xingyuan pill is made from the blood and flesh of so many people, why then must they perform the heavenly demon dance? Refining the Xingyuan pill is no simple task. First, one must evoke the inner desires of the sacrificial individual, causing their blood to boil. Then, they must perish willingly, without any suffering, to avoid the formation of vengeful spirits, which would serve no purpose in the refinement of the Xingyuan pill, Wu Qingyun explained. You just mentioned sacrifices? Lu Fang caught onto the key point. Indeed, sacrifices. My master informed me that the refining of the Xingyuan pill is exceedingly difficult, requiring no fewer than 9,999 lives, alongside the performance of some sinister ritual to ensure that these individuals die willingly. Only those extreme, ancient evil cults possess the methods to refine the Xingyuan pill. I never imagined the Huang family to be entangled with such groups, Wu Qingyun said. Incredulously. Ancient evil cults? Are there truly those more sinister than the Blood Demon sect or the Xianin sect? Yes, ancient evil cults. Those individuals worship malevolent deities. Once one becomes involved with them, it is exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. The Huang family is quite audacious. Should news of today's event spread, not only would the righteous path not spare them, but neither would the sects in our vicinity, Wu Qingyun asserted. Why is that? The Huang family's actions are solely to refine the Xingyuan pill, which merely extends life by 100 years. That worth the immense risk? Lu Fang asked, perplexed. Wu Lang, you have only been cultivating for a few years. You may not yet understand the significance of a nascent soul stage cultivator to a family or sect. To speak of it plainly, the Blackwater town's tranquility is due to the presence of the Huang family patriarch. Otherwise, others would dare to cause chaos. I suspect the Five Poison sect refrained from acting against the Huang family, considering the patriarch's impending demise. Although Blackwater Town is a small place, one does not sleep soundly upon another's bed. To provoke a nascent soul cultivator nearing the end of their lifespan carries grave consequences. Blackwater Town may not be of great significance, and the Huang family has not acted out of line in recent years, which is why our sect has allowed them to operate here. After hearing this, Lu Fang understood that a nascent soul cultivator is akin to an atomic bomb for a power. An old nascent soul cultivator nearing death is comparable to a hydrogen bomb, particularly an unstable one. Other factions generally would not provoke them without significant gain, fearing a desperate retaliation. Once the Huang family patriarch's lifespan has ended, everything managed by the Huang family in Blackwater Town will become the spoils of the Five Poison sect, which likely explains why the Five Poison sect has refrained from acting against the Huang family. However, it seems the Five Poison sect has not considered that the Huang family harbors other motives for their presence here. Qingyun, I recall you mentioning that the Huang family only arrived in Blackwater Town in recent years. It seems they have some connection to the righteous path. Please tell me all that you know about the Huang family. Well, I do not know much. I have only heard my master mention them in passing. The Huang family. Time passed swiftly. The throngs of people surging into the square gradually dwindled. The central point of the formation continued to grow increasingly crimson, slowly coalescing into a blood-red orb, absorbing the blood flowing beneath it, expanding ever larger, shimmering with a sanguine glow above. Qingyun, do you see this pill? Is it not nearly complete? Lu Fang pointed at the square. The woman in green gauze continued her performance on stage, which had yet to cease. I do not know. It should be close, as there are hardly any people left, Wu Qingyun remarked, glancing towards the square, which had seen a significant reduction in the crowd. She began to grow anxious again, stating, Lu Lang, if they come to search, I will divert them. You must find a way to escape. Qingyun, why do you insist on this? If anyone is to distract them, it should be me. Your cultivation is higher than mine, and your chances of escape are greater. Lu Fang sighed. Why do we even speak of this? Who says we are doomed? Did I not tell you? Qingyun, do not panic. There will be those who are even more impatient than we are. Once they reveal themselves, we will have our opportunity. But the Xingyuan pill is on the verge of completion. Why have they not yet appeared? Wu Qingyun expressed her growing anxiety. The closer we draw to this moment, the more we must remain calm, that we cannot allow ourselves to be used as pawns. Those individuals are not benevolent. They care not for the lives of others and are merely waiting for the right moment to strike. Lu Fang grasped her shoulders firmly. Yes, Lu Lang, I will heed your words. Wu Qingyun replied, gradually calming down in response to Lu Fang's resolute demeanor. Indeed, it was not long before changes began to unfold on the stage. The patriarch of the Huang family, who stood in the air above the square, suddenly extended a finger and shot forth a beam of light towards the crowd. One individual in the throng abruptly broke free from their trance, raising their arms in defense. With a loud crash, they were sent flying backward, colliding with 7 or 8 people behind them. That a golden light emanated from their arm as they fixed their gaze on the patriarch of the Huang family. However, the patriarch paid them no heed, instead focusing intently on another direction. That he spoke. Do not conceal yourself any longer, Yao Xilian. From the moment you arrived, I was already aware. Lu Fang gazed intently in the direction of the Huang family patriarch, where an old man with a pale complexion and a goat-like beard, clad in a black robe, materialized atop the roof. Addressing the woman in the azure veil, he remarked, "Ah, Huang Lao, this disciple of the Miaoyin sect performs the heavenly demon dance quite splendidly, far more captivating than any I have witnessed previously. Where did you acquire this girl?" The Huang family patriarch replied, "Zhongzhu Yao, your visit to my Heishui town must surely be for the purpose of observing the heavenly demon dance?" Yao Xilian stroked his goat beard and chuckled lightly. "Ha! You cannot deceive Huang Lao. Originally, I had no concern regarding your Huang family's intentions in this Heishui town, nor was it my place to meddle. However, the fact that you intend to use the entire populace for alchemical purposes is quite alarming. My corpse refining sect also has business here in Heishui town. A few of my disciples have perished, and I might overlook that for the sake of your reputation, Huang Lao. But your family refuses to release my disciple and even seeks to slay him. That is where your Huang family has erred. Does this not imply that you underestimate my corpse refining sect?" Upon hearing this, the Huang family patriarch chuckled softly. "Haha, it is said that Zhongzhu Yao of the corpse refining sect is shameless. Today, I have indeed witnessed this firsthand. Despite your lengthy discourse, are you not merely here for the ascendant pill I am concocting? If you had waited until the pill was completed before revealing yourself, I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect. Instead, you send your golden corpse to mingle with the crowd, attempting to stealthily pilfer the unrefined pill." Shaking his head, he continued, "To harm others without benefiting oneself. How did you ascend to your position as sect leader? Your corpse refining sect stands alongside the blood demon sect, the Xianin sect, and the five poison sect. This Tian Nan truly disappoints me." Chapter 50. The Ascendant Pill. Yao Xilian, having had his thoughts laid bare and receiving a few barbs in return, felt a slight flush rise to his pallid complexion that he retorted, "What business is it of yours how I attain my position? And what of your Huang family? You have driven tens of thousands in this town into the blood-devouring, soul-crushing array, all while secretly refining such nefarious pills as the Ascendant Pill." He then added with a sinister grin, "If word of this were to spread, your Huang family would find no refuge in Tiannan. Would you? Then why not keep it to yourself?" The Huang family patriarch shot him a glance, retorting, "Are you suggesting I not speak of it?" Yao Xilian countered that he now felt no urgency. Earlier, he had acted without knowing that the Ascendant Pill was not yet fully refined. He was unaware of the precise method of its concoction, having merely heard rumors. His intent was not to rescue his disciple. With so many, the loss of one or two was of little consequence. His arrival had been prompted by the tales of the legendary Ascendant Pill. The Huang family patriarch had a point. Rushing in to seize it would only serve to harm others without yielding any benefit for himself. Should he inadvertently destroy the pill, his journey would be in vain, and he would have unnecessarily offended the dying Huang family patriarch that it was simply not worth the risk. As for how many more would perish, he had never contemplated that. What concern was it of his? What then would prevent you from divulging this? The Huang family patriarch mocked. "Would you like me to present the Ascendant Pill to you with both hands?" After years of preparation aimed at refining this very pill, he naturally intended to avoid conflict until the pill was completed. While the two engaged in this aerial exchange of words, Lu Fang and Wu Qingyun grew increasingly anxious. When the Huang family patriarch had pointed at the golden corpse, they had rejoiced. Finally, someone had broken the tension and stepped forward. Upon seeing the golden corpse intercept the Huang family patriarch's strike, their excitement intensified. This newcomer was formidable. When the Huang family patriarch called out Yao Xilian's name, Lu Fang remained indifferent, unaware of who Yao Xilian was. But Wu Qingyun, recognizing the figure with the goat beard as the renowned leader of the corpse refining sect and a formidable Yuan-ing stage cultivator, was elated. They eagerly awaited the inevitable clash between the Huang family patriarch and Yao Xilian, hoping for an opportunity to slip away. However, after what felt like an eternity, neither party seemed inclined to engage. Instead, they continued their conversation. This left the two in a state of agitation, yet they dared not act impulsively, remaining hidden beneath the railing, waiting for the right moment. Yao Xilian pressed on, I fear that Huang Lao may refuse. Setting that aside, when did you first discover my presence? He understood that the Huang family patriarch would never willingly part with the pill, and thus sought to change the subject. The Huang family patriarch replied, "It was over an hour ago when a silver corpse escaped the river. It must have been manipulated by your disciple to inform you, correct?" After glancing at his Huang family disciples below, he added with a hint of melancholy, "If we cannot even detect a mere silver corpse, my Huang family truly lacks capable successors." Several of the Huang family disciples exhibited expressions of shame, while the eldest son of the Huang family, upon hearing this, angrily gestured for a group to follow him outside. Yao Xilian was indifferent to their actions and spoke, "Huang Lao, let your descendants enjoy their own fortunes. You should focus on your departure from this mortal realm. Why cling to this world, having lived for 8 centuries and still not grasping this truth? It is no wonder you have failed to break through. After another century, I suspect you will remain the same that time. Where will you seek the elixir of life?" Suddenly, the Huang family patriarch inquired, "Zhongzhu Yao, do you know how I discerned your arrival?" Yao Xilian was momentarily taken aback. Had he not already stated it? His disciple's silver corpse had signaled him, prompting his arrival, which the patriarch must have known. Before Yao Xilian could respond, the Huang family patriarch, his voice dripping with disdain, declared, "It is because the corpse aura emanating from you is overwhelmingly foul." As soon as the words left his lips, he pointed at Yao Xilian, unleashing a beam of brilliant light. Suddenly, an image appeared before Yao Xilian. It was the golden corpse he had attempted to seize earlier. With a tremendous crash, the golden corpse's garments were torn asunder, revealing a body that gleamed like gold. The Huang family's soul destruction finger is nothing extraordinary, Yao Xilian remarked, seemingly coming to a realization that he quickly turned his gaze toward the formation in the square. The bizarre pattern outlined by the blood began to fade rapidly from the edges of the array, with the blood flowing towards the crimson sphere at its center. The crimson sphere absorbed the blood. Its glow intensified. Once it had fully consumed the blood, the light contracted, rapidly diminishing in size. After shrinking to a standard pill size, it began to levitate slowly. The pill, a vivid red with a gentle rosy glow, shimmered with radiant light. Seeing the successful refinement of the ascendant pill, Yao Xilian pointed toward it. The golden corpse shot toward the center of the array at an astonishing speed. The Huang family patriarch waved his hand, summoning a semicircular azure light barrier that enveloped the ascendant pill, preventing the golden corpse from entering. Bang, bang, bang. The golden corpse unleashed a series of powerful punches against the barrier. The surface of the barrier rippled with waves of light as it absorbed the tremendous force. This golden corpse must have been passed down from your corpse refining sect. Is it not? It certainly possesses some merit. The Huang family patriarch observed the golden corpse for a moment before speaking. Yao Xilian responded, "Is it merely of some merit? Allow me to demonstrate its true capabilities for Huang Lao." With that, he produced a black bell in his hand, and as he shook it, a sound emerged that was distinctly different from the golden bell held by the azure-veiled woman. The tone of the black bell was deep and unsettling. Upon hearing the bell toll, the golden corpse seemed invigorated, its golden light flaring as it struck the azure barrier with even greater force and swiftness. The Huang family patriarch, however, paid it no mind. He cast a glance at the azure-veiled woman still dancing gracefully, instructing, "Take your companions and rest in the courtyard." The azure-veiled woman, relieved, exhaled deeply and respectfully bowed. "Thank you, Huang Lao." She signaled to the 8 women playing music on stage, descending gracefully to the ground. Understanding that she had performed for an extended period and had lost considerable blood, the 8 women hurriedly assisted her into the Huang family's courtyard. In the meantime, the Huang family patriarch swiftly appeared before the barrier. Before the golden corpse could react, he struck it with a powerful palm, sending it flying. Addressing the many Huang family disciples standing outside the square, he commanded, "You shall keep watch above. Should there be any signs of disturbance, execute them without mercy." "Yes, Patriarch." 4 of the disciples took to the skies, wielding swords as they positioned themselves in each of the 4 cardinal directions. "Eliminate everyone. There is still some hiding inside." The Huang family patriarch's gaze swept across the buildings bordering the square. Lu Fang and Wu Qingyun felt their hearts race and instinctively lowered themselves even further. Yes, patriarch. All the Huang family disciples complied, drawing their blades and swiftly dispatching those who had been entranced and were unable to locate the azure-veiled woman. They then quickly dispersed to search outside. Just as the golden corpse was sent crashing into a shop outside the square by the Huang family patriarch's palm, it emerged, extending its emerald green claws and bearing fangs, transforming into a streak of golden light that lunged towards the Huang family patriarch. Chapter 51. A bold idea. Before the golden corpse could close the distance, the Huang family patriarch waved his sleeve, sending it sprawling. Zhongzhu Yao, cease your subterfuge and reveal your true abilities. Do you think a mere golden corpse is sufficient to seize my ascendant pill? Indeed, that is insufficient, and it presents a perfect opportunity for me to exchange a few techniques with Huang Lao. Before Yao Xilian could finish his statement, he shot a beam of black light toward the Huang family patriarch. The speed was astonishing, rivaling even the Huang family patriarch's soul destruction finger. The Huang family patriarch evaded, glancing back only to find that the black beam had reversed course. Hurtling toward him once more, with a swift movement, Yao Xilian evaded and soared towards the rooftop, leaving behind a remark. A coffin nail from a millennium. Has the esteemed master, Yao, unearthed his ancestral grave? Old Huang, you jest. Yet I must confess, I have long been unaware of the location of your family's ancestral tomb, that I would be most honored to pay my respects to your forebears. Yao Xilian stated while instantaneously summoning the golden corpse to obstruct the Huang family patriarch. Ascending into the sky, he wielded a black bell in one hand, commanding the golden corpse to engage in close combat, while with the other hand, he formed a seal, directing the black coffin nails to encircle him. Poised for action. Then perhaps you should pay your respects underground, the Huang patriarch shouted, deftly avoiding the black radiance and repelling the golden corpse with a powerful palm strike. Yao Xilian shook the bell once more, urging the golden corpse to swiftly lunge toward him. On the balcony of a tavern at the square's edge, Lu Fang was feeling quite anxious, ever since the leader of the corpse refining sect made his appearance. He had hoped for a swift confrontation between the Huang patriarch and himself. However, when the two finally engaged, his enthusiasm waned. Did I ask this truly it? Wasn't it said that an infant soul master could reshape the very heavens, dimming the sun and moon with but a flick of their hand? At the very least, one would expect the earth to tremble and buildings to collapse in the ensuing chaos, providing the perfect opportunity to escape. Yet after several exchanges, all he witnessed was the Huang patriarch merely batting the golden corpse aside, shattering a shop's door. Are you even capable? The commotion of battle was indeed considerable, with sounds of combat echoing through the air. Yet why did it seem they were merely ascending higher? Huang patriarch, after this encounter, do you intend to flee? Do you still care for the buildings in Blackwater Town? And you, Master Yao, did you come to seize the ascension pill? Is soaring to such heights not a concern for you, lest others snatch it away? Lu Fang felt increasingly frustrated. Above the square, the Huang patriarch was no longer focused on him, but instead, for golden core practitioners had taken notice. This was a disaster. For someone at the Qi refinement stage, it was virtually indistinguishable, with for golden core masters above and other Huang family members below searching. How could Lu Fang not panic? Yet he understood that panicking would serve no purpose. He forced himself to remain composed that if they truly began a search, he would have no choice but to reveal his shadow body to divert attention, allowing him and Wu Qingyun to escape. Although the shadow body was impervious to injury, transforming in a shadow allowed for instant recovery. Its cultivation was still only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. How much attention could it truly attract? Regardless, it was worth a try. Without attempting, he would have no chance whatsoever. He reached into his possession. There were 8 blood god pills remaining, and 2 vials of medicine to alleviate the blood goddess affliction. Lu Fang resolved to act swiftly, just as he released the shadow body to scout for the best escape route. Suddenly, an anomaly erupted on the scene. The pale blue light curtain enveloping the ascension pill trembled violently. The expressions of the 4 above changed, and 2 of them swiftly descended, leaving 2 on guard that as they landed. The blue light curtain continued to tremble. The two soon realized that someone was assaulting the formation beneath the square. Lu Fang understood as well and turned to Wu Qingyun, inquiring, "Qingyun, what formation is this? How can it extend underground?" Wu Qingyun shook her head. "I do not know much about formations. All I can discern from the color emitted is that this is a defensive formation from the righteous path. The Huang Patriarch must have great confidence in it to leave it unattended." Lu Fang nodded and continued to observe the square. The two practitioners unleashed several sword chi towards the ground. Yet it proved ineffective, merely sending some paving stones flying. They had no immediate solution, furrowing their brows in vigilance towards the subterranean area. At that moment, young Master Huang returned, eyeing the still trembling grand formation. He glanced at the ground and remarked, "Golden corpses ascend, silver corpses retreat." Raising his sword and surveying the surroundings, he added, "You must be that shameless disciple, hiding quite adeptly. However, I will slay your silver corpse and see if you dare to show yourself." He turned to the two companions, saying, "Second brother, third brother, you two keep watch above. I will handle things here." The two nodded and ascended back to their previous positions. Observing the formation still quaking, one sneered, "Do you think I am merely bluffing?" Before he could finish, a layer of earthy light enveloped him, and he swiftly vanished underground. The earth escape technique of the Five Elements sect. Wu Qingyun exclaimed, clearly taken aback. Lu Fang watched as the stone slabs of the square quaked violently and inquired, "Five Elements sect? What sect is that?" The Five Elements sect is an orthodox Taoist sect with a lineage spanning countless years. Could it be that the Huang family has ties to the Five Elements sect? But why would they come to Blackwater Town, especially to practice the alchemical methods of ancient heretical sects? Wu Qingyun pondered aloud. Lu Fang remarked, "It must be to concoct the ascension pill, enabling that old coot to live another century." Qingyun considered. The Huang family resides amidst a sea of heretical sects, and crafting this vile pill would not be tolerated. In the righteous path, they would be even less welcome. Wu Qingyun nodded, about to say something, when suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the square, creating a gaping hole, from which a silver figure burst forth, rapidly darting towards the square's edge. "Quite resilient. Let us see how many of my sword strikes you can withstand." Young Master Huang followed closely behind, hastily pursuing. Among the four Golden Core practitioners stationed above, one attempted to descend to assist, but was halted by another, who glanced at the Huang Patriarch engaged with Yao Celian overhead, pointing at the blood-red pill within the formation. The others understood the implication and returned to their positions, standing guard. The commotion from the outside search grew ever closer, that Wu Qingyun began to feel anxious once more, exclaiming, "Lu Lang, what should we do? They will soon discover our presence." "Do not fear, Qingyun. I will handle everything." Lu Fang reassured her. Despite his words, he felt a rising urgency within. The shadow body had scouted for some time and reached a conclusion. Merely relying on himself and Wu Qingyun would be insufficient for their escape. Even with the shadow body obstructing the way and the consumption of blood god pills, along with Wu Qingyun breaking her own seal, it would still be inadequate. There were simply too many Huang family members. Every street corner was manned by their kin. Moreover, the four Golden Core practitioners above, while unlikely to abandon their aerial position, could still unleash sword lights towards him. The sword lights of Golden Core practitioners would be beyond Lu Fang's ability to withstand. And even Wu Qingyun, clad in protective artifacts, would struggle against such attacks. What to do? How could they leave without drawing the attention of those four above? Or better yet, how might they redirect their focus elsewhere? Lu Fang's mind raced. Their sole objective was to keep their eyes on the ascension pill within the formation. The ascension pill, gazing at the red pill within the formation, a daring idea suddenly sparked in Lu Fang's mind. Chapter 52. The storage bag explodes. A small shadow swiftly appeared before the square, inching its way onto the platform. Excellent. No signs of disturbance. It seemed the blood-devouring and soul-crushing great formation had truly dissipated. Previously, he had been too wary to allow the shadow body to step onto the square due to the ominous nature of the formation. Crushing souls. The shadow body was a fragment of his own soul. What if it were to be crushed by the formation? There would be no place to lament. The shadow moved rapidly again, swiftly crossing the gaping hole the silver corpse had created, reaching the junction of the pale blue light curtain and the ground. Previously, both the golden corpse and the Huang patriarch shadows had freely projected within the formation. Since the shadow body was essentially a manifestation of shadow, it should be able to pass through the formation with ease. Gently, it brushed against the light curtain. Indeed, it felt no resistance as it entered the formation. Let us ascend and investigate. On Lu Fang's side, the Huang family members had already begun their search downstairs. Wu Qingyun was prepared to break her seal at any moment that Lu Fang hurriedly stopped her, grasping her hand, and shook his head firmly, signaling her to wait. Without any delay, the shadow body swiftly appeared beneath the ascension pill. The ascension pill was suspended, hovering about a foot above the ground. Suddenly, a storage bag emerged beneath the ascension pill. It opened wide, surging upward toward the ascension pill. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Every eye in the vicinity turned towards the formation. The ascension pill, as if sprouting legs, darted swiftly out of the formation. In an instant, it burst through the light curtain, transforming into a streak of red light that raced out of the square. All present were left in stunned silence. Even Wu Qingyun stood frozen, watching as the ascension pill sped away, skimming close to the ground. Patriarch! The ascension pill is in trouble. One of the Golden Core practitioners above was the first to shout. His voice hoarse with urgency that in a flash, he bolted after it. The others quickly caught on and followed suit. Yao Xilian, it was you. A furious roar resounded in the air. The Huang patriarch erupted in a brilliant azure light, forcing back the nearby golden corpse, glancing towards the direction the Golden Core practitioners had rushed off, and instantaneously transformed into a streak of blue light, pursuing them. Yao Xilian was momentarily taken aback, but promptly followed with the golden corpse in tow. Below, the shadow body, bearing the ascension pill, raced through the streets like a bolt of lightning. 7 breaths, 6 breaths. 3, 2, 1. The shadow, cradling the pill, swiftly entered an unoccupied shop at the street's edge. Upon entering, it revealed its form. Glanced at its attire, and with a subtle shake, the colors and style swiftly transformed. Moments later, Lu Fang emerged from the shop, now clad in the ordinary garb of a Huang family disciple. Have you seen a pill fly out? As soon as he stepped out, a figure appeared before him, demanding sternly. This person was one of the 4 Golden Core practitioners from the square above. What pill? I saw nothing. Lu Fang feigned surprise, responding. The man cast a fleeting glance at Lu Fang, a mere cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement, who surely should not have been able to detect the swift passage of the pill. His expression soured as he prepared to fly forward, only to notice the azure light overhead. Ancestor, we have lost him, he bitterly exclaimed as he soared into the air. Useless, the patriarch of the Huang family scolded, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent him crashing into a nearby shop. Lu Fang, caught in the gust from the strike, was violently thrown against the wall. The other 3 Golden Core cultivators, arriving shortly thereafter, hastily fled to safety elsewhere. Yao Xilian, the patriarch of the Huang family, bellowed in fury upon realizing the loss of the Xingyuan pill's trail, and he charged toward the approaching Yao Xilian. Summoning a sword with both hands, he unleashed a streak of azure, sword light measuring over 10 zhang in length toward Yao Xilian. The brilliance of the sword light illuminated the entirety of Heishui town. Yao Xilian was taken aback. He swiftly employed a secret technique, nearly vanishing from his original position, reappearing over 100 zhang away as he shouted, "Old Huang, have you lost your mind? It wasn't me. Not you. Then who led me into this trap?" The patriarch of the Huang family remained unconvinced, striking again with another colossal sword light. "It wasn't me. My disciple acted on his own accord. That silver corpse approached the formation without my command." Yao Xilian shouted again as he narrowly avoided the sword light. "Not you. Then why did you lure me into the sky?" The patriarch of the Huang family swung his sword yet again. "If I had taken the Xingyuan pill, would I still be standing here?" Yao Xilian protested vehemently, still daring to argue. "You shall not leave here alive today." The patriarch of the Huang family launched another massive sword strike. "You old fool! Have you truly lost your sanity?" Yao Xilian shouted, narrowly evading the blow, frustrated by the relentless onslaught. He shook a black bell in his hand, causing the golden corpse to emit a brilliant golden light and rush toward the patriarch of the Huang family with astonishing speed. Both of the nascent soul powerhouses were now genuinely enraged, and they clashed in a fierce battle, accompanied by a cacophony of dazzling lights and explosive sounds. At the tavern where Wu Qingyun and Lu Fang were waiting, several individuals stood frozen in the square, watching the aerial battle unfold. What should we do? Should we continue searching? Searching for what? The ancestor's Xingyuan pill is missing. Do you think the leader of the refining corpse sect truly stole it? How would I know? Did you not just say you saw the Xingyuan pill sprout legs and fly away? What good does that do me? The ancestor claims he stole it. So he must have. Even if he didn't, it's still closely related to him. That makes sense. So what should we do now? We should first find a few young masters. With such a significant incident, if we remain here, we might end up in trouble. Let us go this way. They just headed in that direction. Before long, the commotion below subsided. Lu Lang, let us leave. It seems everyone has departed. Wu Qingyun said joyfully upon noticing the stillness outside as she stood up to address Lu Fang. However, she saw Lu Fang sitting pale and trembling in place. Lu Lang, what's wrong? Wu Qingyun exclaimed, quickly crouching down to grasp Lu Fang's hand. I'm fine, I'll be all right in a moment. Lu Fang's bloodless face twitched slightly. Trembling, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe that Wu Qingyun snatched it, sniffing it. Is this to replenish your vitality? Then she seized Lu Fang's hand, instantly feeling a chill. Hastily, she checked his pulse, her expression turning grave as she exclaimed, Lu Lang, how could your energy be so depleted? It's nothing, just an old ailment acting up that I'll take some pills and rest for a bit, Lu Fang replied, trembling. Then you should take them first. Wu Qingyun poured several pills into her hand and fed them to Lu Fang. After swallowing all the pills, Lu Fang urged, Qingyun, since there's no one outside now. You should leave first. I fear others may come. What are you talking about? Lu Lang, if we leave, we must leave together. Come, I'll carry you. We'll escape together. As she spoke, Wu Qingyun bent down to give Lu Fang a piggyback ride. Chapter 53, The Ancestor's Judgment. Upon seeing Wu Qingyun prepare to carry him, Lu Fang interjected, Qingyun, this. No time for nonsense. If you don't want me to knock you out, just get on. Wu Qingyun insisted, brandishing a stout stick. Thank you for your trouble, Qingyun. Lu Fang realized there was no time to delay and climbed onto Wu Qingyun's back without further protest. What's the big deal? You're not heavy at all? Wu Qingyun replied as she made her way down the stairs with Lu Fang, moving quickly. Although she couldn't currently use her true essence, her foundational cultivation in the foundation establishment stage granted her a physique far superior to that of an ordinary person. After Lu Fang refined the 3 storage bags belonging to the Hu brothers, he prudently placed all the light-sensitive, temporarily unnecessary items into one storage bag, keeping it on his shadow body. Since the storage bag had been refined by his main body, the shadow could naturally utilize it and even meld into shadows for greater concealment. He originally planned for the shadow body to enter the formation, hide the Xingyuan pill in the storage bag, and then conceal itself. As for how to handle the Xingyuan pill, that could wait. Once someone noticed its absence, chaos would surely erupt, allowing Lu Fang to escape with Wu Qingyun at the opportune moment. However, fate had other plans. He never anticipated that the storage bag would explode. When it detonated, Lu Fang's body trembled. Realizing that everyone, including Wu Qingyun, had been drawn in by the explosion within the formation, Lu Fang steeled his heart and promptly consumed a blood god pill. His cultivation soared to the peak of qi refinement in an instant. After transforming into a shadow, his speed was already remarkable, but with the blood god pill, it surged even further. He dashed out of the square and into the streets, evading all prying eyes, after being blown against the wall by the patriarch of the Huang family's palm wind. The shadow body finally witnessed the grand spectacle capable of dimming the heavens and eclipsing the SU, and it dared not reappear as a shadow bearing the Xingyuan pill. Instead, it continued to masquerade as a member of the Huang family. Hastening toward Lu Fang, Lu Fang, on Wu Qingyun's back, directed her toward the rear of the Huang family estate, an unpopulated corner. He reached out and grasped the pill, hastily stowing it in his robe while guiding Wu Qingyun along the path the shadow body had scouted. The battle in the air continued for a while longer. After cursing a few madmen, Yao Xilian flew away. The patriarch of the Huang family, seemingly realizing that he had little to do with the situation, ceased his pursuit and returned to the square. The once bustling formation lay still, and the patriarch appeared even more aged. With a flick of his sleeve, the formation dissipated, revealing everything that had been contained within it, now floating before him. After a careful examination, a furious roar echoed through the town. Xianin sect. The aged voice resonated with anger and sorrow. It was a lamentable sound. Lu Fang quickly dismounted from Wu Qingyun's back, taking her hand as he urged, "Let us go. Qingyun, this way." "Lu Lang, are you all right?" Wu Qingyun asked joyfully as she felt the warmth from Lu Fang's palm. "Yes, much better now. Let us hurry. The patriarch of the Huang family is going mad." In the center of Heishui town square, the patriarch of the Huang family stood with 4 of his sons, all bowing their heads in silence, afraid to breathe. Having ground everything before him in a powder, he turned and spoke after a long pause. "Where is the third one?" His voice carried an indescribable desolation. The others exchanged glances. Wasn't he the third one sent flying by the patriarch's palm? Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts. The eldest son, who had previously chased after the silver corpse, though he hadn't seen the third being struck away, had heard the patriarch's furious exclamation of "useless." From their exchanged glances, he could deduce the outcome. Speaking softly, he said, "Ancestor, the third has sustained some injuries and is recuperating. He should be here shortly. Notify everyone to return to this place," commanded the patriarch of the Huang family. "Ancestor, the spirit-dissolving powder in the river has mostly dissipated. Some individuals took advantage of the chaos to emerge, killing most, but a few have hidden themselves. Should we seek them out and eliminate them?" the eldest son suggested. "Do you dare defy me?" The patriarch glared, causing the 4 to feel their breath catch. "I dare not." The eldest son was the first to kneel, followed by the other 3. "It's useless. Killing them all won't change anything. Yao Xilian will spread news of this event throughout the southern lands," the patriarch murmured, casting a glance outside. "Fourth, fifth, why are you not hastening?" The eldest son turned to the 2 beside him and whispered sharply, "I never imagined that after 10 years of building my Huang Qingyu's reputation in the southern lands, it would end up serving the Xianin sect. My heart is filled with resentment." The patriarch spread his hands, staring at the powder within that a gust of wind blew, swiftly scattering the powder. "Ancestor, are you implying that the Xianin sect stole the Xingyuan pill? How could that be? Even if the sect leader Xie Yanfeng himself came, he wouldn't be able to breach the 5 elements formation," the eldest son replied. Astonished, the patriarch paid no heed, gazing toward the direction of the Xianin sect, lamenting, "Cunning indeed. Xie Yanfeng, despite my countless calculations, I still underestimated your mastery over the art of spirit manipulation." Then, as if having reached a firm resolution, he swept away his previous despondency and fixed his fervent gaze on the eldest son, declaring, "Eldest, do you know what makes the 5 elements formation so formidable? The 5 elements formation isolates the powers of yin and yang and the 5 elements, creating its own world within. External forces cannot easily breach it. Given your arrangements, Ancestor, it would take at least a God transformation cultivator to forcibly break through, but if a God transformation cultivator intervened, how could our Huang family have survived to this day?" the eldest son responded. "What do you think, third?" The venerable Ancestor nodded slightly, casting his gaze towards another individual present in the arena. "Indeed, the elder brother speaks the truth," the third brother replied. However, at that time, the elder brother was not present and was thus unaware that the formation had not been breached. Someone entered the formation in a manner I cannot comprehend, employing some arcane technique to execute a secret art within, which ultimately allowed them to steal the Ascension Pill. "Rise, all of you have spoken well," the venerable Ancestor affirmed with another nod. "Thank you, venerable Ancestor." The 2 stood up in unison. "Elder brother, do you believe there is a method to infiltrate the 5 elements formation without dismantling it?" The venerable Ancestor turned his attention to the eldest son. "This formation was personally laid down by the venerable Ancestor, aside from you." I truly cannot think of anyone. The eldest son hesitated, as if recalling something that he then expressed doubt. Are you implying the soul manipulation technique of the Xianyin sect? The venerable ancestor nodded. What is termed as soul manipulation is, in essence, the manipulation of spirits. The path of the ghost is indeed a deceptive one. Spirits can traverse the boundary between the real and the ethereal and possess numerous unknown applications. He, Fang, is aware that I can sense him and his spiritual entity. He dares not approach personally, yet sends disciples with special abilities to penetrate the formation. Truly remarkable. Even Yao Si Lian was manipulated by him. Is there such a spirit? The eldest son inquired. He understood that the spiritual entity mentioned by the venerable ancestor referred to the soul manipulation technique practiced by the Xianyin sect. Once disciples of the Xianyin sect establish their foundation, they can manipulate their spirit bodies with their consciousness. Upon reaching the golden core stage, they can train their spirit bodies in the ghostly arts, rendering their spirit bodies indistinguishable from those of ghost practitioners. Chapter 54. Escape from Blackwater Town. The venerable ancestor remarked, the arts of the ghostly path are vast and profound, not inferior to our cultivation of true essence. Just as there are cultivators who are proficient in formations, there are certainly ghost practitioners who excel in them. After the ascension pill left the plaza, I caught a fleeting glimpse. Beneath the pill, there were fluctuations of soul energy, unmistakably indicating a ghost practitioner. This is also why I permitted Yao Si Lian to depart. There are numerous ghost practitioners in the cultivation world. How can the venerable ancestor ascertain it is the Xianyin sect? The eldest son continued to inquire. The third brother made a slight error earlier. That individual, upon entering the formation, did not deploy any secret arts, but rather sought to secretly conceal the ascension pill within a storage artifact. In Tiannan, news is scarce. Such a pill, one that can seize the very essence of creation, is not well known among the locals. Yao Si Lian is ignorant of this, just as Fang is. They do not realize that the ascension pill cannot be stored in a conventional storage artifact. At this point, the venerable ancestor turned to the third brother. Third brother, did you not hear an explosion within the formation earlier? The third brother nodded. Yes, venerable ancestor. After the sound, I witnessed the ascension pill shooting forth from the ground, but did not see any other individuals or objects. That is precisely it. Ghost practitioners are adept at transformation. They cannot conceal the ascension pill, but must instead carry it along the ground. I detected the aura of Xianyin sect artifacts among the remnants left in the formation. The venerable ancestor continued, yet how did the Xianyin sect learn that we were refining the ascension pill? This information, aside from us five, is unknown even to the other disciples. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Ghost practitioners excel at transformation and are adept at concealment. Perhaps you were overheard at some point. Nonetheless, this is no longer important that My Huang family is already under suspicion from various factions for being here. Even if this matter goes unresolved after tonight, you will all have to leave. The venerable ancestor spoke with a melancholic tone. We, venerable ancestor. The eldest son began, but was swiftly silenced by the venerable ancestor's gesture. At that moment, the two younger brothers who had gone to summon others returned, supporting the second brother as he walked forward. We pay our respects to the venerable ancestor. The crowd bowed in unison. The venerable ancestor regarded the Huang family disciples kneeling before him for a considerable time before finally speaking. Rise. The Huang family has reached this juncture, and all blame rests on my shoulders to go and gather your belongings. Our original plan must be expedited. We shall depart before dawn. Venerable ancestor, the crowd lamented. What are you wailing about? I am not dead yet. The venerable ancestor glared. Hurry and go. You five remain. The crowd wiped their tears and departed, leaving only the five young lords. Venerable ancestor. The eldest son began to speak, but was interrupted by the venerable ancestor's hand. First, let me speak. Yes. From this moment forth, the eldest shall assume the role of family head. The second, third, fourth, and fifth shall diligently assist him. The venerable ancestor looked at the five and declared, Venerable ancestor, the group exclaimed, their faces filled with grief. Hurry and pay your respects to the family head. What, if I am to die, you will disregard my wishes? The venerable ancestor admonished. We dare not, the group replied, bowing respectfully to the eldest son. The eldest son quickly knelt, addressing the venerable ancestor loudly. Venerable ancestor, you still have a year left to live. Let us find another place to start anew. The entire Huang family is united, and I guarantee that within a year, we shall refine another ascension pill. There is no time left. Where in this world can my Huang family find refuge? The venerable ancestor shook his head. His expression turned serious as he commanded, listen well. My Huang family will not head westward any longer. Eldest, you are the family head. Once you gather everyone, lead them eastward, back to our ancestral grounds. Ancestral grounds? Venerable ancestor, what about the Five Elements sect? The eldest son began anxiously. You five must kneel before the sect master and say that I was misled by the people of the underworld sect, leading you astray to Tian-Nan. Upon regaining my senses, I eliminated the underworld sect members, and out of shame, I could not return to the sect. After explaining matters to you, I set out alone to confront the blood demon sect. As he spoke, the venerable ancestor's voice grew stern. Remember, it is the blood demon sect. The group was filled with confusion, and the eldest son questioned, Venerable ancestor, why is that? Did you not say the Xianyin sect stole the ascension pill? The venerable ancestor glanced towards the Xianyin sect's direction, bitterness evident in his voice. In the past, within the Xian-Tian secret realm, the blood demon sect slaughtered many disciples of the Five Elements sect, including the sect master's most cherished disciple, who was also my elder brother. As long as you say, I perished at the hands of the blood demon sect, he will understand and allow you to return to the sect. Venerable ancestor. Upon hearing the venerable ancestor speak of death, the group knelt in despair. The venerable ancestor waved his hand, saying, no need for further words. You all should prepare as well, that I still hope for you to avenge the enmity with the Xianyin sect in the future. We shall surely avenge this grievance, the group vowed. Enough. Go and prepare. Dawn approaches. Eldest, remain for a moment. The venerable ancestor turned his gaze towards the distance. The crowd had no choice but to leave, leaving only the eldest son of the Huang family. Venerable ancestor, what you said earlier is true. We can find another place, and it won't be long before. The eldest son approached the venerable ancestor, but was cut off. Eldest, I know you still have ties with those people. I have warned you before, those individuals are to be avoided at all costs. If this continues, you will lead my Huang family into the abyss. But if it weren't for them, our Huang family would have. Be silent. Do not mention this matter ever again. I tell you, upon returning, while the venerable ancestor was instructing on future matters, Fang and his companion had already found a small boat, crossed the Blackwater River, and climbed over a mountain to take a rest in a secluded valley. Qingyun, we should return to the sect. Such a significant incident has occurred in Blackwater Town. We must relay the information back. Fang stated. No need, Lu Lang. By the time dawn arrives, I should have mostly recovered my true essence, that I will inform my master of the events here. Wu Qingyun replied. We've only been out for a few days, and already encountered so many dangers. Qingyun, I fear that if this continues, what else might we face? Fang continued. How could that be, Lu Lang? What is wrong with your health? Why is your vitality so depleted? Wu Qingyun inquired. An old ailment. I became overly tense before, and it flared up again that a few restorative pills will suffice. Fang could not divulge the matter of the blood god, so he explained it this way. So strange. Wu Qingyun pondered, having heard of such ailments before. She then asked, so, Lu Lang, how do you feel now? Are you all right? I am fine, just a bit fatigued, that I estimate that with a little more rest, I will be completely well, Fang replied. That's good to hear. Upon our return to the sect, I will have my master take a good look at you. My master's medical skills are quite commendable, Wu Qingyun remarked. If the poisoned bodhisattva examines me, that would directly expose my identity as a member of the blood demon sect. At that point, no amount of explanation would suffice. I do not believe the poisoned bodhisattva would fail to recognize it. No need to go to such trouble. Qingyun, that I haven't had an episode in quite some time. I don't know why it suddenly recurred today that I should be fine going forward, Fang insisted. Still, it is best to have it checked. What if there is an issue? Wu Qingyun replied. Chapter 55. A lack of appetite. Qingyun. Your master already has reservations about me, that if you tell her I am ill and request her to take a look, she will surely dislike me even more. Fang resorted to his trump card. Very well. But if your illness flares up again, I will endure the scolding from my master and insist she examine you. Wu Qingyun readily acquiesced. Let us discuss it later. Qingyun. Let us wait here until dawn. The Huang family will likely not pursue us, Fang suggested. Indeed. Lu Lang, lean on me and rest for a bit, that I shall keep watch, Wu Qingyun said as she leaned against Fang's back. No need to keep watch. No one will come. You should rest as well, Fang reassured her. Very well. Then we shall rest together for a while. It won't be long before dawn arrives. The two leaned back against each other. With Wu Qingyun having not slept all night and having endured so much soon, she fell asleep against Fang. Fang, on the other hand, was not worried about any dangers arising while they slept. Before crossing the river, Chu had already noticed that the Huang family's young members had ceased their search. Indeed, with the Xinyuan Dan lost, they would naturally need to devise a new plan, and they would likely depart from Heishui town very soon. Reflecting on the Xinyuan Dan, Fang reached into his bosom to feel it 100 years of longevity. A surge of warmth coursed through Fang's heart. Even if he could never break through to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime, consuming it would still grant him 2 centuries of life. Unfortunately, this elixir could not be stored in his storage bag. He would need to find an opportunity to inquire whether Wu Qingyun knew the reason behind this. Lost in thought, Fang soon drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, Wu Qingyun was the first to awaken. Realizing that Fang was still peacefully sleeping against him, he dared not stir and instead closed his eyes, quietly savoring Fang's breath and the warmth emanating from his back. Before long, Fang also awoke and, sensing that Wu Qingyun was awake, spoke. Qingyun, how long have you been awake? Wu Qingyun, who had been smiling and lost in thought, was startled by Fang's voice. He quickly turned his head and exclaimed, Ah, Lu Lang, you're awake? Qingyun, has your true essence recovered? Fang turned to inquire. My true essence is restored, Lu Lang. Would you like to sleep a bit longer? You don't look very well, Wu Qingyun replied. I am fine. Hurry and send a message to your master. Inform her of what transpired last night. It's possible that one of our sect's disciples perished there, Fang urged. Oh, right, I almost forgot, Wu Qingyun said as he retrieved his small conch shell. How does this work? Fang asked, his curiosity piqued. Simply infuse your true essence into it, and when I finish speaking, my master will receive the signal. She will then infuse her true essence and hear what I have said, Wu Qingyun explained, as he began to channel his true essence into the conch, causing it to emit a faint glow. After about a quarter of an hour, the conch glowed brightly, and Wu Qingyun said to Fang, Lu Lang, I'm starting now. The activation time for this device was quite lengthy. All right, speak your piece. I want to interrupt, Fang replied. Wu Qingyun cleared his throat and turned away before speaking. Master, are you there? Have your injuries completely healed? I must tell you, last night in Heishui town, you wouldn't believe how outrageous the Huang family was. In order to concoct the Xinyuan Dan you mentioned, they led the people of Miaoying sect in performing the Tianma dance, drawing everyone in the town into the blood-devouring and soul-crushing formation. Almost everyone in the town perished. You have no idea. The Tianma dance is nothing like you described. It is. At this, he glanced at Fang, then continued, Cough, cough, it's certainly not a proper dance. It can ensnare people in illusions, but rest assured. Master, I was not entrapped by the illusions. Then, that shameless Yao Celian from the corpse refinement sect showed up, and suddenly, the Xinyuan Dan seemed to sprout legs and run away. The old ancestor of the Huang family fought fiercely with that shameless individual. I took advantage of the chaos to escape. Don't worry about me. I am perfectly fine. In 10 days or half a month, I should complete my mission and return. Master, please don't think too much about me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the conch ceased to glow. Wu Qingyun, looking relieved, remarked, All right, Lu Lang, I've finished speaking. It indeed resembled a voice message. Yet, did you ensure you conveyed everything clearly to your master? As expected, after a brief moment, the conch began to emit a faint glow again. Flickering. My master is responding, Wu Qingyun said as he infused his true essence into the conch, causing it to stop flickering and glow steadily. Fang could not hear any sounds, finding it quite advanced, as it could only be heard by the user alone. Oh dear master, I'm fine, I'm doing well. I haven't completed my task yet. How could I return to the sect, if I did? Wouldn't others mock me? It would also bring shame upon you, right? Wu Qingyun addressed the conch again. After a while, the conch flickered once more. Upon hearing the response, Wu Qingyun appeared somewhat surprised. Qingyun, what is the matter? Did your master instruct you to return to the sect immediately? Fang speculated, believing that the poisoned bodhisattva would surely demand her return, especially after the events of the previous night. The poisoned bodhisattva cared for Wu Qingyun deeply. To his surprise, Wu Qingyun shook his head and replied, No, she merely advised me to be cautious. She didn't tell me to return. Didn't instruct you to return? Fang echoed, equally astonished. That's why I find it strange, Wu Qingyun pondered aloud. Given her temperament, she would normally ramble on and insist that I return immediately. This time, however, she only called for me once and then dropped the subject, even stressing that I should be careful not to lose the conch. Could it be that something has happened in the sect? Fang inquired. How could that be? Wu Qingyun retorted promptly. Indeed, if something significant had occurred, the poisoned bodhisattva would not allow her to return, nor would she have called for her return once. Then why did she not insist you return? Fang pressed. Never mind that. It's just as well that she hasn't ordered me back. Come on, Lu Lang. Let us first complete our task in the Monglin, and then find a place to enjoy ourselves, Wu Qingyun declared. Very well, Qingyun, you should eat something first. Fang took out some provisions from his storage bag. Yes. Let us eat a bit before setting off. Lu Lang, you should eat too. All right, by the way, Qingyun, what do you think happened to that Xingyuan Dan? I don't know. It must have been taken by someone using some mysterious method. I thought it might have sprouted legs and hidden away. Sprouted legs and fled. Haha, Lu Lang, you're killing me with laughter. How could a pill sprout legs? So it was stolen? I had planned to wait until the Huang family left and then return to Heishui town to search for it. What if I found it? After all, it's a pill that can extend one's life by 100 years. Haha, Lu Lang, you really dare to dream. But even if you found it, it would be useless. What? How could it be useless? Why are you so agitated, Lu Lang? I recall my master mentioning that only someone at the nascent soul stage can withstand the immense potency of the Xingyuan Dan. If one's cultivation level is below the nascent soul stage, consuming it would cause their body to explode. Is that so? Are you certain you're not mistaken? Indeed, my memory is excellent. My master's words cannot be wrong. By the way, Lu Lang, why aren't you eating? I'm not very hungry. Chapter 56, Xianming Grass 5 days later. Throughout the journey, they encountered no further incidents and successfully arrived at the outskirts of the Monglin. Looking up, they were greeted by towering trees, beneath which grew shrubs and weeds taller than a person, resembling a primeval forest. The leaves and bushes swayed, clearly teeming with numerous creatures. Underfoot lay a well-trodden path, extending into the forest. Lu Lang, over here, what kind of grass was it that you needed to collect? Wu Qingyun inquired. Xianming grass, Fang replied, pulling out the task list, intending to examine it more closely. There is no need to look. Lu Lang, Xianming grass, mighty rare, that I know where to find it. Come, let us head into the Monglin, Wu Qingyun said. The two followed the path deeper into the woods for quite a while. Fang spoke up. Qingyun, didn't they say there are demon beasts in the Monglin? Why haven't I seen a single one? There are definitely some, and quite a few at that. However, demon beasts typically do not appear here. You must enter the outer ring to encounter them, Wu Qingyun explained. Outer ring? Are you saying this isn't even the outer ring? Fang asked. Yes, the outer ring is about 100 miles deeper in. We're merely at the periphery of the Monglin, where only ordinary wild beasts can be found, Wu Qingyun clarified. I've never seen a demon beast before. I wonder what they look like. Fang mused as he had just spotted a group of monkeys darting through the trees and paused to observe them for a moment. Wu Qingyun chuckled and remarked, Who says you haven't seen one? The poisonous creatures you fed me last time were actually demon beasts, just lower-tier ones lacking much intelligence. To be by the way, you've also seen my cold poison jade toad. It's a high-tier demon beast. Indeed. The poisonous creatures Wu Qingyun had raised were far more toxic than the ordinary ones he had previously cared for. Fang had pondered this before. Ordinary demon beasts are quite similar in appearance to wild beasts, just larger in size and possessing some simple magical abilities that Lang. Let us proceed down this path. I recall that Xianming grass can be found in this direction, roughly 50 miles ahead, Wu Qingyun indicated, pointing toward a route. Qingyun, isn't there a path that way? The grass is so dense. Could there be snakes or other creatures lurking? Lu Fang remarked, eyeing the area she indicated. The direction Wu Qingyun pointed to was overgrown with grass taller than their knees, with numerous things rustling within. Lu Fang was not particularly afraid of visible snakes or other creatures. What truly instilled fear was the unknown. What if something suddenly leapt out from the grass and bit him unexpectedly? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Wu Qingyun replied, there are no paths in the Monglin. This road exists solely because many have walked it, and it narrows ahead. It's quicker for us to go this way. Sensing Lu Fang's apprehension, she smiled reassuringly and added, it's nothing. The creatures in the grass are merely harmless grass snakes hunting for mice. Haha, if you're feeling scared, I can go ahead of you. Lu Lang. With that, she stepped forward. It seems I am being mocked. How can that be? Lu Fang, a valiant man who has snatched elixirs from the hands of formidable Yuaning masters, cannot be frightened by mere grass snakes. I'm not afraid at all. Qingyun, I shall lead the way. As he spoke, he hurried ahead, darting in front of Wu Qingyun, unleashing a shadowy form to scout the path. After only a few steps, the shadowy figure detected a grass snake lying in the shadows, flicking its tongue. Quickly, he retrieved the iron rod he had been shouldering and struck vigorously at the surrounding weeds, startling the grass snake, which promptly slithered away. Is Lu Lang trying to scare off the snake by beating the grass? Wu Qingyun chuckled lightly. One must strike 3 times. Regardless of the presence of dates, Lu Fang replied with a grin. After walking for about an hour, Wu Qingyun pointed to the shadow beneath a large rock and said, Lu Lang, do you see that? Is it not Xianming grass? Lu Fang rushed over for a closer look, and indeed, there were several plants that resembled those depicted on the mission map. It seemed that Zhang Depeo had not deceived him. This grass appeared to be rather easy to find. Had it not been for Wu Qingyun's company, he would likely have located it himself, albeit at the cost of some time due to his unfamiliarity with the route. The mission stated that the sap of this grass was toxic. So Lu Fang carefully uprooted one plant and stowed it in his storage bag. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to uproot several more. Lu Lang, did you not say that one plant suffices for submission? Wu Qingyun, seeing him continue to gather the grass, approached to inquire. Be cautious, Qingyun, this grass is indeed poisonous. Lu Fang warned. I am aware, Lu Lang. Are you gathering a few extra plants to concoct poison pills? Wu Qingyun asked. Concoct poison pills? Qingyun, do you know the purpose of the Xianming grass? Lu Fang replied. It is used for crafting poison pills, is it not? Many in the sect use poison pills to lure and slay demon beasts. When materials are scarce, they contribute to the contribution hall in exchange for what they need. This Xianming grass is a relatively common ingredient. That made sense. Not all disciples were as fortunate as Wu Qingyun in terms of cultivation resources. Many inner disciples, as the prior incarnation was aware, hunted demon beasts to exchange for spirit stones and elixirs required for their training, when their cultivation was inadequate or for the sake of convenience. They often resorted to poisoning techniques that as a member of the 5 Poisons sect, the crafting of poisons and poison pills was fundamental for entering the inner sanctum. Qingyun, where is your fire rhinoceros? Lu Fang inquired, placing all the Xianming grass into his storage bag. It is within the outer ring. If we proceed this way, we should reach the outer ring in about 30 to 40 miles. I know where the fire rhinoceros resides. We should find it before nightfall. Wu Qingyun indicated the direction. Then let us be off. Qingyun, did I have noticed that you are quite familiar with this area of the Monglin? Lu Fang remarked. Indeed. I was brought to the Monglin by my master when I was merely 11 or 12 years old. Damn, why master guided me through the entrance to the outer ring, and I have been here for several years. Visiting no less than 20 to 30 times, she replied. She had been brought to the Monglin at such a tender age. It seemed the information from the Blood Shadow Hall was not entirely accurate, claiming that the poison bodhisattva had not left the sect for nearly 20 years. According to Qingyun, it appeared that she had ventured to the Monglin at least 4 or 5 times each year. At such a young age, you were brought to the Monglin? What was your cultivation level then, Qingyun? Lu Fang asked. I was at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Why master brought me to the outer ring for the first time and even tossed me into a horde of demon beasts. I was quite terrified at the time. Wu Qingyun recounted as they walked. Goodness, the poison bodhisattva was indeed harsh-hearted. To treat her so sternly at 11 or 12, it was no wonder Wu Qingyun possessed such exceptional talent in cultivation, able to withstand the onslaught of the Hu brothers shortly after establishing her foundation. Your master was so ruthless at such a young age. You didn't sustain any injuries during that encounter, did you? Lu Fang asked. No, those were merely low-tier demon beasts, not much stronger than ordinary wild animals. Besides, with my master by my side, how could I possibly be harmed? Looking back now, I realized that it was her way of breaking my fear. Those demon beasts appeared ferocious, but in reality, they were not formidable at all. Liu Lang, can you guess how many I ultimately killed? Wu Qingyun paused, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she looked at Lu Fang. Surely, there was no need to guess. Yet Lu Fang played along, pretending to ponder before saying, a little girl of 11 or 12. It would be remarkable if you weren't frightened to death. You must have only killed 1. Incorrect. Then perhaps 2. Not even close. Lu Lang, guess more boldly. More boldly? Then 3,000. How could that possibly be? Oh, you must have figured it out already, haven't you? How could I have known that you killed every single beast? You still claim you didn't guess. The two playfully bickered as they made their way toward the outer ring of the Monglin.